C101 Tom vs Gellert 3. Only one chapter today, but 2 tomorrow. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 16 chapters ahead at chapter 117. He'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. In a humble home in Godric's Hollow, Albus Dumbledore paced around his study. The man has been receiving updates on everything Gellert Grindelwald, and he didn't like what he heard. Many people waited outside the study for his decision. 2 of these people are the famous Newt Scamander and the snake in human form herself, Nagini. They have seen what horrors Grindelwald has done and will do, so they wish to put a stop to the madness. Gellert has taken over some Nazi organization and planned to bomb major mole cities, killing every occupant. Albus didn't know what to do. Should he get involved and stop a man that was once very dear to him? Or should he sit back and allow the world to continue its spiral into chaos? After pacing for the last time, Albus left his study and addressed everyone. We will put a stop to Gellert and his plans. He can't be allowed to act with such foolishness any longer. Albus says, and smiles bloomed on everyone's faces as they knew that Albus was a key part to beating Grindelwald. Sweets. Pop. Yes, Master Albie, the elf said upon its arrival. Take us to Gellert's location. I know I said this before, but I mean it this time. Try not to die so easily. In the tunnel entrance to the Hyde Remain base, 3 people could be seen. 2 men staring down one another and a woman standing off to the side with worry written all over her face. The older man dressed in a fine suit with blonde hair and a stick in hand. The other younger man dressed casually with black hair, a bone wand in one hand, and a golden broadsword in the other. Dozens of golden chains with weapons of every kind attached to the end emerged from his body. These 3 people are obviously Grindelwald, Tom, and Druella. The chains attached to Tom rear back like a snake and shoot forward at a lightning-fast speed. When Grindelwald saw these chains, he knew he was in for a tougher fight than he's had so far. Up to now, this duel has been a walk in the park for him. His eyes widen as the chains come crashing down at him. He immediately apparates to a safe distance and the weapons on the end of the chains embed themselves into the metal floor. As Grindelwald appears a few meters away, more chains move in for the strike once again. The golden chains dance in the air, as Grindelwald constantly teleports for his life. Every time he appears in a new area, more weapons come striking down at such force that even a shield made with the Elder Wand wouldn't hold for long. Slowly but surely, Grindelwald's magic reserves start running low. With every use of apparition, his magic supply is being expended. On the other hand, Tom is calling forth energy that is quite literally inexhaustible. He could summon these chains all day as long as he has good control, which he does after days of non-stop practice. Not to mention the years spent working with eldritch energy, perfecting his use of it. Sweat started to appear on Gellert's face as the huge loss of his magic takes a toll on his body. With every teleport, he starts huffing and puffing for air to fuel his tired body. The constant teleportation breaking his regular breathing cycle, causing Grindelwald to run out of oxygen. With a lack of air, Gellert starts to get dizzy and is slow to apparate away. 2 golden swords attached to chains pierce both of his thighs and pin him to the floor. Ah! Gellert screams in pain. The agonizing pain makes Grindelwald forget to apparate away. Even if he did, the energy from the swords would disrupt the teleportation and cancel it. On top of all this, Gellert can't move or else the swords would cut his legs further than they already have. While Grindelwald screams in pain, suddenly the sound of elf travel could be heard. Pop! Albus Dumbledore appears along with a few dozen armed wizards and witches. They survey the area and are shocked to see Gellert pinned to the floor by golden swords. They then seize Tom and Druella, both dressed in mole clothes with porcelain masks hiding their faces. What in the world? Albus exclaims as he sees the chains connected to Tom coiled in the air like angered snakes. Albus, is that you? Gellert screams as his vision is blurred due to the pain. He tries to stay as still as possible so the swords don't cause further damage to his legs. Blood starts to pool heavily around Gelate's feet as he starts to feel his body grow heavy. Yes, what's going on? Dumbledore asks as he runs over to Grindelwald's side. The rest of his group stay where they arrived and look on curiously. Before he could get halfway there, golden spears pierce into the ground in front of him. Chains wrap around the spears, creating a fence to block Albus' path. "I'm going to say this once," Tom says, addressing Dumbledore and the people he brought along. "Leave the area now, or I'll consider you an enemy." When Dumbledore heard that voice, he couldn't believe it. With all the time spent in his class, it's hard not to recognize a student's voice, especially this student. Albus turned to stare at the masked man with dozens of golden chains emerging from his body. He looked closer and saw the dark black hair and the bright red eyes. He's only seen eyes like those from one person, Tom Riddle. "Tom Riddle, is that you?" Albus asks in shock. "Sigh, I guess the disguise doesn't work against people who know me very well. After all, you are my stalker," Tom comments as he takes off his mask and drops it to the ground. "I won't be needing that anymore." Dumbledore looks over at the girl on the side and immediately he knew who it was. There was only one girl that rarely left Tom's side. Druella as well. "What are you two doing here?" he asks, and Druella removes her mask as well. "Ugh, thank you." "It was getting hot in that thing," she says as he waves over the Albus. "Hello, Professor." "What does it look like we're doing, Professor?" Tom asks, gesturing to the pale and dying Gelate Grindelwald. But Albus looks around in confusion. "Albus, help me, please." Grindelwald calls out as it gets harder and harder to stay still. "He's going to kill me." During the distraction of Dumbledore's arrival, he tried to apparat away, but the eldritch energy from the sword blocked it. His only hope for survival is the man that just arrived. Albus looked at Gelate with alarm and didn't know what to do. He wanted to come here and subdue Gelate, not kill him. That was an option for the last resort. Although he has gone down such a dark and bloody path, Albus couldn't bring himself to kill the man he once knew. Seeing Professor Dumbledore's indecision, Tom speaks up once more. "Usually I wouldn't repeat myself, but I will say it again, Professor. Leave the area now, or I'll consider you an enemy." See 102 Ariana Double Chaps. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 16 chapters ahead at chapter 119. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. "Usually I wouldn't repeat myself, but I will say it again, Professor. Leave the area now, or I'll consider you an enemy," Tom says, and Albus stood frozen for a moment as Dumbledore was stuck with indecision. The people that arrived with him were perfectly content leaving the area. They came here to get rid of Grindelwald and it seems that they weren't needed in the first place. The only reason they haven't already left is Albus. They are waiting for him to leave with them. "Albus, maybe we should go? The job we came here to do seems to be taken care of." Newt calls and everyone around him, including Nagini, nod in agreement. Memories of his time with Gelate flash through his mind. Albus remembers the good and the bad times that they shared together. Staring behind the golden gate separating him from Gelate, Albus sees the color drain from his face as the blood continues to pour around him. The golden swords lodged into his legs, trapping him in place. The scared look that graced his face is something that Albus has never seen before. "Albus, I'm sorry about Ariana." Grindelwald's raspy voice called out. "Please, help me." Ariana was the youngest of Dumbledore's siblings. At the age of 6, she was seen practicing magic by a group of mole boys. When she was unable to show them how to reproduce the magic, they violently assaulted her. The attack left Ariana emotionally scarred and unable to control her magic. Her father sought revenge against the boys and attacked them. Because of this, he was sentenced to Azkaban. He refused to reveal the reason for the attack since Ariana would have been sent to St. Mungo's if her condition was discovered, as it threatened the statute of secrecy. When their mother passed away, Albus, as the eldest brother, took custody of Ariana and was put in charge of her care. Their mother's death was due to Ariana having a violent outburst of uncontrollable magic. Albus and Gelot used to be close with one another. As they were both extraordinarily talented and very ambitious, the two formed a plan to take over the wizarding world and make moles subservient for the greater good. Albus' brother, Aberforth, confronted them over these plans, pointing out that Ariana was in no state to be dragged along with them as they pursued their dreams. Grindelwald became furious, insisting that once they subdued the moles, there would be no need for Ariana to be hidden. A three-way duel broke out between him, Albus, and Aberforth. Ariana, who was 14 at the time and unable to control her magic, tried to stop it and was inadvertently killed. It was never known which of the three wizards was directly responsible for her death. Ariana's death wasn't your fault, Albus. Gelot mutters loud enough for everyone to hear. 3. No, you blame yourself, but you shouldn't. Tears begin to pour from Dumbledore's eyes as he hears Gelot's words. He always took the blame for what happened to his sister. He blamed himself to no end. But he wasn't the only one. His brother Aberforth put the blame squarely on his shoulders as well. Albus was her guardian and Ariana's well-being was his responsibility. 2. Dumbledore was lost for words for a moment. After a moment of waiting, Tom could see Dumbledore's posture change and a determined spark shone from his eyes. Tom could tell that he made his decision. Tom, release Gelot into my custody, Albus says as he turns his attention towards his student. He will be put on trial for his crimes and imprisoned according to the law. Or I could just kill him and be done with it. Tom laughs and wiggles the swords embedded in Gelot's legs. Ah! Grindelwald screams in agony as the swords gyrate in his thighs. Dumbledore's eyes widen as he apparates past the golden fence and appears beside Gelot, grabbing one sword and yanking it from his leg. Ah! Grindelwald wailed as the sword was pulled from his leg. When Albus appeared beside Gelot, everyone that came with him stood rooted to the floor. They only sought out Albus to get rid of Grindelwald. They wanted him dead and wouldn't try to protect him as Albus seems to be doing. Seeing that Albus wouldn't leave as he asked, Tom looked to the floor beside Gelot. On the floor in a puddle of blood, lay the Elder Wand in all of its glory. The second the swords impaled his legs, Grindelwald dropped the wand and completely forgot about it. The pain and gravity of the situation were the only things running through his mind. Accio Elder Wand, Tom muttered quietly. Before anyone could notice what happened, the wand flew from its position on the floor and into Tom's grasp. As Albus healed the wound on the leg he pulled the sword from, he saw the wand fly from the ground near him and into Tom's hands. He finally found out why Tom was here. He came here for the Elder Wand. Albus thought immediately as all of his doubts and worries related to Tom surfaced in his mind. I gave you the chance to leave, Professor, Tom said as he could feel the Elder Wand accept him. He felt magical power like never before flowing through him. The surge of power from the wand makes Tom feel as though he could take on any opponent. As this is happening, Albus pulled the other sword free and healed Gelot's other leg. Albus then fed him a blood-replenishing potion. Color returned to Grindelwald's face as he stood tall once again. He's still low on magic but at least he has his mobility back. Gelot, we should go, Albus says as he pulls the blonde man to his feet. As Grindelwald stands to his feet, he looks for his wand and sees it in Tom's hand. A murderous expression shows on his face. As he looks to Dumbledore, that expression turns softer. A smile graces the once anger-frenzied face as he moves closer to him. Thank you for saving me, Albus, Grindelwald says as he pulls Albus into a hug. Albus was truly shocked and froze in place. After a moment, he reciprocated the hug with a fond smile on his face. But, I'm going to need more help. Suddenly, Dumbledore starts yelling in pain. His face contorts as the life drains from his body. His body shrivels up like a mummy as Gelot seems to become healthier and younger looking by the second. As the screams subsided, Gelot tosses the mummified corpse of Albus aside. He looked younger by at least 20 years and seemed to be brimming with magical power. C103 Tom vs Gelot 4 bonus. As of this chapter, The Patreon is 16 chapters ahead at chapter 119. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. Gasps could be heard all around as everyone was shocked to see Albus mummify before them. The only one that wasn't really surprised was Tom. He thought something like this would happen and decided not to interfere. Getting rid of Dumbledore was a challenge that he didn't want to face. Someone like Grindelwald, who is openly a piece of SHT, can be handled without any backlash, but a man that hides himself and plays the good guy routine is much harder to get rid of. Although, in Tom's mind the situation could have gone 50-50. Either Grindelwald would betray Albus, as we just saw, or he would join up with him. Both situations would have been favorable to Tom, but this one is the better of the two. With Dumbledore dead on the floor, Gellert summons his wand and looks to Tom. His face twisted in anger as he glared hatefully in Tom's direction. "Give me back my wand and I'll spare your life and the lives of everyone you've ever loved," the younger Gellert commands in a demanding tone. Tom raises his hand to his chin. "How about you stick your boyfriend's wand up your SS and fire off a spell or two?" Veins start to throb on Gellert's forehead as he raises Dumbledore's wand and starts firing spell after spell. More chains exit Tom's body, but these are slightly different. At the end of these chains are shields that fit together like a puzzle. Each shield forms together making a wall that blocks every spell. As the spells are being blocked, the offensive chains surge into action yet again. Weapons start cracking down on Gellert's position, but this time he tries a different strategy. First, Gellert shields himself from the impact of the oncoming weapons. The golden eldritch weapons bang onto the invisible shields, slowly cracking them apart. As the shields are doing their work, Gellert starts transfiguring the area around them. Countless thick stone pillars shoot up from the ground and tear through the area. When he was finished, he looked slightly worn out. The number of pillars conjured would have taken an incredible amount of magic, and without the Elder Wand, he can't perform such grand acts of magic so easily. Before the shield broke, the teleportation started once again. Grindelwald operated constantly to dodge the golden chain weapons. With every escape, he would teleport to the opposite side of the pillared area. He plans to tangle the chains with pillars. Once the chains are tangled up as planned, he could go for the killing blow. Soon, Tom's chains were wrapping around pillar after pillar as they constantly sought out Gellert's next location, crisscrossing as they start to line the entire area. After a few more teleports, the chains could no longer move. Gellert was almost out of magic yet again and Tom was trying to pull his chains back but failed every time. Even the shield chains were tangled in the mess of pillars that were created. Tom became frantic and started pulling the chains with a mad will to survive. He is stuck in place and the chains couldn't be recalled. Hee, not so strong now, are you? Gellert laughs as he casually walks up to Tom's position. "Stay away," Tom calls frantically as he yanks on the chains for dear life. "What happened to all of that backtalk you used to have? Did it disappear with your chances of a long and happy life?" Gellert smirks evilly as he stands before Tom in murderous glee. He then sees the wand tight in Tom's grip. "I'll be taking that. Expelliarmus." The wand flies from Tom's hand. But something doesn't feel right about this. It's starting to feel like it's too easy. Gellert looks at the one that landed before him and could see it's the genuine article. His worry disappears as he bends to pick up what was rightfully his. As he's about to grasp the wand, a golden spear impales itself into Gellert's heart. The wand flies back into Tom's hand as his once frightened expression disappears. "You may have juiced yourself up with magic and rejuvenated your body, but without the Elder Wand you're not really a challenge for me. It was fun toying with you while you lasted, I suppose," Tom says as the chains that held him in place disappear. "What?" Grindelwald stuttered as the life drains from his eyes and he joins his boyfriend in the next great adventure. "Tom!" Druella yelled as a torpedo slams into him, knocking him on the floor. "Don't ever do that again, do you hear me? I thought you were actually losing for a minute," she says, hugging Tom tightly as tears stream down her face. "Sorry, Drew. Tom mutters as he hugs her back and tries to calm her down. The hardest part about that entire fight was keeping Druella from getting involved. As he started faking weakness towards the end, Tom had to literally command her through the mark, as her lord, not to come and help. As they were laying on the ground, Druella felt a spike in courage and picked her head up off Tom's chest. She looked him in the eye for a moment and pushed her lips out and leaned forward. Their lips touched and Tom laid frozen for a moment. Soon, Tom puckered his lips as well instead of just laying there like a dead fish. The kiss was nothing grand. Their lips touched and they stayed frozen together on the floor, entranced in the feeling of one another. Druella felt amazing as tingles crawled up her spine. She has been waiting for this moment for a while, but couldn't find the courage to just go for it. Although this isn't Tom's first kiss, as he had another life, he found himself getting a bit excited and nervous about it. It feels like his first kiss all over again. Well, it technically is his first kiss all over again. Newt's commander clears his throat as everyone that came along with Albus came walking over. "What? Can't you see we're busy here?" Druella yells at the people interrupting her precious moment. "I'm starting to see how Steve felt when I did this to him. Is this karma?" See 104 Recruiting 1 double chapters again. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 16 chapters ahead at chapter 121. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. You couldn't have given us a minute or two? Tom sighs as he glares at the crowd forming around him and Druella. Hee. Sorry. Newt mutters as he and everyone else feel a bit awkward. "I'm Newt by the way and this is." He then began to list off names and everyone introduced themselves. With another sigh, Tom and Druella separate and stand back up. "You already heard my and Drew's name earlier, I'm sure. Do you guys need something?" Tom asks as he and Druella dust themselves off. Druella's mood has dropped significantly. The moment she was longing for was ruined. She glared hatefully at every wizard that didn't have the tact to wait until they were finished. "Yes, I mean no, but we just wanted to say thank you. I don't know what your reason was for doing this, whether it was for that wand or not, but you've saved many lives with what you've done today," Newt says as he and everyone else nods in agreement and voices their thanks. "You're welcome, I guess," Tom replies as if it wasn't a big deal. "If you really want to thank me, you can make an oath on your magic to keep a few secrets for me." As Tom said this, many of them looked worried and uncertain. "What secrets?" Nagini asks as she stands beside Newt at the front of the group. "Nothing crazy." Tom waves his hands dismissively. "I just want the knowledge of the Elder Wand kept between us. I don't need every wannabe Dark Lord or anyone else trying to kill me for this thing," he says, gesturing to the wand in his grasp. "That's fair. Anything else?" Newt nods his head in agreement. Everyone with him seems all right with that too. Some among them are staring at the wand with jealousy in their eyes, but after seeing how strong Tom is, they immediately turned their covetous gazes away. Their jealous looks didn't go unnoticed. Tom could see the way they looked at his new wand. "Also add that you won't pursue ownership of the wand and we're good," Tom says, and many of them look hesitant to make that oath. "All right, I agree. Newt's commander, swear on my magic that I won't reveal the knowledge of Tom Riddle owning the Elder Wand, nor will I pursue ownership of said wand." Newt swears and Nagini makes her oath right after him. That starts the landslide of oaths as everyone in the crowd does theirs one by one. Even those that truly didn't want to take the oath did it as well. Peer pressure is a beautiful thing. Once everyone had said their oaths, they had no reason to stick around. Everyone from the crowd left via apparition beside Newt and Nagini. Tom asked them to stay behind for a moment. "Now that the rabble is gone, you are Nagini, correct?" Tom asks as he stares at the Indonesian beauty before him. "Yes, that's me," she replies, wondering why she was asked to stay behind. "Cursed, right?" Tom asks as he looks her over. He already knows this from the story, but his snake totem necklace has been acting strange since she got close to him. It started vibrating more and more the closer the distance between them. He could tell that Manasa had some sort of connection with Nagini. Well, she is cursed to turn into a snake, so it makes sense, I guess. Tom thought. Yes, It's a maledictus curse. I'm forever cursed to turn into a beast, she says with a resigned look on her face. Yes, a snake, I know, Tom says, and Nagini looks at him cautiously. How could you tell? Newt asks exactly what was running through her mind. I have a bit of a connection with snakes. If I swore to find a way to help you with it, would you be interested in swearing loyalty to me as your lord? Tom asks, alarming both of them. Are you planning on becoming the next Grindelwald? Newt asks as he grabs his wand and unclasps his briefcase. Yes and no, Tom says as he puts his hands up to show he doesn't mean any harm. What do you mean, yes and no? Nagini asks curiously. I think some of what he said was correct. The moles are advancing quickly, and if we aren't careful, we could be in some serious danger. Tom explains, only worrying them further. Although, I don't believe he went about it in the right way. Peace through enslavement is not a lasting peace. So, you want to what? Walk hand in hand with moles? Newt asked with a healthy hint of skepticism. Don't get me wrong. I have nothing against non-magical people, but that sounds a bit too good to be true. Obviously it won't just happen overnight. Hard work needs to be put in to change the hearts and minds of not only our society but the mole society as well, Tom says as everyone contemplated his words. Even Druella had no idea that Tom thought like this. She knew a bit about it but not this much. How would we go about changing hearts and minds? Newt asks as his interest was piqued. Well, right now our society is very backward. First, we would put key officials into the right places and help move the wizarding world into this century. Laws need to be made and many need to be changed or removed. Do you know that creatures are classified as non-sentient magical animals, yet werewolves and a few other sentient beings are on the list of creatures that was put together by our government? I could kidnap a werewolf baby and slaughter it in front of the Wizengamot with no repercussion. Werewolves only turn into beasts once a month, and could easily chain themselves during that one night. This is only one of the many reasons why our society is backward and our government is not working properly. If we are discovered, which will happen sooner or later, and other countries see this, we will be seen as backward savages. Tom rants about everything he found wrong about the government. Nagini looked more than convinced. She's been persecuted for her curse all of her life. Everything Tom says is resonating with her perfectly. Before she could voice her agreement, Newt asks a question. All right, I agree with you, but why am I here? Do you want me to become your follower as well? Yes. And I know exactly what would get you interested in helping me, Tom says, and Newt leans in curiously. Have you ever heard of the terms deforestation, climate change, or pollution? See 105 Recruitment 2 bonus. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 16 chapters ahead at chapter 121. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. Have you ever heard of the terms deforestation, climate change, or pollution? Tom asked, and everyone seemed to not know. No idea. But deforestation sounds like the removal of forests maybe? Newt answers questioningly. Good. Correct about that. Tom nods as his face becomes more serious. All 3 of those are some of the main causes for the extinction of animals. Deforestation, as you've said, refers to the decrease in forest areas across the world that are lost for other uses such as agricultural croplands, urbanization, or mining activities. Without homes to live in, many species of animal, magical or not, have gone and will go extinct. Huh? Who's doing this? Newt asks in alarm. Moles mainly. We magicals don't need that much wood or land, but moles mate like rabbits. They need space to live, grow crops, etc. Tom says, causing Newt to pace back and forth. Newt loves animals, especially those of the magical persuasion. A species of animals just dying off is sacrilege to him. I'm afraid that's not even the worst of it, Tom says, and Newt remembered he said deforestation was only one of the many reasons for extinction. Pollution is a bit worse in my opinion. What is it? Newt asks. Think of pollution as the poisoning of nature itself. Mole factories spewing poison into the atmosphere, polluting the very air we breathe. The water could be polluted with chemicals, sewage, etc. Where will the merpeople go when the ocean itself starts killing them? Once again, that's only a few examples of pollution. Hell, even things like light and noise are a form of pollution. Tom explains, and Newt looked seriously appalled that this could be happening. 3. Newt mutters, but Tom continues. Now, climate change is a bit more complicated, so I'll explain it in simple terms for you. When once the weather was hot or cold, it becomes hotter or even colder. Can an animal survive if the area around it has a drastic change in weather? Could a cold-blooded animal like reptiles survive in the Arctic? I don't think so. Tom keeps ranting with Newt hanging on his every word. That's caused by moles? He asks with horror on his face. But the wizarding world contributes a bit as well, although our contribution is extremely minuscule compared to moles. Tom explains, and Newt looked disgusted that he may be a reason this is happening. How would we even fix this? Nagini asks the question that was at the tip of Newt's tongue. We have a beautiful thing that moles don't. Can you guess what that is, Drew? Tom smirks over at Druella. Magic? Druella answers, hoping it isn't a trick question. Exactly. These problems haven't fully been accepted by moles just yet, but they will soon. Imagine the reveal of a magical society that was hidden from the world for fear of persecution. We announce that we wish to stop hiding and live peacefully with non-magic people. In doing so, we could enrich their lives with magic, and they could enrich ours with technology. Tom explains, and everyone stands rooted to the ground. They all could see the sense in Tom's words. If they could create a symbiotic relationship between moles and magicals, it wouldn't seem so crazy to reveal themselves anymore. What's so great about technology? Nagini asks. Have you heard of Captain America? Tom asks, and Newt nods excitedly. He's that man that's been winning the war for the Allied forces. I've heard a lot of good things about him, Newt comments. Yes, well, that man that stands at the focal point of this war was enhanced by technology, Tom reveals, causing Newt and Nagini to look confused. He then explained the experiment that Steve went through to become the man he is today. Druella added in a detail or two as she's met the man before. Soon, Newt looked convinced. He turns to Tom with a look of determination in his eyes. Swear on your magic that everything you've said about animal extinction and technology is true. If you can do that, I'll swear to serve you as my lord. Newt stares piercingly at Tom, waiting for him to do as he said. I'll serve you as well, as long as you swear to help me with my problem. Of course, Nagini adds, and Tom nods towards her. All right, Tom says simply and clears his throat. I, Thomas Riddle, swear on my magic that everything I've said about technology and the extinction of animals in the past hour is true to the best of my knowledge. I also swear to help Nagini with her maledictus curse to the best of my ability, as long as she swears her loyalty to me as her lord. As Tom finishes, he wandlessly casts the Lumos spell. After seeing that he still has his magic, Newt looked truly stunned. Everything he heard today that caused his skin to crawl is true. What if a species of magical animal that he has yet to discover is wiped out without his knowledge? An entire species gone, and he would never have the joy of seeing it with his own eyes. As for Nagini, she was worried about the animals as well. But her main problem was the curse that plagued her. The fact that someone strong enough to kill a Dark Lord like Grindelwald swore an oath to help her with it took so much weight off of her shoulders. The thing Nagini fears the most is turning into a snake and being forever stuck in that form. To never be able to speak with another human being again, forever alone. Tears began to pour from Nagini's eyes as she leapt forward and hugged Tom tightly. Thank you. Thank you, she repeated over and over as Tom's shirt became soaked with tears. Druella looked on jealously for a moment, but even she could tell this wasn't anything sexual. She sighed and allowed this random woman to hold Tom for now. Okay, a deal is a deal, Newt says, and swears the same oath as every one of his followers. Once Nagini calmed down, she also swore the same oath. Tom gave them a mark and went on to explain some ground rules that all of his followers must follow. Basic stuff really. All right, if you would excuse us, Druella and I have to discuss something. Tom says, and Druella starts becoming nervous. Is he mad about the kiss? See 106 The Talk 2X chapters again. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 16 chapters ahead at chapter 123. He'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. When Nagini and Newt saw the awkward atmosphere erupt between Tom and Druella, they said their goodbyes and left them alone. The awkward atmosphere seemed to grow as they were left alone. The dead bodies of Grindelwald and Dumbledore still close by, not to mention the many dead Hydra soldiers and acolytes. Tom has already received a message through the mark that the base had been cleared. Every Hydra soldier and acolyte that didn't escape were killed. Seeing that this isn't the best area to have their talk and the base has been cleared, Tom decided to change locations. Before doing so, he called an elf to collect the bodies of both Dumbledore and Grindelwald. He'll need Grindelwald's corpse to help prove his claim as the killer of a Dark Lord. Not that he'll need much help. He made everyone that witnessed the battle swear to keep the one secret, not the fact that he killed a Dark Lord. The news is most likely already spreading. Soon, the whole wizarding world would know his name. Come on, let's go explore the Hydra base. I have a car to find, Tom says as he walks into the bunker with Druella by his side. Tom and Druella walk leisurely through the base, neither side knowing how to start the conversation. So, how long have you been, Tom asks awkwardly, not sure how to word his sentence. Attracted to you, Druella answers, turning her head away slightly. Tom nods and Druella thinks for a moment. I don't know. It just sort of happened. If I had to place it around a certain time, it would be around the time you broke into my house to save me, she says, thinking back to when it all started. Do I find you attractive? Tom finished her sentence with a quirked eyebrow. The nervousness brought on by the question caused her voice to disappear. Her only answer was a nod as she stared at the floor, afraid to look up at Tom while he answered, well, yes, as I've told you before, quite breathtaking, Tom says, remembering the time he portaled into her room while she was naked. When we went to meet Steve for the first time and I saw you wearing those mole clothes, that's the moment I started finding you very attractive. Druella's mind started recalling the way he looked at her as she walked down the steps that day. At the time, she wasn't very good at picking up on things like that, but now that she looks back at the memory, Druella could see the way his eyes widened at her appearance back then. Oh, Druella muttered and stopped in her tracks, causing both of them to stop in the middle of a hallway. What's the matter? Tom asks as he looks over at her. Do you want to? Druella starts talking and seems to be fishing for the right words. This behavior is very different from the Druella that Tom has come to know. Usually, she has no problems with her speech, but it seems she's new and inexperienced in matters such as this. Seeing this cute behavior out of someone like Druella, Tom was a bit stunned. He didn't know much about this shy and nervous version of Druella. She was usually very eloquent and confident. Are you asking me if I want to court you, my lady? Tom uses his wizarding etiquette and bows towards Druella. Writing my lady made me think of fedoras. Yis, Druella answers but seems to have bit her tongue. Let's see, Tom says with a teasing smile as he acts like he's not interested. I don't know. I heard Wahlburger Black has been sneaking glances at me lately. Maybe I should save myself for her. Druella's shy and nervous atmosphere disappears and a murderous glint shines in her eyes. Has she now? She asks in a very calm voice, but her expression was not calm at all. Yes, ever since she swore her allegiance to me, I've been receiving all sorts of looks. Tom comments and Druella's aura becomes more murderous by the second. Good. He'll have to go visit her soon, Druella says, and Tom starts to feel bad for Wahlburger. Well, don't be too hard on her. I'm not interested in that girl anyway. Have you heard her voice? It's like a banshee's cry. Tom jokes, causing Druella to chuckle and cover her mouth. Back to what you were asking. I would be interested. Interested in the banshee or me? Druella asks, making sure she understood. In you, silly girl. Tom says as he moves a bit closer to her. "Oh," Druella mutters as the murderess aura disappears and she turns shy once again. "Does that mean we're together now?" "Yup, but we'll take things slowly and as they come," Tom says as he holds his arm out for her to hold. "Come along. Once we're finished with this, as long as it isn't too late, I'll take you out for our first date." As soon as she heard him say these things, Druella knew she got the outcome she was hoping for. A large happy smile bloomed on her face as she felt flutters in her stomach. She grabbed hold of his arm and they proceeded down the hall in comfortable silence. After searching and looting the entire base for anything of importance, Tom and Druella walked into the hangar where everyone was waiting. The place had dead bodies of Hydra soldiers and acolytes strewn about everywhere. Before anyone could greet the new arrivals, Tom saw what he came looking for. Red Skull's car in all of its glory. The look on Tom's face reminded Druella of the look he had when he saw her naked. He looked truly captivated by the hunk of metal. A small bit of jealousy erupted in her chest. "Do I have to compete with a mole contraption?" C-107 Bad News Arrives bonus. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 16 chapters ahead at chapter 123. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. A radio transmission breaks Tom from admiring the beautiful piece of machinery before him. "Commandos, commandos. This is home base. Do you read me?" "Commandos, commandos. This is home base. Do you read me?" One of the howling commandos that carried a big radio like a backpack took it off and answered, "Hello, home base. You got the commandos reading you loud and clear." He answers, "Commandos. Do you know the location of Captain America?" The radio calls, "Negative. He took off with Schmidt in the Valkyrie." He answers again, "We received communications from the captain. I'm sorry to be the one to tell you this, but he seems to have crash-landed the Valkyrie. Do you know the flight path or direction the plane took off?" The man on the radio asked and the mood instantly dropped. Every howling commando listened carefully as worry spread amongst the group. Steve is their leader and they wouldn't take any other in his place. If something happened to him, they would have to move out immediately and start searching for him. Tom's followers didn't really care as they barely knew Steve. The years they've spent looking down on moles made them unaffected by their deaths, though the worried atmosphere that spread through the hangar did affect them slightly. They felt sympathy for the howling commandos. Tom wasn't worried as it seemed everything was going as it is supposed to. On the other hand, Druella is about as worried as the howling commandos. She may not have known him well, but she would consider Steve a friend. Although, the person she's most worried about is Peggy. Home base were unsure of the flight path, but the plane took off headed south by southwest. The radioman says as he looks at his compass. While the soldiers were doing all they could to help the search party find Steve, Bucky walked up to Tom and Druella. "Is there any way you could magic us to Steve's location?" Bucky asks, hoping there's a magical way to save his friend. "If I've been to his location before, then yeah sure, but I don't know where he is," Tom says, causing Bucky's helps to deflate. "Is there anything you could do?" Bucky asks pleadingly. "Yeah, I'll send search teams to look for him. They can use magic to try and pinpoint his location," Tom says, and Bucky looks happy with this. "Don't get your hopes up though. It's very possible that we won't be able to find him. The Valkyrie is built for stealth after all. All we can do is try our best." When Tom said this, there was a break in radio communication. Every member of the howling commandos heard exactly what he said. Many of them clenched their fists as they hoped for the best. After some more back and forth over the radio, the howling commandos were ordered to stay and secure Hydra base. No one knew what the base held, and the Allied forces didn't want anything to be looted should it be left unguarded. The howling commandos were not happy with this. They wanted to join the search party and find their leader, but none were more affected by this than Bucky. He has known Steve since before he became Captain America. They were best friends when Steve was just a tiny little pipsqueak. Many of them begged Tom to take them back to the search party with one of his portals, but he refused. "No, You guys guard this place and we'll go and look for Steve. We'll have a higher chance of finding him through our magical means anyway. Tom explains and they hesitantly agreed. Before leaving, Tom walks over to the beautiful car he's been waiting to get his hands on. Getting in the driver's seat with Druella in the seat beside him, he found the keys in the ignition and starts her up. The car purrs loudly as a smirk forms on Tom's face. Looking over to his left, Tom could see the commandos are giving him impatient looks. He opens a portal in front of the car leading to Slytherin Manor's driveway and drives her through. Many of the howling commandos thought of stopping him. They have to secure base and everything in it after all. But they decided against it. Tom is helping them so they'll let it slide. Once Tom secured the car, he called his followers to follow him through the portal. Once the portal closed, the worried howling commandos got to work securing the area. They hoped Tom would find their leader before anything bad happened. When Tom, Druella, and his followers arrived outside Slytherin Manor, Druella looked ready to go and look for Steve. Where should we look first? She asked. Nowhere. We aren't going to look for him, Tom says, shocking Druella. What? Why? Druella asked, but Tom ignored her for now and turned to his followers. You can all return home. If we ever see the howling commandos again, tell them we searched for Captain America and couldn't find him. I'll come up with a good cover story later and let you know through your marks. Tom announces and everyone operates away one by one. They were just happy they didn't have to waste their time looking for a mole. That work should be left to moles or house elves at best. Once everyone was gone, Druella speaks up once again. How come you don't want us searching for Steve? Peggy will be crushed if he isn't found. I thought you were his friend. She questions Tom with a disapproving look. I'm not searching for him because I already know where he is, Tom says as he strolls into Slytherin Manor with Druella hot on his trail. That's great. Let's go get him. Where is he? Druella asks as she follows Tom into the living room. See for yourself, Tom says and gestures to the left. Druella looks over and sees a beaten Captain America unconscious on the sofa. His clothes are torn and he's covered in bruises, scrapes, and cuts. Other than that, he's soundly sleeping on the couch. See 108 Wakey Wakey. Only one chapter today. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 15 chapters ahead at chapter 123. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. Flashback. The Valkyrie was plummeting down towards an ocean filled with icy glaciers. Steve could do nothing but try to aim for the water and hope for the best. I want to be married outside in a garden while the sun is setting behind us. Understood? Steve heard Peggy talk over the radio as images of her in a wedding dress surfaced in his mind. You know, I still don't know how to dance. Steve jokes, slightly embarrassed that he never learned. I'll show you how, just be there, Peggy says, and Steve could hear the longing in her voice. Well, have the band play something slow. I'd hate to step on your. As Steve was about to finish talking, an elf stunned him and teleported away with his unconscious body. The second they disappeared, the plane nose-dived into the water and vanished below the sea. Flashback end. Oh, I forgot you had elves following Steve around. Druella says in realization. Yup, I can't let my first mole friend die so easily, can I? Tom says even though he probably wouldn't have died. Well, I have changed some stuff, so maybe he would have died. This is great. We need to tell Peggy. Shiz must be worried sick. Druella says as she pictured herself in Peggy's shoes. Sure, but let's wait on that for a bit. I need to talk with Steve first, Tom says, causing Druella to tilt her head at him. All right, but try to be quick about it. She must think he's dead by now, Drew says as she draws her wand and aims it at Steve. Renovate. Suddenly, Steve's eyes open wide as he sits up and gasps for air. He looks around the fancy living room of Slytherin's manor in alarm, mapping his exit points and looking for any hostiles. When he sees both Tom and Druella standing nearby, He lets out a relieved sigh and tries to stand. No, Druella shouts and pushes him to sit on the sofa. You may be an enhanced mole, but you're still injured. Sit and relax. I'm fine, Steve says, but a glare from Druella shuts him right up. If you don't listen and end up straining yourself, I'll tell Peggy, she says, and Steve's eyes widen. Where is she? I need to talk to her. She probably thinks him dead, Steve says as he remembers their conversation on the radio. I'll send someone to pick her up, but first, I need to have a talk with you, Tom says as he sits across from Steve. Can't it wait? Steve asks impatiently. I'm afraid not. It shouldn't take long though, Tom says as he looks at Steve's injuries and torn attire. Mimsy. Pop. Master called, she says happily as she appears before everyone. Can you get some potions to help Steve along with his injuries and a new set of clothes? Tom asks as Mimsy nods her head and pops away. Looking back to Steve, Tom could see a shocked and awed expression on his face. What was that? He asks as he stares at the place Mimsy appeared and disappeared. That is a house elf. Think of them as a permanent servant class. They bond with a wizard or witch and serve them in exchange for feeding off their magic. They get to eat and we get a servant. Tom explains while Steve's eyes are still glued to the spot where he saw Mimsy. Pop. Mimsy appeared again, but this time she has a few potions and some mole clothes. Here, Sir Stevie. Mimsy holds out a few potion vials and Steve takes them. Seeing him stare at the potions warily, Tom speaks up. Those are potions to help heal you back up. They may taste like SHT, but they'll get the job done. Tom explains, and Steve drank each potion like a child drinking yucky medicine. His cuts and bruises started healing at a visible pace. Bones that were once cracked or broken started mending, and the pain Steve felt since waking up disappeared. Wow, that's amazing, Steve says as Mimsy hands him the clothes. Thank you. Hee, you're welcome, Sir Stevie, Mimsy says, elated at his appreciation. Why don't you go and change? Then we can talk and pick up your fiancé, Tom says, and Mimsy shows Steve to the bathroom to change. When Steve returned, all of his superficial injuries were almost fully healed, and with new clothes, Steve looked much better than before. All right, let's get whatever you want to talk about over with, Steve says as he sits across from Tom and Druella. Sure, I'll start with this. What do you plan to do now? Tom asks. Continue fighting in the war, I guess. Why? Steve answers. Well, the war is practically over now. Hydra is defeated and Grindelwald is dead, Tom says, and Steve interrupts him. You managed to kill him? Steve asks. Yes. Everything went as we hoped it would. Tom nods and Steve smiles. You don't know this, but the mastermind behind this entire war was Grindelwald, not Hydra, and definitely not Hitler. From what I've heard, the mighty Führer is nothing but a bumbling idiot. What? Why did he start the war then? Steve asks. To enslave muggles and make them subservient to wizards and witches, Tom says, and Steve looked truly shocked and appalled. Did no one stand up to him? Steve asks. Many stood against him, but many also joined his cause. He was the strongest Dark Lord to appear in a very long time. Although now that he's dead along with Hydra, the war will end soon, which is why I want to talk to you. Tom leans forward and stares Steve in the eye. What will you do now that the war is ending? I don't know. Marry Peggy, get a house, and have some kids somewhere down the line, I guess, Steve says with a shrug of his shoulders. What if I told you all of those things won't happen if you return to America? Tom asks, and Steve's face becomes serious. What do you mean? See 119 double chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 15 chapters ahead at chapter 125. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. What do you mean? Steve asks, not liking what Tom is saying at all. Let's be honest here. The only reason you weren't a lab rat dedicated to the recreation of the super soldier serum is your ability to earn money for the war. With that war over, no longer needed, those that backed you will have no legs to stand on anymore. Even if you were to be left alone by the American government, which is unlikely, third parties like companies and other countries will most likely come after you. What happens when your children are playing in the backyard and a team of highly trained mercenaries comes knocking? Tom explains, and Steve just sat there stunned. As we speak, I can guarantee you that many countries are trying to recreate what Erskine did to you. They would give almost anything to get just the smallest sample of your blood. Hell, they would trade their own children just to get a bit of your hair. Steve's eyes widened as Tom said this. Then there's the fact that wars will always occur, territories to plunder, money to gain, religious disputes, and let's not forget good old-fashioned revenge. As long as humans exist on this earth, wars will always be fought. When the next one starts, are you going to join? If you want no part in it, will the government give you the option to decline? I think not. Tom shakes his head and crosses his legs. Steve looked horrified at everything Tom said. At first, he didn't want to believe, but the longer Tom spoke, the more he started seeing sense in his words. Druella looked sad for Steve's situation. She could tell Tom wants something out of this, but her mouth would stay sealed. Now that you understand your situation, I would like to offer you a place in my organization, Tom says, and Steve looks at him warily. You want me to become one of your followers? Do I get a mask and a dress as well? Steve joked with sarcasm heavy in his voice. Sure, if you want them. Tom smirks as he pictures Steve in wizarding robes. As for becoming a follower, no, you wouldn't be able to. My followers swear an oath of loyalty to me on their magic. You cannot do that, as you have none. Telling me, if those guys break their magical oath to you, they lose their magic forever? Steve asks shockingly. Yes. Do you know who those people are in my society? They are the filth that has been spreading anti-mole hate for many years. They come from families that would torture and kill normal human beings for simply existing. I took control of them and have been rehabilitating them ever since. I think I've done fairly well too. They just fought a battle alongside moles and didn't even complain to me a single time. I think I even saw a few of them fraternizing with your men. The wizarding world is far from perfect, but I'm trying my best to move it in the right direction, Tom said proudly. All right. So what would I be, if I wouldn't be one of your followers? That is? Steve asked, unsure whether to accept or not. You would be a member of a team I'm putting together. I would be the team leader and you would be the vice leader, the vice captain so to speak, Tom declares, and Steve looks confused. Druella looks confused as well. Tom has said nothing about this to her, but that isn't anything new. Tom likes to keep his secrets close. A team? For what? Steve asks. I've seen the future, Steve, and it is not pretty. There are far more dangerous things out there than Red Skull and Gellert Grindelwald. My followers would move in the dark while the team I put together will stand in the light. Of course, we have a good amount of time before anything bad happens, Tom reveals, causing Druella to become shocked. If Tom has the gift to see, then why didn't he take divination? She thought. Wizards can see the future as well? Steve asked. It's something you either have or you don't. It does run in some wizarding families though, Druella answered. So, what? You know of something bad coming, so preparing for it? Steve asked. Yes. Other than that, I'm also trying to fix the magical world and someday reveal it to the rest of the world. That will take time though. The times when witches and wizards were hunted and killed by the church and its followers are still very clear in my people's minds, Tom reveals. What? That stuff was real? Steve asked. Yes, and number. The absurd claims they came up with to prove someone was a witch were all horse SHT. Tom says, and Steve seemed to just realize there's more to the world than he already knew. We're getting off topic and we don't want Peggy thinking you're dead longer than needed. I want you as the vice leader of my team. I have already seen some prospective members, but I'm a busy man. I need someone by my side that can help run things, and you are the perfect man for the job. Druella looked sad that she wasn't chosen as the vice leader. She's been with Tom for a while and was hurt she wasn't chosen. This didn't go unnoticed by Tom. Druella is my second in command when it comes to my followers, Tom says proudly as he puts his arm around her shoulder. I need you to be second in command when it comes to the team, Tom sighed in relief as he saw Druella smile at his words. She didn't seem hurt by his choice anymore. "Can I have the night to make my decision?" Steve asks. "Of course. Think carefully because this will affect the rest of your life. We can do a lot of good together, Steve," Tom says as he hopes he'll receive the answer he's looking for. Mimsy. Pop. "Yes, Master." Mimsy appears to answer her master's call. "Sent some elves to fetch Peggy Carter. She's probably at the Allied Forces headquarters in London. If she isn't there, find where the search team is that's looking for Steve. She's probably with them." Tom orders and Mimsy pops away to get the job done. Steve looked shocked at Tom's actions. He thought that Tom would make him wait to see Peggy until he made his decision. "You and her will stay the night and tell me your decision tomorrow. Feel free to speak with her about our conversation and ask for advice. When she arrives, Mimsy will show you to your room. If you need anything during your stay, just call for Mimsy and she'll get you anything you need." At the moment, missing and presumed dead. "I would like to keep it that way until you've made your decision, so no contacting anyone outside this manor, all right?" Tom asks and receives a nod. Seeing Steve agree, he gets up and walks out of the room with Druella beside him. "Where are you going?" Steve asks curiously. "I promised to take Druella on a date." See 110 Mother. Bonus. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 15 chapters ahead at chapter 125. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the Power Stones and enjoy the chapter. Allied Forces Headquarters, London. Since hearing Steve's last words to her on the radio, Peggy has been heading the search party to find him. At first, her superiors were against her being involved in the search, but Peggy wouldn't take no for an answer. She called in every favor and contacted every friend she had that could help. With her connections, she was placed as head of the search and rescue of Captain America and has been deploying search parties in every possible area Steve could have crashed. She refused to believe that Steve was gone. If anything, she believed that his enhancements would help him survive. At least, long enough for her to him and bring him home. Although, as more time passed, that optimism started to slowly fade away. Due to being the leader of every search party, she can't deploy with them. She spends her time in a room filled with radio operators. Each operator is in contact with the deployed search teams, sending and receiving information. In the middle of the room is a table with a map. The map has areas that Steve could have crashed marked on it, and the search party's already en route to start looking. I'll be right back. If I find any of you slacking off when I come back, I will make the rest of your lives a living hell. Peggy threatens as she leaves the room to use the bathroom. Everyone in the room knows her relationship with Captain America. Many of them have already been thrown out and replaced because they slacked off in front of Peggy. Ever since her last communication with Steve, Peggy hasn't eaten or drank anything, nor has she had time to use the toilet. After taking care of her business and washing her hands, a pop could be heard and someone grabbed Peggy's arm. Before she could react, something crazy happened. Peggy felt like she was being sucked through a tiny straw and spit back out. Suddenly, her surroundings changed. She appearing in a rich and extravagant living room. Still feeling the hand in her arm, Peggy yanks her arm away and draws her pistol, pointing it at the house elf that teleported her here. "Calm down, Peg," a voice to her left says. She knew that voice anywhere. It's the voice of the man she's been longing to meet again, Steve. While Steve and Peggy were having their heartfelt reunion, Tom dropped Drew off at her manor to change clothes. Although she didn't fight in the earlier battle, she wasn't dressed for a date at all. Tom also needed the time to get cleaned up. He was sweaty and his clothes were torn from the fight with Grindelwald. After dropping Druella off, Tom returned to Camartage, took a shower, and changed into some casual mule clothes. Before leaving, he found the Ancient One in her study to inform her about how everything went. The prodigal student returns from his wear-ending battle. The Ancient One jokes as she sees Tom walk in. How did it go? Although she joked the second he walked into the room, the Ancient One was truly happy to see him return safe and sound. Slaughtered some Hydra soldiers and acolytes. exploits. Then I killed Gellert Grindelwald. You know, he was weaker than I thought he would be. Once I brought out the new move I've been working on, he wasn't much of a challenge," Tom says, bragging about his exploits. "The war should be ending soon then." "What new move did you come up with?" she asked curiously. "I'll show you later. I have a date to get to. I just wanted to let you know that everything went well," Tom says as he walks to the door. "Is it with that Rosier girl?" she asks, causing Tom to stop and look over his shoulder. "Yeah, how do you know?" he confirms. "Just a lucky guess," his teacher says with a smile on her face. "I expect you to introduce us at some point." "You want to meet my girlfriend?" "Have you upgraded from teacher to mother?" Tom joked. "My disciple, Tom." "That is a relationship very similar to a parent and their child," she said seriously. The Ancient One does think of Tom as a sort of adopted son. He joined Kamar-Taj and became her student at a very young age. When you spend so much time with someone, teaching, eating, and living with them, it's hard not to grow attached to them. It didn't help that she always wanted a child. She always thought that she would have time for one, but her job was very demanding. When tasked with looking after the well-being of the Earth and its inhabitants, time for relationships has never been something she had. Even if the Ancient One wanted to have a child now, she's as barren as the desert. Due to her connection with the Dark Dimension, she can't have her own children anymore. The day she found that out was one of the worst in her entire life. The atmosphere got a bit too serious for his liking, so Tom decided to ignore it for now. "Well, Mother," Tom joked, "I have a woman waiting for me. I'll be home by midnight," Tom says as he leaves the room and the door closes behind him. "Mother." The Ancient One sat stunned in her study, staring at the door where Tom just left. As Tom arrived at Rosier Manor, he was met with a very angry-looking Lord Rosier. He may have sworn his loyalty to Tom, but this is his little girl we're talking about. The mere thought of her going out with a boy romantically made his stomach turn. Beside him is a very happy-looking Lady Rosier. She has her arm on her husband's shoulder, holding him back from doing anything stupid. Now and then she would turn in his direction and her happy smile would turn into a deathly glare. "Is she ready?" Tom asks Lady Rosier, completely ignoring Lord Rosier's hateful glare. "No, she'll be ready soon though. Would you like some tea while you wait, my lord?" she answers politely. "Yes, please," Tom says as he takes a seat on the sofa. Since he took her up on the offer, Lady Rosier rings a bell on the table to her right. Ring ring. After a moment of waiting, in walks the prisoner Tom forgot about, Vinda Rosier wearing a maid uniform. "Yes, Aunt Francesca," Vinda calls out politely. "Prepare some tea for our lord." Lady Rosier orders. "Yes, ma'am," she replies and leaves the room to do as she's been told. See 111 Reunion on only one chapter, but 2 tomorrow for sure. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 16 chapters ahead at chapter 127. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. While waiting for Peggy to arrive, Steve started pacing around the living room. He had a choice to make and as Tom said it would affect the rest of his life. Other than the worry over his choice, Steve was worried for his beautiful fiancée, his best friend Bucky, and his unit, the Howling Commandos. He knew they were all worried for him and many of them probably think he's dead. He wants nothing more than to return and show everyone that he's alright, but Tom's words keep playing in his mind. The warnings and consequences if he were to reveal himself and return to America. The only thing placating him from running out the door right now is the fact that Peggy is coming here. At least, he can reveal himself to her. He needed her to be here and help him figure out what to do. As he was pacing around the room, a pop could be heard and Peggy appeared with a house elf holding her hand. She looked shocked, confused, frightened, and ready to vomit at any moment. As she appeared, Steve just stared at her with a stupid grin on his face. He thought he'd never see her again. When she got her bearings and snapped out of her shock, Peggy pulled her hand free and drew her gun, ready to kill the poor little elf. "Calm down, Peg! Steve calls out and Peggy freezes. Steve, she exclaims as she turns around to see him. As Steve entered her vision, she started crying and dropped her pistol to the floor. Yup, it's me. Steve laughs as he walks over and pulls her into a hug. She cries into his shirt for a while, soaking his new clothes. Steve just stood there and embraced her until she calmed down. Where are we? How did you get here? We've been looking for you. The second they separate for a moment, Peggy starts questioning him. Tom saved me before the Valkyrie crashed, Steve says as he looked around. This place is his. I'm not sure where we are though. Oh, with everything that's happened, I completely forgot about him. Peggy admits, feeling like an idiot for not asking Tom for magical assistance in her search for Steve. Steve sits down and pulls Peggy into his lap. Comfortable silence surrounds them, as they sit on the sofa in each other's embrace. Where is he? Peggy breaks the silence. Tom, he went to take Druella on a date, Steve reveals. Really? That's good. I'm happy for her, she says with a smile, remembering the way Druella would look at Tom. So, Steve begins but isn't sure how to form the words. What? Peggy asks. Tom made a proposal to me and I'm not sure what to do about it, Steve says, causing Peggy to raise an eyebrow. Well, turn him down. You're already engaged after all, she jokes as she shows him her ring. Not that kind of proposal, Peg. Steve laughs and takes her hand into his. Tom explained some truths that I didn't think about. What truths? Peggy asks questioningly. Steve went on to explain everything that Tom said would happen if he were to reveal himself and return to America. Peggy wanted to be skeptical about everything, but she couldn't. She's seen and read reports on many other countries, campaigners, and organizations that are trying to create their own Captain America. The number of spies she's weeded out of the Allied forces that came looking for Steve can't be counted on both hands. And that's only the spies she has dealt with. He wants me to let everyone think him dead and join a team he's putting together, Steve reveals, and Peggy looks at him with a quirked eyebrow. A team? For what? She asked. He saw the future and what he saw wasn't spectacular. He said there are worse things out there than Grindelwald and Schmidt and Thayer coming our way. Steve explains. He saw the future? Really? Peggy asks skeptically. Apparently it's a magic thing that some people are gifted with, Steve says, not sure he believes it himself. Well, have you given him your answer? Peggy asks. No. I have to give it to him tomorrow. We're spending the night here, Steve answers as he looks around the grand manor. Good. That gives us time to celebrate your heroic return, Peggy says as she brings her face into Steve's neck and starts trailing kisses up to his jawline. The elf that brought Peggy here draws their attention. Head elf Mimsy says to show you to your room. Good. A bed would be preferable, Peggy comments as she climbs off of Steve's lap and pulls him up with her. Lead the way. Whatever you are. The elf leads them to a room as ordered. Along the way, Steve tried to explain what a house elf was, but Peggy didn't care to hear any of it. When they arrived, Peggy pushed him inside and slammed the door on the poor house elf. Loud moans and the banging of a bed frame against a wall could be heard throughout the manor. The elves that took care of the place could be seen blushing up a storm. After half an hour of constant moaning and banging, the elves were forced to use magic to block out the sounds. While Steve and Peggy were getting their freak on, Tom was drinking tea with Druella's parents. The maid, Vinda Rosier, stood to the side awaiting further orders. So, Vinda is your niece? Tom asks. Yes. She ran away from home a while back. She's currently being punished for her actions, as you can see. Lady Rosier explains as she gestures to Vinda. Unless you have a better punishment in mind? No, she's your family. Do with her as you wish, but she will have to swear the oath as you have. Tom shook his head. Of course. That can wait until after my date. Just make sure she can't leave the property. That's already been implemented. Lord Rosier adds. My daughter tells me you killed Grindelwald, my lord. Lady Rosier asks, causing her husband to drop his teacup. What? He exclaims as he stares at Tom for confirmation. On the side, Vinda looked alarmed as she gripped her serving tray tightly. She hoped her lord would come and save her. But if what they say is true, then that doesn't sound like it will ever happen now. Yeah, He wasn't as tough as I thought he would be. There were other wizards and witches there when it happened, so rumors should be spreading as we speak. Tom confirms it. I heard that after you pierced his heart, my daughter tackled you and captured your. Lady Rosius says, but she's interrupted by her husband. Don't you dare continue that sentence. Lord Rosier breaks from his shock and yells at his wife. Suddenly, a deathly aura started appearing around Lady Rosier as she glared at her husband. Sit down and don't raise your voice at me, she says, and he could do nothing but shut his mouth and take a seat once again. Wow, he's whipped, huh? Tom thought. The sound of heels click-clacking along the floor could be heard as Druella entered the room. Since Tom seemed to enjoy them, she dressed in mole clothes for him. Sweetheart, you look beautiful, her mother says as she enters the room. I don't understand the appeal of mole clothes, but she looks good. Your mother is right, you look stunning, Tom comments as he stands from the sofa. Ready to go? Tom gets a nod from her and opens a portal. As the portal closes behind them, Lord Rosier looks at their backs with an uncomfortable expression. I need a drink, he stated, looking over at Vinda. Get it yourself, his wife says, and walks away with Vinda following close behind. See 112 Day 2 chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 16 chapters ahead at chapter 129. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. Tom decided to take Druella on a mole-style date. A movie and dinner. Best to keep things simple. They went to Slytherin Manor and picked up the car he stole from Hydra and opened a portal to Los Angeles. Due to the war raging in Europe, Tom couldn't find any good places to take Druella for a date. After thinking for a bit, Tom decided to take her to a drive-in movie. Drive-ins would die out in the future, so he thought it best to experience it now while it's just becoming popular. Driving through the streets of LA with Druella as his co-pilot was fun. She would point and look at every new and interesting scenery. Although Tom hasn't driven much in this world, he's fully capable thanks to his other soul's past life. Druella hasn't been to the US before, nor has she been in mole society very much. Even the clothes she's wearing now were picked up by a house elf. Seeing street lights and cars all over the road was fun and new to her. As they pulled into the drive-in, Tom looked over at his date. Have you ever seen a movie before? Tom asks, and Druella looked at him in confusion. Are they those moving pictures I've heard about? Druella asks, and Tom nods to her. No, I've never seen one. What's so great about it though? We have moving pictures as well. There's many of them in Hogwarts too. It's not that type of moving picture. True. Tom corrects her. Think of movies as a play that was recorded as a moving picture with sound. Oh, so you're taking me to see a play? Druella asked excitedly. She's been to many plays in the wizarding world with her parents. They would go all the time before Grindelwald turned the world into a giant battlefield. Yup, let's get some snacks before the movie starts, Tom said as he paid a fee to get in. Once they got their popcorn, drinks, and candies, they returned to the car and awaited the beginning of the movie. Many of the moles parked around them looked at Tom's car with envy. A few motorheads actually came up to them to ask about it, but Tom politely shooed them away. The movie that is showing is a romance. Tom doesn't really care for them, but this is a date after all. Once the movie began, Druella was immediately drawn to the screen. She couldn't believe that moles came up with something so incredible. Thoughts of why they hadn't come up with something like this swirled in her mind. The wizarding world could easily make movies like this. They already have moving pictures, but they would have to be tweaked a bit. All that's left to add is sound and find people skilled enough to direct and act in a play. That wouldn't be too hard, as most actors and directors in Europe are out of a job because of the war. Theaters have been destroyed by bombs and many performers have either moved or passed away. Thoughts of starting her own movie business in the wizarding world started popping up in her mind. I'll talk to Tom about it later, she thought as she started paying more attention to the movie. Halfway through the movie, Druella was in tears. The couple in the movie just broke up because of a misunderstanding. but the man never had the chance to explain himself. Meanwhile, Tom was sitting there unaffected. Something like this happens in every movie. The couple has a montage of falling in love, something happens to break them up, and next thing you know the guy's running to an airport to confess his love and clear everything up. He's seen it all before. Although, Tom was very thankful for this overused plot. Due to the emotional scenes, Druella needed some comforting, so Tom held her throughout the movie. When the happy ending finally arrived, Druella was happy again and smiling brightly. As they were driving out of the movie, Druella was ranting and raving about how she loved mall movies. They were so much better than plays. She excitedly bounced in her seat. "I take it you liked the movie?" Tom smirked as he drove down the road looking for a place to eat. The date was a last-minute thing, so he didn't have time to look into restaurants. With a sigh, Tom picked a random restaurant and hoped it was good. When dinner ended, Tom took Druella for a drive in his beautiful car. He told himself that the drive was for the date, but it was really for himself. He wanted to use the car and show it off. Everyone they passed would point and look at it, which just goes to show how awesome this car is. Red Skull had good taste, Tom thought as they drove around LA at night. While driving, Druella started explaining her idea to start a movie business. "That sounds great, Drew. If you want help working on it, just let me know. It would be cool to see what we could create with magic." Many of the special effects done in movies could be easily done with magic after all. Tom encourages her. "Special effects?" Druella asks. "Oh, that's right. We just saw a romance movie, so there wasn't any special effect to admire. Think of it like this. If we saw an fantasy movie about wizards like us, moles would try to imitate magic using whatever they can. Conjuring fire would be done by setting something on fire and making it look like the actor did it. With magic, we could just use what we already have to do that. You could even make movies for moles like that and they would be amazed." Tom explains. "Wouldn't that go against the statute of secrecy?" Druella asks. "No, moles would just think it's special effects. You wouldn't be revealing anything," Tom says as he looks at the clock in the car. "It's almost midnight. We should probably get back. Your father is probably having a heart attack as we speak. He was not happy when I said I was going on a date." Druella laughs as she pictures her father's horrified expression. "Yeah, I'm sure that if I wasn't his lord, he would have said and tried to do some very horrible things to me." Tom laughs. After finding a secluded area, Tom opened a portal to the driveway of Rosier Manor. As the portal closed behind them, he pulls the car to a stop and looks over at Druella. Thanks for the..." She tries to awkwardly say something, but Tom shuts her up with a kiss. Once again, nothing crazy, just a peck on her lips. Druella forgot what she was saying as the awkward atmosphere disappears. On the second floor of the manor, in one of the windows, stood Lady Rosier peeking out at her daughter and her lord. She was beyond happy with how things are going. At first, she wasn't that happy about Tom, but after experiencing the way he treats his followers and hearing about how he killed Grindelwald, she was happy her daughter locked him down before other hussies come pouring in. When they left for the date, she contacted many of her friends that keep up with the latest gossip, and news of Grindelwald's death was already circulating. The name Tom Riddle was being sung and praised everywhere in the magical world. Back in the car, Tom pulled back and looked at Druella's flushed cheeks. "With this, our night has come to an end." "Good night, Drew," Tom says as he reaches over and opens the door for her. "Good night," she replies as she gets out and practically skips to the door. See 113 Steve's Answer bonus chapter. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 16 chapters ahead at chapter 129. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. After dropping Druella off, Tom brought the car back to Slytherin Manor, but he wouldn't be staying there. He opened another portal and appeared in his room in Kamar-Taj. As the portal closes behind him, he takes off his shoes and collapses on the bed. Because of the time difference, it's bright and sunny outside compared to America. Though, that wouldn't stop him from getting the sleep he surely needs. So, How was your date? A voice is heard from his doorway. I think it went well, Tom answers tiredly as he could recognize that nosy voice anywhere. In the door stood the Ancient One in all of her bold glory. That's good, she says as she strolls in and sits at the edge of Tom's bed. I've heard news from the Sanctum in London. Oh really? What did you hear? Tom mutters as he shoves his face into his pillows. You have become quite famous in your community. Everyone is talking about the mysterious Tom Riddle that killed the Dark Lord, she says as she sees Tom about ready to doze off. Huh? That was fast. I was planning on it though, so no big deal. Tom mutters again as his eyes start drooping. She hums and stands to cover Tom with his blanket. Good night, Tom. Good night, Mom. Tom answers as he falls asleep. The Ancient One just stood there shocked. She knew it was a joke when he called her mother earlier, but he didn't seem to be joking now. He must have spoken subconsciously. She smiles as that must mean he sees her in that way. A few tears fall from her eyes as she sits at the side of Tom's bed and strokes his hair. Outside the window, she sees many students training in the courtyard. Pride swells in her chest as she thinks of all that she's accomplished. If only she could spend more time on this earth to look after her adopted son. She always thought that she was ready to die. After all, she's been on this earth for longer than most. Although, those feelings changed when Tom entered her life. He shattered her plans and blocked her from seeing most of the future's important events. She couldn't even see her death anymore. I don't know if that's a good thing or not, she thought. The Ancient One has no idea whether she would die or not. That was far scarier than knowing 100% that she would die. Standing to her feet, she tucks Tom in and closed his curtains. Leaving the room, she looks back for a moment and smiles. When Tom woke up, he found out that he slept for 12 whole hours. The strain from the days of training without sleep combined with his battle against Grindelwald must have taken a toll on him. He decided to skip training this morning and take a day off. After cleaning up and getting changed, Tom left for Slytherin Manor. When he arrived, it was the middle of the day. Steve and Peggy were eating lunch served by blushing elves. Hello, Peggy. It's good to see you again, Tom announces himself as he enters the dining room. Tom, she says as she stands up and walks over, enveloping Tom in a hug. Huh? What's this for? That was for saving my fiancé. She pauses and pulls away. And this is for knocking me out. Slap. Okay, I deserved that, Tom says as he holds his left cheek. Yes, you did, she says as she sits back down. Has Steve received his punishment yet? Tom asks, causing Steve to glare at him. Nope, but he'll think of something far worse for him, Peggy announces. Steve started feeling paranoid about whatever she would do. That could be a punishment in itself. Well, feel free to ask for any magical help in his punishment. Think of it as an apology gift, Tom offers as he smirks in Steve's direction and takes a seat at the table. He'll let you know if I come up with anything and need help. She smirks as she stares at Steve's expression in delight. Now, Steve's paranoia started getting worse as he thinks of whatever she would do to him with magical assistance. Master wants lunch? An elf asked as it appeared at Tom's side. Yes, a full English breakfast, please, Tom says, and the elf pops away. Have you come up with an answer for me? Steve and Peggy pause at his question and looked at each other for a moment. We talked about it and am willing to join your team, Steve announces. I have a few conditions though. Of course, what would they be? Tom asked with a pleased smile. First, Peggy will join our team, Steve says and looks for Tom's reaction. That's fine, although, he'll have to come up with some enhancements for her. Maybe some enchanted clothes and weaponry? Tom thinks out loud, causing Peggy to perk up slightly. What would that entail? She asks. Well, you'd have to look into it. Tom moves his hand to his chin and thinks for a moment. Things like bulletproof clothes and guns with unlimited bullets wouldn't be too hard though. He's already been thinking of those sorts of things for when he recruits Black Widow, so he should be able to make them for Peggy as well. Thank you. That makes me feel better about her joining the team, Steve says sincerely as Peggy says her thanks as well. No problem. What are your other conditions? Tom asks. I can't leave my men thinking him dead. I need to let them know I'm okay. Steve looks straight into Tom's eyes, especially Bucky. Sigh, this one is a bit harder to agree to. If it was just Bucky, then yeah sure, I wouldn't care one bit. If a lot of people know you're alive, the chances of that being revealed grow more likely to happen. Tom explains. I agree, but I can't keep it from them. I'm sorry. Steve apologizes as Peggy puts her hand on his shoulder in support. Seeing them like this, Tom couldn't help but sigh. Why must everyone make things harder? He thought as he tried to think of a solution. If you can't agree to this, then I'm sorry Tom, but I won't join the team, Steve says as he stands to walk out of the room with Peggy trailing behind. What if I make them magically incapable of revealing the fact that you're alive? Tom called out, causing them to pause in their steps and turn around. Is that even possible? Peggy asks curiously. Yes. See 114 Fidelius double chapters again. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 16 chapters ahead at chapter 131. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. What if I make them magically incapable of revealing the fact that you're alive? Tom called out, causing Steve and Peggy to pause in their steps and turn around. Is that even possible? Peggy asks curiously. Yes, it's a difficult spell called the Fidelius Charm. Tom started explaining what the spell is. The Fidelius Charm is an extremely difficult, multifaceted, and potent charm that can be used to conceal a secret inside an individual's soul. The witch or wizard who houses the secret is known as the Secret Keeper. A dwelling whose location has been protected by this spell is then invisible, intangible, unplottable, and soundproof. This is an extremely old spell, one of the most ancient of all. Tom has mastered every spell in Hogwarts already, and the Fidelius is one of them. It was a harder spell that took him longer than others to get down, but he mastered it all the same. So, only the Secret Keeper can reveal the secret, right? Peggy asks. Yes, we would perform the spell, and the Secret Keeper would be able to inform the Howling Commandos of the secret. Tom explains. But they wouldn't be able to reveal it? Steve asks with an impressed look on his face. Yes, even if they know, only the Secret Keeper can reveal the secret. Tom clarifies. This is amazing, Peggy exclaims. Magic tends to be like that, Tom says with a smirk. Steve and Peggy looked satisfied with this. All Steve cares about is his loved ones, and if they thought he was dead, that wouldn't sit right with him. Peggy was just happy that Steve would get what he wanted without the risk of someone leaking anything. Who would be the Secret Keeper though? Peggy asks as Steve nods to her question. Well, only wizards and witches can do it, or else I would make Peggy the Secret Keeper. It'll have to be me, I guess. Tom explains. Alright, but what happens if I'm standing in front of someone that knows me? Would they learn the secret or something? Steve asks. No, they would see you as you are, but they wouldn't be able to recognize you as Steve Rogers, Captain America. Tom explains. Wow, and he would still look the same to everyone? Peggy asks, receiving a nod from Tom. That's amazing. Yes, it is, Steve says as his face turns serious and stares at Tom. Alright, I'll join the team. How do we do this spell? I don't want my men thinking him dead for another day. I can do it now, Tom says and pulls out his wand, aiming it directly at Steve. Fidel, he calls, and white magic lightning hits Steve. The magic absorbs into his body, not harming him at all. Steve begins to glow white as the room brightens around him. Suddenly, a pulse of white magic launches from his body. At first, it expands around the manor, but it doesn't stop there. It expanded indefinitely until the white pulse passed over every inch of the planet. Once Tom finished and put away his wand, tears began to fall from Peggy's eyes. Steve notices this and tries to embrace her, but she pulls away and looks at him like a stranger. Peggy, what's wrong? Steve asks in alarm. Who are you? Don't touch me again, or next time there'll be consequences," she exclaims as she wipes the tears from her face. "Holy SHT, it worked," Steve muttered as he stared at Peggy with hurt eyes. "Of course it worked. What do you take me for?" Tom said in a gloating manner. "Huh? What worked?" Peggy stared at Tom questioningly. "Can you tell her already? She thinks I'm dead, for God's sake." Steve snapped at Tom. Steve didn't like the way Peggy looked at him, as if he were just a random person passing on the street. That, combined with her thinking he's dead, made him feel horrible. "Yeah, sure," Tom says as he turned to a very confused Peggy Carter. "Steve Rogers is alive." The second Peggy heard the words from Tom's lips, realization dawned on her. A smile formed on her face as she jumped into Steve's arms. "I'm sorry, Peggy says as she remembers how she talked to Steve. "It's okay. You didn't recognize me and thought I was dead." Steve interrupts her and holds her tightly. Both of them stay in each other's embrace until Tom clears his throat. They reluctantly separate and glare at Tom for ruining their moment. "Sorry, but don't you want to go and tell this to the Howling Commandos?" After performing the Fidelius charm, Tom opened a portal to the Hydra base where he left the Howling Commandos. They were still guarding it as ordered, since the Allied forces have yet to arrive and release them of their duties. Every one of them put their trust and hopes to find Steve on Tom's shoulders. When they saw the portal open in the hangar, their hopes skyrocketed. Messengers were sent to inform the other soldiers that were guarding the bunker entrance. The first to sprint over was Bucky, as he was already in the hangar. The other commandos trailed behind him with hopeful expressions. "Did you find him?" Bucky asks as soon as he got within hearing distance. "He'll explain when everyone is here. Get all of the Howling Commandos here and he'll tell you all at the same time," Tom says, and Bucky looks at him with impatience. "We can't leave the bunker door unguarded. If you don't remember, you made the door into a mammoth and then made it disappear," Bucky reminds Tom. "Sigh, Mimsy." Tom calls and Mimsy appears. "Pop." "Yes, Master," she replies. "Can you go to the bunker door and cover it for now? Make sure that no one can get in for the time being," Tom orders, and Mimsy pops away. "What was that?" Bucky and many others ask. "Nothing I feel like explaining right now," Tom says dismissively. "Now, call your men here so we can get this over with." The way Tom's speaking about this announcement of his doesn't sound good to them. After a moment of waiting, every Howling Commando surrounded Tom, waiting for him to tell them what's going on. "Steve Rogers is alive," Tom informs them loud enough for everyone to hear. Suddenly, realization forms on their faces. Each of them turned and looked at Steve, who they now noticed was there the entire time. "Steve. Captain C-115, who is Tom Riddle?" Bonus. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 16 chapters ahead at chapter 131. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. While Tom was taking care of everything after his battle with Grindelwald, the word was spreading like wildfire across the wizarding world. At first, it started with rumors spreading here and there. Those that were there when Grindelwald fell celebrated and told everyone they passed. Every community in the wizarding world wanted to celebrate but feared what would happen if the information was false. Would a Dark Lord forgive them for celebrating his death if it were a false rumor? Some of the more responsible of those that witnessed Grindelwald's death went to their governments to inform them of what happened. Many governments were skeptical in the beginning, but after administering truth potions, receiving oaths, and seeing memories, they couldn't deny the information any longer. Of course, the oath they all made to not reveal the Elder Wand protected that information from all of this. Soon, each government dispatched us to look into Thomas Riddle's background. They pulled his records, went to his orphanage, and went to Hogwarts to speak with his teachers. Every magical government around the world was looking into this, causing more rumors to spread. The people started hearing about the government's interest in the earlier rumors. Newspapers all around the world, like the Daily Prophet, released front-page news on the possible death of Gellert Grindelwald. These news articles pushed many governments to release the truth to the world. Gellert Grindelwald was dead. Not only that, he was killed by a Hogwarts student named Thomas Riddle. The world celebrated as everyone gave thanks to the boy that slew a man that put fear in the hearts of many. Bars were packed, streets were filled, chants were sung, feasts were held. Every sane magical person that didn't jump on Grindelwald's bandwagon was thrilled. No longer would they live in fear of voicing their opinion against a madman. Governments pretty much gave up trying to retain order, as every wizard and witch celebrated across the world. Many government officials all across the world joined the festivities as well. It wasn't like they were rioting anyway. Many lords and citizens called for Tom Riddle to receive the Order of Merlin, First Class, for his defeat of the Dark Wizard Gellert Grindelwald, effectively putting an end to a global wizarding war. The Order of Merlin, First Class is barely awarded every 100 years, so it's an extreme honor to receive it. It is awarded for acts of outstanding bravery or distinction in magic. Everyone would agree that besting a Dark Lord many times his age more than qualifies Tom for this. Some even voiced that Tom should receive the title of Grand Sorcerer as well. Very few people have been awarded this title, and the first to ever hold it was Merlin himself. Although it is just a title, many respect it even more than any Order of Merlin medal. Although many were happy with what Tom did, others were furious and scared. The large majority of these people were those that followed Gellert Grindelwald. Without Gellert to lead them, they would never be able to continue fighting for their cause. Not to mention the fact that all of Grindelwald's strongest acolytes were with him when they died. Many tried to contact their fellow acolytes to come together and form a plan, but most were fleeing for their lives. They knew that once the governments had the time, they would be hunted by every error and hit wizard out there. Some were suspicious though. Most of these people are from the Slytherin alumni. They heard of the Slytherin portraits that taught their children at Hogwarts, but they haven't heard of such a strong student. Why was he hiding his strength, and why haven't their children told them about him? Maybe they didn't pay attention to him, as he is a mole-born. Some thought, but were still suspicious. Would the great Salazar Slytherin teach a mole-born? Questions raced in the Slytherin alumni's minds as they tried to figure out the boy named Tom Riddle. These are very politically oriented people. They know that a boy this strong with this much fame could be a big part of their government. That is, if he were interested in that sort of thing. They needed to know if Tom Riddle would become an ally or an enemy. Would the boy support their agenda, or would he fight it as many have? Could the boy be persuaded, or was he a lost cause? Would he accept a marriage between him and one of their daughters? Although many of these people look down on moles, one with such strength and fame is different. If it helps their political careers, his background could be easily looked past. Sometimes exceptions have to be made. Many lords of dark houses, like Black and Lestrange, started investigating the boy that killed Gellert Grindelwald. Sadly, there wasn't much to find. They found out everything the governments learned when they investigated, which wasn't much. Tom likes to lay low and keep his secrets close. All they found was what Tom wanted them to find. He's the top student in Hogwarts. He used to not get along with his house, but that changed during his third year for some reason. He's very well liked by every house of Hogwarts. His residence filed at Hogwarts is an orphanage, but he doesn't live there anymore. The matron said he attends a summer school for gifted children. They learned almost nothing. After looking into everything, they were truly stumped. The farther they looked into Tom Riddle, the more they found his last name suited him. The boy is a walking riddle. Who is Tom Riddle, and why is he so mysterious? Many Slytherin alumni thought. See 116 New Leadership Only One Today Kiss. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 15 chapters ahead at chapter 131. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the Power Stones and enjoy the chapter. Steve, Captain Bucky and the Howling Commandos exclaimed. They had no idea how they didn't notice Steve standing there. It was like they were incapable of recognizing him. Although they were confused, everyone was ecstatic to see the captain's return. None were more relieved than Bucky. He rushed forward and brought Steve into a brotherly hug. "It's good to have you back, Steve," he says as he steps back. "I didn't really go anywhere, but it's good to be back. I guess. Steve replies with a happy smile. He was glad that those closest to him wouldn't go on thinking he's dead for the rest of their lives. After Tom revealed the secret, it felt like a weight lifted from his shoulders. All of the commandos gave Steve their best wishes and celebrated the return of their leader. How come we couldn't recognize you before? I mean, you were standing right in front of us, Bucky asks, causing the curious commandos to listen closely. Tom did a spell to make everyone think him dead. If he doesn't reveal it himself, no one will be able to recognize me. Steve informs them. Huh? What? Why? The howling commandos voice their confusion. Yeah, why do you want to fake your death? Bucky asks. Well, it's a long story. Steve begins to explain everything. Once it was explained, everyone agreed with the decision. They just want what's best for their friend and leader. Of course, he only told them what they needed to know. Nothing about the team or the future threats was said. Every single one of them was deeply touched that Steve prioritized telling them. If he didn't and they found out, later on, they would've no doubt been hurt and angry about it. So, does that mean you're leaving the Howling Commandos? One of Steve's men asked. Yes, I'm afraid so. Steve answers with a sad smile. Oh, many of the commandos become dejected. Hey, it's not like we won't see each other again. We're still brothers in arms. You guys can still fight the good fight, and if you ever need a helping hand, call me and I'll be there to back you up. Steve tries his best to brighten the mood. Hearing Steve's speech, everyone's mood became a lot lighter. The Howling Commandos isn't something you can leave behind. No matter what he does or where he goes, Steve would always be their captain. Although the mood became better, there was one question on everyone's minds. Who will lead us now? A soldier voices what everyone was thinking. Upon hearing the question, Steve smiled and looked over at his longtime friend. As soon as this friend saw Steve's smile, he wanted to run away. No, absolutely not happening. Bucky voices his displeasure with what Steve was thinking. What? I haven't even said anything yet. Steve smirks at his friend's behavior. You don't have to say anything. I already know what it is and the answer is no, Bucky says resolutely. Bucky, will you? Steve starts. No, don't say it. Bucky interrupts. Will you lead the Howling Commandos in my place? Steve continues with an evil smirk on his face. The second Steve voices his choice on who to lead the Howling Commandos, every soldier agreed with him. Bucky is already the second in command and Steve's right-hand man. He helped Steve with everything, so he would be the best person to take the captain's place. The soldiers could also see how much he hated the idea, but that just made them want him as the leader even more. Matching evil smirks formed on their faces as they all voiced their agreement. Then it's decided, Bucky will lead the Howling Commandos from here on out. Steve announces and everyone cheers and congratulated poor Bucky. The second Steve announced his rank change, Bucky just stood there shocked. He didn't want to lead this band of misfits. It's already annoying being the second in command. Now he has to deal with even more paperwork and responsibilities. Sigh, I hate all of you, Bucky says, resigned to his fate. After informing the Howling Commandos of Steve's well-being, Tom, Peggy, and Steve left via a portal. Mimsy returned to her duties as well. Steve told them that he would give them his phone number when he had one. They needed some way to keep in contact, and letters wouldn't be the best idea. When they returned to Slytherin Manor, Tom told Steve and Peggy that he would get them their own residence. They can't stay in Slytherin Manor forever after all. After dropping the couple off at the manor, Tom opened a portal and left immediately. He's been getting a lot of communications from his followers, all of them giving information about what's been happening in the wizarding world. Many of the Slytherin parents have started becoming suspicious, and started looking into Tom's background. He needs to figure out how to deal with this. Maybe it's time I bring all of the parents into the fold? Tom thought as he stepped through a portal and into Rosier Manor. I should be more than strong enough by now. My lord, it's good to see you again, Francesca Rosier says as she greets Tom. You as well, Lady Rosier. Tom greets back and takes a seat on the sofa. So, you said you were having a problem? She sent a message through the mark earlier saying there were some complications. Yes, because of your newfound fame. Many have been investigating into your background. Lady Rosia reveals. I'm aware of this. What's the problem? Tom asks. Well, very well known for being close to Druella. Many lords and ladies are asking questions, she says with annoyance in her voice. She has received more owls than she could count, all of them asking about Tom Riddle, stating his close relationship with her daughter. Her husband, Lord Rosia, is currently sifting through the mountain of letters, while more letters keep arriving in droves. Have you answered their questions? Tom asks. No, I was waiting to talk to you, my lord. She denies it as she looks to Tom for what to do. Good. This is what you'll do. See 117 Party Planning 2 Chaps Whoop Whoop. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 15 chapters ahead at chapter 133. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. After she met with Tom, Lady Rosia got straight to work. She was excited for her lord's plan to take place. First, she commanded the elves to prepare for a party that will take place in 2 days. Then she got to work sending out the invitations to all living Slytherin alumni, their families, and the parents of Tom's followers, as some of them weren't Slytherins. Of course, Newt and Nagini were invited as well. The invitations stated that Tom Riddle would be attending as the guest of honor, and encouraged the Slytherin parents to bring their children along with them. While she was preparing for her lord's party, Tom was sending a message through the mark to his followers. I'm throwing a party in 2 days. Your parents will receive their invitation within the day. Tag along with them and be ready to fight if the need arises. Tom orders through the mark. All of his followers have gone through a serious confidence boost since Gelat's defeat. Their lord slew the strongest Dark Lord who struck fear in the hearts of many. Those that were unsure in following Tom were now wholeheartedly on board. Strength is well respected in the wizarding world, and Tom showed his for all to see. Some of the more quick-witted followers could see what would be happening during this party. Their lord is finally done hiding from the older Slytherins. Pride swelled in their chests as they waited for the invitations and prepared themselves. Soon, the invitations were sent out and delivered. Since the party is happening on such short notice, it took many owls to deliver all of the letters in time. Everyone that received an invitation was surprised by it. Although Druella Rosia is known to be close with Tom Riddle, her parents were very hostile towards him. It confused them as to why they would hold a party in his honor. With more questions piling on top of the enigma that is Tom Riddle, every person that received a letter replied, informing the Rosias of their acceptance to their invitation. Some were suspicious of the Rosias, but a chance to meet the man that killed Dark Lord Grindelwald was too tempting to pass up. They had nothing but questions when it came to Tom Riddle. This would be the perfect chance to get some answers. While everyone was preparing for a party in his honor, Tom went home to Camartage and dived into bed face first. This summer may be the busiest I've ever had, he thought as he turned over and started doing his nightly magic training. Although it's bright outside right now, he needs to get to sleep. He's currently on a London time schedule, after all. While draining his magic, Tom continuously receives messages from his follower, informing him of their invitations arriving and their parents' acceptance. After an hour of draining his magic, as his reserves are huge, and conversing with his followers, Tom comfortably falls asleep. 2 days later, on the night of the party, the guests were arriving in cracks of apparition. The Rosia ballroom was filling at an alarming rate. Not a single guest dared to arrive late for this event. Lords and ladies of many houses arrived with their families. This includes noble families like Avery, Black, Bulstrode, Lestrange, Malfoy, Knott, Parkinson, and many more. As the manor was filling with guests, Lord and Lady Rosia were acting as the perfect hosts, ushering in the guests and welcoming them with open arms. Upstairs in Druella's bedroom, Druella was getting changed into a very expensive red mull ball gown. She knew Tom likes it when she wore mull outfits, so she decided to fill her wardrobe with mull clothes. As she was spinning to admire her dress in the mirror, A portal opens behind her and Tom came walking in. He's wearing a slim-fit black mull tuxedo with a bow tie. "You look ravishing, my dear," Tom comments as his eyes trace her form. "Have you not learned your lesson from the last time you appeared in my room unannounced?" Druella asks with a raised eyebrow as her heartbeat quickens at his praise. "No, I was hoping to see something similar to last time, in fact," Tom admits, unashamed. "Brat," she mutters as she eyes Tom's slim suit hungrily. "See something you like?" Tom teases, causing Druella to blush and look away. Seeing her act this way, Tom moves in behind her and takes her into his arms. "So, I don't look good?" Tom asks with false sadness. "I didn't say that," Druella stutters as she feels his arms wrap around her. "Then you think him dashingly handsome?" Tom asks with a smirk and moves to capture her lips. "No," she exclaims and pushes his face away. "I spent a long time on this makeup." Druella gestures to her face. "And I won't have you ruining it." "My Drew won't accept the love I have for her." Tom acts sad and puts his hand over his heart as if it were broken. "I didn't say that, you prat." "Now stop playing around. I need this makeup for the party," she tells him sternly. "Oh really? So once the party is over, I can ruin it all I want?" Tom asks as his fake sadness disappears and he pulls Druella into his embrace. "Yikes," Druella mutters as she enjoys his embrace. "Good. Now, are you ready to accompany me to the ball, princess?" Tom steps back and bows as he stretches his arm out for her to take. "Yes, lead the way, Squire," Druella jokes as she grabs his arm. "Squire?" Tom exclaims, appalled by her choice of words. "Why not king or prince? I would have taken knight at the very least." As Druella was laughing at Tom's reaction, a rosier house elf appeared in the room. "Pop, mistress says it's time to make your entrance," the elf informs and pops away to attend to other duties. The joking atmosphere disappears as Tom reaches into his pocket and takes out the Slytherin earring. After staring at it for a moment, Tom slips the ring onto his finger. "Ready?" Tom asks one last time. "Whenever you are," Druella replies as she grasps his arm tighter. "Then let's not keep them waiting." See 118 Party Bonus. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 15 chapters ahead at chapter 133. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the Power Stones and enjoy the chapter. In the extravagant ballroom of Rosier Manor, lords, ladies, government officials, and their extended families packed the room to max capacity. Elves sifted through the crowd carrying trays, and serving refreshments to all guests. The room is filled with voices as everyone is mingling with those around them. Groups form as people herd to their respective crowds. Some noticed that the large majority of those attending were Slytherins. Although it was slightly suspicious, they just thought it was the bias of the Rosiers towards the house they were sorted in. When everyone settled in and partook in the refreshments, Lord and Lady Rosier climbed the stairs to the balcony and clinked their wine glasses, drawing everyone's attention. "I would like to thank everyone for attending our party on such short notice." Lady Rosier addresses the crowd. "As you all know, Dark Lord Gellert Grindelwald was slain only a few days ago. This party is held in celebration of that man that did the deed. Without further ado, please welcome Mayor Slytherin, Thomas Riddle." As soon as she announces Tom's name along with his Slytherin airship, gasps could be heard from the crowd. As the double doors on the balcony swung open, Lady and Lord Rosier descended the stairs, as Tom and Druella stepped on the balcony and took their place. Druella in her red ball gown and perfect makeup, and Tom in his slim-fit black tuxedo. As they stood on the balcony, Tom placed his hands on the railing, subtly showing off his Slytherin earring. From this distance, the crowd couldn't see the ring very well, but they could at least tell that it's either an heir or lord ring. Since the bomb of Tom's lordship was dropped, the room became loud as everyone started muttering amongst one another. "Quiet down!" Tom exclaimed, and the room descended back into silence. "Thank you." "Secure room please," Tom calls, and one of his followers jumps into action. Suddenly, The children and recent graduates of House Slytherin whipped out their wands and took their places around the ballroom. Fathers and mothers watched their children follow Heir Slytherin's orders in shock. They were truly surprised at this turn of events. No one moved as the room was secured with all exits blocked. The surrounded guests pulled out their wands and prepared for any possible attacks. Mothers and fathers yelled at their children to stop what they're doing and holster their wands. "Settle down," Tom yells as his followers point their wand at the crowd menacingly. The crowd turns quiet once again and Tom continues, "As you've heard, I'm Heir Slytherin. I've known this for a while and have been laying low to build my strength. That plan went out the window when I decided to kill Gellert Grindelwald, so here we are," Tom says as he opens his arms wide. The room stays silent as those that had some insight started to put the puzzle pieces together. All of the Slytherin alumni finally understood that the Salazar Slytherin portrait doesn't exist. They were fooled by Heir Slytherin, so he could lay low and consolidate his power. Every one of them turned their gazes towards the Rosier and Prince couples that lied to them. They now know that both have been serving Heir Slytherin for a while now. Neither couple looked ashamed by their lies either. And why would they? Their bets paid off with the lord that killed the strongest dark wizard to appear in a very long time. Some of the crowd became alarmed and tried to apparat away, but the wards of the house kicked in and stopped them. Now, as everyone can see, all of the Slytherins of Hogwarts since my 3rd year have sworn oaths of loyalty to me, Tom says, gesturing to the armed Slytherins surrounding their families. While I didn't want to bring the rest of you into the fold so early, many of you started asking questions and looking into my background. Tom continues, as some of you have noticed, the wards have activated and there will be no escape. I give you all 2 options, as I did my current followers. 1. Swear your loyalty to me, and we can continue with tonight's activities. 2. Challenge me to a one-on-one duel. If you win, I'll gladly let you leave here unscathed. Tom thinks for a moment with his hand to his chin. You know, there's a 3rd option as well. You could not take my offer and this ballroom will turn into a war zone. As Tom announces their options, everyone looked around the room warily. Upon hearing the 3rd option, many of the people looked to the young children that haven't attended Hogwarts yet, their mothers and fathers shielding them as they cower behind them. How could we possibly beat you in a duel? You fought and beat Grindelwald himself. We wouldn't stand a chance. It isn't fair. Some of the crowd started voicing complaints. It's not fair. What are you, children? Life isn't fair. If you didn't want to be in this position, then you should have become stronger when you had the chance. That's the problem with our society. Just because you have magic doesn't mean you can be lazy. Raise your hand if you stopped honing your skills in magic after you graduated from Hogwarts. Tom calls and nobody raises their hands. Come on, don't be afraid and raise your hands. After a moment of pause, hands started going up until the large majority of the room had their hands in the air. This is what I'm talking about. You may have the reserves of an adult wizard or witch, but many of you still have the skills of a Hogwarts graduate. Truly disappointing, Tom says with a shake of his head. Quickly, everyone pulled their hands down in embarrassment. It feels like they were all scolded by their parents. My followers have been learning from me since their 2nd year of Hogwarts. Many of them could easily wipe the floor with all of you, and those that have graduated have not slacked in their training either. At least, they better not have been. As Tom says this, all of his graduated followers around the room feel a chill crawl up their spines. Anyway, I have many plans for our world. A lot will change and hopefully for the better. Now, those that want to take the first option step forward and make your oaths. See 119 Lord Black double chaps again. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 15 chapters ahead at chapter 135. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. Now, those that want to take the first option step forward and make your oaths. Tom calls out and everyone pauses to contemplate their decision. Many of them were afraid of what the crowd would do if they were to step forward and take the first option. They looked around them to see what those around them would choose. Don't be afraid. Those that swear oaths will be placed under my protection for the remainder of the night, Tom announces, and a black-haired man with grey eyes steps forward. As he exits the crowd, everyone gasps in shock and mutters among themselves. They didn't expect that this man would be the first to step out, let alone to step out at all. The man falls to his knees and looks up at Tom on the balcony. He could see the situation they were in, especially when members of his own household turned against him. Before I make the oath, I have a question, the man says as he looks at Tom curiously. Yes? Tom nods for him to continue. Are you truly a Mulborn? He voices the question everyone was too afraid to ask. Everyone in the room listens closely for this answer, as it could change their future choices. I'm a half-blood. My mother was a pure-blood witch and my father was a Mul. Both are deceased. Tom answers truthfully. I see. The man lowers his head in contemplation. Whispers spread amongst the crowd as he ponders his choice. Some in the crowd look up at Tom in disgust for his Mul father. After a moment of thought, the grey-eyed man stares up at Tom with his mind made up. I, Lord Sirius Octavian Black, swear loyalty to my Lord Heir Slytherin, Thomas Riddle. As his humble servant, I will act as his sword, wand, and shield when need, provide counsel when necessary, and keep his secrets even in death. I swear this oath on my life, should I knowingly break it. Lord Black says as he stares straight into Tom's eyes. Sirius must have been named after him, Tom thought as he eyes the young Lord Black. Gasps could be heard as the lord of the most prominent dark family just did something truly unexpected. After his oath was made, Lord Black turned and nodded towards his family members. Every single member of House Black stepped forward and swore the same oath as Sirius. Very smart, adding Heir Slytherin to the oath. If I wasn't truly Heir Slytherin, the oath wouldn't have worked and he could expose me. Too bad that the oath went through, Tom thought as he smiles down at the Black family. Thank you, Lord Black. You and your family may take your place among my followers. Yes, my lord. Sirius bows and moves to the side of the room with his family, drawing their wands and aiming at the crowd they were once a part of. Due to the shocking turn of events, everyone in the crowd was muttering about Lord Black. Some of them want to follow his lead and others calling him a spineless traitor. Hearing these people, the Black family simply turns their noses upward in contempt. These people were those that would sell their daughters to House Black just to brag about the familial connection. Now they want to start bad-mouthing them. Truly disgusting. I don't have all night, so those that want to follow in the footsteps of Lord Black and his family, please step forward and swear your oaths, Tom says, and the floodgates open. A large amount of the crowd steps forward and kneels in Tom's direction. Showing this way, the Black family wields over other houses. One by one the tidal wave of wizards and witches start making oaths, all of them similar to the one that Lord Black made. When they were finished, some of the parents were still hiding their children behind them. Thank you all for your oaths, but I'm going to say something some of you may not like. Although I don't want to drag young children into our business, I can't have them running their mouths about today's events, Tom says as the parents shield their children with worried expressions. As a kind lord, I give you parents with young children two options. Either have your kids swear the same oaths as you, or I can obliviate them at the end of the night. Though, they will swear oaths to me later in their lives. I'll give you all until the end of the night to make your decisions, Tom says, and ushered his new followers to take their place at the side of the room. Many of the parents were scared for their children and that energy was being picked up by the kids. They didn't fully understand what was happening, but they could tell their parents weren't acting right. The remainder of the crowd was fairly small in comparison to before. Those that were left behind were the extreme blood purists. They would never submit to a half-blood. Each of them has a strong resolve to stand by their beliefs, even in death. I see the rest of you wish to take the second option. Am I correct? I doubt you want to take the third now, Tom says, and gestures to his bolstered number of followers. If they were intimidated before, now they are quaking in their boots at the number of enemies surrounding them. Many of them nod and voice their agreement to Tom's words. Good. let's get the dueling area set up then. Tom says as he descends the stairs with Druella on his arm. Make room, please. As everyone steps back, Tom draws the Elder Wand and conjures fire, making a large circle around him and Druella. Well, duel one by one until no challengers remain. If knocked out, unable to continue, give up, or step out of the flaming circle, you lose, Tom says, and Druella whispers something in his ear. Yeah, if you want to, sure. Yes, you didn't let me fight Grindelwald with you, so this is my chance to stretch my legs a bit, Druella says confidently. Okay. Tom nods and addressed the challengers. Druella wants to fight you guys, so she'll be taking my place. The rules are the same and the deal remains. Beat her and you can leave this manor unscathed without swearing any oaths, Tom says as he steps out of the circle, leaving Druella inside. Hearing Tom say this, every challenger is elated. They were prepared to die at the Half-Blood's hands, but now they actually have a chance at winning. At least they think they have a chance. See 120 Future Plans bonus. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 15 chapters ahead at chapter 135. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. In a ballroom filled with sharply dressed wizards, a duel could be seen taking place in a flaming circle. The duel is between a fat man and a beautiful red-haired girl with green eyes. Although the girl seemed to be hampered down by her red ball gown, she was handling her opponent with relative ease. This beautiful girl is obviously Druella Rosier. This is her second match and she's already won the first one. On one side of the ballroom stood a small group of those that refused to bend the knee to Tom Riddle, while the other side of the room is packed with Tom's followers, new and old. While Druella is dispatching all challengers, Tom walks over to one of his newer followers. Lord Black, I was happily surprised by your quick decision-making, Tom says as he walks up to the Black family. My lord. They greet in unison. I could see which way the wind was blowing, and when it comes to jumping bandwagons, it's best to get on as early as possible, Sirius says as he watches the duel intently. Very true, Tom comments as he looks over and sees Orion Black. Hey, Orion, how have you been? I've been well, my lord, Orion says with a bit of well-hidden regret. If I had stayed close to Tom from the beginning, my standing with him would have been as good as Druella. Well, maybe not as good. They do seem very close lately. Behind Ryan, Tom could see young Wahlberger Black eyeing him with a dreamy look on her face. Hopefully, Druella doesn't see her acting like this, or else she may freak out, Tom thought as he ignored Wahlberger. Are you sure the young Rosier can handle so many duels in one day? Lord Black asks as Druella tortures her opponent into giving up. Though she does seem to handle herself very well, Drew is the second strongest person in this room. I've been training her personally since our first year, Tom says as he watches her next opponent enter the ring of fire. She could beat all of them at once with a hand tied behind her back. If what you say is true, then I worry for nothing. So, what are your plans now? Lord Black asks and everyone nearby listens closely. I have many plans now that I've expanded my power base. If I had to give you one major one, then it'd have to say taking over the Ministry of Magic, Tom says offhandedly. Many that hear his words stood rooted to the ground with their mouths wide open. They knew accomplishing such a feat would be difficult and bloody. You wish to start another war so soon? Lord Black asks disapprovingly. Huh? No, I have no plans for war. Tom waves his hand dismissively. Then how will you take over the ministry? Lord Black asks. What is the way anyone could take over the ministry? Through elections, of course, Tom says as if it were the simplest option. I see, going to use your new fame to run for Minister of Magic? Although, you'll have to wait until you graduate. Lord Black says as Tom is too young to run for a public office. Who says that I have to be the minister to take over the government? I have many followers that could do the job in my stead. With a glowing recommendation from Tom Riddle, the future Order of Merlin, first class and possible Grand Sorcerer, I think many of the populace would throw their vote to just about anyone, Tom says as a spark of ambition shines in Lord Sirius Black's eyes. He wanted to be the Minister of Magic, but the populace didn't trust one of the darker families to cast their votes his way. He's run for 2 consecutive times and lost at every turn. Lord Black wasn't the only one with a rise in ambition. Everyone in hearing range heard Tom's words and imagined themselves as Minister of Magic. Although, Tom would be calling the shots behind the scenes, of course. Even then, I can't take over the entire government with just the minister's office. We do have checks and balances after all. Though, that's one of the reasons I have gathered so many followers. Tom says as Druella decimates yet another pure-blood extremist. Going to fill as many high-level government positions with us, aren't you? Lord Black asks as everyone close by salivates at the opportunity before them. If they aren't chosen to become Minister of Magic, then they could become the Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, and if that doesn't work out, then maybe the position as head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement is available. The list goes on and on. Many that heard Tom's plans became excited and happy that they swore loyalty to him. They aren't fully content yet, as Tom could turn out to be a tyrant, but in time they will see that they made the right choice. Exactly. I see no reason to spill blood over something that's so easily attainable. An empire built on death and blood will fall, at least the majority of the time. There's always an exception to every rule, after all. Tom explains as he watches Druella take down her second-to-last opponent. Wise words, my lord. Lord Black says with a bit of admiration. How do you feel about your ancestors' beliefs? He then drops the major question. You mean pure blood beliefs, right? Tom clarifies. Yes. He nods. I find it nonsensical, but I do understand it from Salazar's perspective. Tom says and everyone's ears perk up. I mean, in his time it was very smart to not trust moles and moleborns. Witches and wizards were being hunted and killed before they even had a chance to learn about their gifts. Moles either looked the other way or participated. Then you have these moleborn students coming to Hogwarts in the early days, and these kids have been told all their life that those with magic are evil spawns of the devil. As Tom speaks, many of the wizards and witches nearby were captivated. They were hearing what it was truly like back in the times of the founders. I'm sure many Moleborns betrayed our kind to the church countless times. That was probably why he voiced his views against them so vehemently. He didn't want the children of Hogwarts to be endangered by those that could or would betray them. As Tom finishes, Orion blurts out a question. Then why did you say it's nonsensical? If everything you've said is true, our argument against Moleborns only grows stronger. As he says this, Tom just looks at him as if he were the dumbest person in the room. Because that was hundreds and hundreds of years ago. Times have changed drastically. Maybe not in our society, but the moles are evolving very quickly. The church doesn't have that sort of sway anymore, and when that was happening, Hogwarts had just opened its doors. Do you think some weak moles without firearms could take on any Hogwarts graduate now? I don't think so. Tom shakes his head. They only had it so easy because almost every wizard and witch wasn't taught to wield their magic properly. Let's not forget that the majority of those killed by the church were Moleborn. Just because they were born from their own kind doesn't mean they would show the devil spawns any more mercy than the rest of us. Moleborns are a very crucial part of our society. They bring in new ideas and innovations. Those that were born in this world are used to magic, but not Moleborns. They see magic in a new light compared to the rest of us. We can't just shun them as you wish. See 121 party end. Only one chap, but two tomorrow. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 15 chapters ahead at chapter 136. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. When Druella finished demolishing her last opponent, she casually walked out of the flaming circle to take her place beside Tom. Although she just fought about 30 wizards back to back, Druella looks just as she did when they arrived on the balcony. Her makeup is perfect and her dress is in pristine condition. Contrasting Druella's unblemished look, the group she just fought wasn't looking good. Many were unconscious and covered in cuts and bruises. No doubt many of them would need medical treatment. Those that were awake were collapsed on the floor moaning and crying in pain. As she arrived by Tom's side, She could see everyone around Tom in deep contemplation. She could tell that Tom must have given them something to think about. I'm finished. But they still need to swear their oaths. Druella's arrival breaks everyone from their thoughtful stupor. Everyone looks over at the piles of bodies that Druella left in her wake. They would feel pity for them, but they were all given a choice. It's not their fault that these people made the wrong decision. Good. Let's go wake them up and take care of the oaths. Then we can continue the party with what little time that's remaining. Tom says as he walks over to the down challengers with Druella following closely behind. First, he started with those that were conscious enough to make the oath. Once they were finished, Tom and Druella used their Innovate spell to wake up the rest. After they finished getting the oaths, Tom had some followers that specialize in healing cart away the injured for treatment. With everything finished, Tom turned to his followers. Well, that went faster than I expected. So let's enjoy the festivities. The Rosiers went through the trouble to throw this party for me, so we might as well enjoy it as we were meant to. Tom announces and everyone's mood becomes a bit less strained. It was no trouble at all, my lord. Lady Rosier voices with a happy smile. Nonsense. You threw this party with only 2 days of notice. I would say that took at least a bit of trouble. Although I must admit, I've never attended a party like this, so I'm unsure of what to do with myself. Tom laughs awkwardly as he scratches the back of his head. Many of the crowd smile at Tom's behavior. They could all remember when they were young and their parents dragged them to their first ball, party, etc. They felt the same way as their new lord back then. Just stick with me. I've been forced to attend a few of these types of things. Druella hooks herself around Tom's arm. That'll work. Tom smirks and looks over at Lord and Lady Rosier for them to continue hosting the party. It's not quite time for the banquet, so why don't you all mingle? Those that wish to join me and my husband for the opening waltz, please gather at the center of the room. Lady Rosier says as she waves her wand. On the stage below the balcony, a bunch of instruments come to life. They start floating and playing by themselves. Lady Rosier then drags her unwilling husband to the middle of the room, and they start gliding along the floor in perfect rhythm. Soon, others join them on the dance floor. Tom turns his head and sees Druella looking at him with what can only be described as sad puppy eyes. All right, fine. I've practiced dancing a bit, as I've studied wizarding etiquette, but I've never had a dance partner before. If I step on your feet, I don't want to hear a single complaint. You've been warned. Tom warns, but Druella ignores it and drags him to the center of the room. While Tom was dancing as carefully as possible with Druella, everyone was gossiping about what Tom said earlier. Those that weren't in hearing range were learning of Tom's plans and beliefs. Many were happy about his plan for the government but also conflicted about his beliefs. They've been taught all of their lives about the pureblood way. It's going to take a bit more than one speech for them to change their views and ideals. Although his followers weren't fully convinced, a small seed of doubt was planted. That seed would grow with time, and they will hopefully see things the way they are, instead of the way they were taught. As Tom and Druella clumsily glide along the dance floor, Tom has been trying his best not to stomp on her feet. He hasn't made that mistake yet, but his overcautious dancing made them look very uncoordinated on the dance floor. When the song came to an end, Druella gave Tom a peck on the cheek. See, you didn't step on my toes a single time. Druella smiles as they exit the dance floor. Well, we can thank our luck, I guess, Tom comments. As they stroll around the ballroom, Tom is bombarded by the guests. Many that wanted to get in the good graces of their new lord came to introduce themselves. Others came to ask questions of him as they want to know more about him. A thick crowd of guests surrounds Tom and Druella, as they try their best to be cordial to each person. Although it's fine to rule with an iron fist, Tom needs to show his followers that he's an approachable person as well. If he ignored them and treated them badly all the time, they could become unhappy and unmotivated. He can't have his future plans messed up because the one executing them was unmotivated. Attention please. Lord Rosier yells from the balcony and the room becomes silent. Rosier's to the rescue. I don't know how many more questions I could take. Tom thought as he looked to the balcony. The banquet is prepared. Everyone please find a table and take a seat. Lady Rosia announces and turns her gaze towards Tom and Druella. My lord, please take your seat on the stage. The stage that was once filled with instruments now has a table for him and Druella. Everyone reluctantly breaks away from Tom and finds a table to sit at. Tom and Druella climb the stage and take their seats as well. As the food arrives, Tom stands and taps his glass to draw everyone's attention. Before we all dig in, I'd like to quickly say something. Tom says, and everyone gives him their undivided attention. I've been working hard on this for years and am happy to see everything in building come together. To the followers that have been with me for many years now, I thank you for serving me loyally all this time, and to the newer members, I welcome you with open arms. I hate long speeches, so that's where it ends. Everyone enjoy your meals, and thank the Rosiers for putting this together. See 122 Dream 2X chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 15 chapters ahead at chapter 138. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. Once everyone ate and the party came to a close, Tom gave all of his new followers the mark. As everyone left, a few of his new followers stayed behind. These were the people with children that have to make a choice. Either have their children swear the oath or Tom gets to obliviate them. He doesn't really care which of the choices the parents choose, as their children will take the oath sooner or later. Soon, each parent voiced their choice, every one of them choosing to obliviate their children. Their reason was that they were still young and shouldn't have to worry about keeping oaths, which Tom agreed with. After personally erasing the children's memories of tonight's festivities, Tom saw the remaining guests off as they left via apparition. When all of the guests were finally gone, Tom went looking for Druella and found her in her room, still wearing her ball gown. Now, I believe you said I could ruin your makeup once the party was over, didn't you? Tom says as he strolls into the room and stalks his way over to Druella. 2. Druella stutters as she backs up into the wall. Don't try to deny it now, Tom says as he corners her and wraps his arms around her waist. I'm not denying it, she mutters as she looks down, avoiding Tom's hungry eyes. That's good then, Tom comments as he grabs her chin, pushing her head upwards. The second their eyes meet, Tom leaned forward and captures her lips. Once again, that all too familiar tingle crawls up Druella's spine. Tom's arms squeezing her frame as her back is pressed into the wall. This kiss is far more passionate than the others. Tom looked over her like a starved beast ready to devour its prey. The passion behind his actions causes Druella's knees to weaken. The only thing keeping her from collapsing was Tom's arms around her and his body firmly pressing her against the wall. Soon, Tom opened his mouth a bit and Druella dazedly followed his motions. A small moan escapes from Druella as Tom's soft lips press her own. After a few minutes, Tom pulls back and releases Druella from his grip. He was slightly out of breath, but Druella was far worse. She was gasping for air as she clung to the wall behind to keep her steady. Good night, Drew. Tom smirks as he opens a portal and steps through. Druella didn't have the breath to reply as she watched the portal close and Tom disappear. When Tom was gone, Druella slid down the wall and sat on the floor. As her cloudy mind cleared, she could tell that Tom just got one over on her, and resolved herself to somehow get back at him later. As Tom returned to Kamatage, he could finally relax. No one was in trouble. There is no impending doom around the corner. Everything that needed to be taken care of has been dealt with. He could finally relax a bit. Before going to bed though, Tom had to take care of something. Looking down, he could see a bulge straining his pants. Maybe I should have spent the night with Druella, Tom thought as he changes out of his tuxedo and jumps into bed. Tonight, he would only have the company of his right hand, or maybe his left. He is ambidextrous after all. As he drifted off to sleep after releasing his tension, the totem necklace around Tom's neck started glowing. Tom appears on the familiar beach he once saw before. As he hears the waves and smells the salty air, He could tell that he was going to meet Manasa once again. Turning toward the water, Tom's met with the beautiful Lamia once again. She smiles as she sees him. "Hello, Tom. You arrived quicker than I thought you would," she says as she slithers her way out of the water. "Really? It's been a while for me," Tom comments. "I'm millions of years old, Tom." "A few years is nothing to me," she clarifies. "Oh, yeah? So what were we talking about last time?" Tom asks. "I want you to be my avatar in the mortal world," she reminds him. "That's right. You said if I were to accept, I would have to take orders from you when you needed something done in the mortal world." Tom remembers as he doesn't sound happy about it. "Yes, but I don't think of it as taking orders. I'm giving you power in exchange for favors down the line. I haven't interacted much with the mortal plane, so I doubt I'll ever need anything done," she says with a shrug. "Then why do you want an avatar in the first place?" Tom asks. "Well, I've been watching you since your arrival and I admire your character. Then I asked Madam Web about you and she said you would make the best avatar for my power. She would know as she has a few avatars across the multiverse." Manasa explains. "Who is Madam Web?" Tom asks as he's unfamiliar with the name. "Does she have anything to do with Spider-Man?" "She's a friend of mine that serves the Spider God. She helps manage all of the many Spider champions and avatars across the multiverse," Manasa explains. "She definitely has something to do with Spider-Man." Tom thought as he wondered if Peter Parker actually gets his powers from the Spider God. "Are you close with the Spider God?" "No. He mostly keeps to himself. We could be called amiable acquaintance though," she says with a shrug. "What is a champion?" Tom asks. "It's pretty much a weaker and dumbed-down version of an avatar. They don't have to, as you said, take orders from their patron god though." As she says this, Tom's eyes shine with interest. "Before you get too excited, know that I refuse to make you my champion. I will not waste rare talent, such as yourself, on becoming just a champion." When Tom heard this, his hopes for free power without any strings attached crashed and burned. "If I accept and become your avatar, what powers would I get out of it?" Tom asks. "Sadly, I have no idea what you would get. I've never made someone my avatar before, so this is as new to me as it is to you," Manasa admits. "So, I would have to gamble and hope I get something good?" Tom asks rhetorically with annoyance in his voice. "Yeah? Hee sorry about that." Manasa laughs awkwardly as she apologizes. "You know what? Screw it. I'll become your avatar, but I have a condition. If you can't accept it, then I will never become your avatar." See 123 conditions bonus. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 15 chapters ahead at chapter 138. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. "You know what? Screw it. I'll become your avatar, but I have a condition. If you can't accept it, then I will never become your avatar," Tom says resolutely, causing Manasa to lean forward in interest. "All right, what is it?" she asks, hoping it's nothing too crazy. "I'm willing to run some errands for you in the mortal plane, but there are some things I refuse to do. Anything that would go against my morals is out. If you need a baby killed or some other horrible thing, then find someone else to do it because I won't." As Tom mentions her wanting babies killed, a look of distaste appears on her face. Tom felt relieved with her reaction, as it tells him that she has her own morals as well. If he has to take unspecified jobs from her, then he at least wants to know that she won't give him something horrible down the line. "This includes things that would ruin my plans or uproot my life. If you need me to give you something that I have been planning to take for myself, then the answer will be number. If you need me to travel to some dimension and spend a few years doing something, then the answer will be number. Although, you're welcome to ask as I may find the place interesting. Who knows, but these are just examples. Do you understand?" Tom finished and looked to Manasa for her reaction. Manasa stood frozen in contemplation for a good minute. She didn't utter a single word as the mood became tense between the two. After waiting a very long and strained minute, she looks very seriously into Tom's eyes. "Do you know how many beings would kill their own families to become my avatar?" she asks seriously. "Am not them. Tom says as he stares back unwaveringly. Yes, that's right. You aren't, are you? She shakes her head as a small smile graces her lips. Fine, I accept your conditions. All right. So what do we do now? Tom asks. We don't do anything, Meneza says as she pointed her white finger at Tom. You need to gather some things for a ritual. What? You can't just make me the avatar now? Tom says in annoyance. I finally finished dealing with everything, and now I need to go hunting for ritual ingredients. Great. Just great. No, I can't. The totem around your neck can only withstand so much of my divinity. If I were to do it now, the totem would break before you could even taste a drop of my power, she explains. Fine, what are the ingredients? And how do I set up the ritual? Tom asks with a resigned look on his face. Our time has run out yet again. I'll imprint the ingredients list and the ritual into your mind, Meneza says as she slithers closer and taps Tom on the head. Was that supposed to do something? Tom says as he didn't receive anything. You'll see when you wake up. It was nice seeing you again, Tom. Oh yeah. I've been watching the recent romance happening in your life. I must say that it's been very stimulating. She blushes as her bottom snake half quivers. Ew, I didn't need to know that, Tom says as he fades out of the dream and wakes up. Yawn. Why did she have to tell me that? He looks down at his totem in annoyance. She must be watching my life like a soap opera through the totem. With a sigh, Tom sits up and searches his mind for what Meneza left for him. The room around him is pitch black and outside it's nighttime. Due to his recent dealings in England, Tom has been operating on that time schedule. He goes to sleep during the day and wakes up at night. Navigating his mind, Tom finds the ingredients along with a complicated-looking ritual. The ritual ingredients include blood, venom, scales, and bones of every species of snake on the planet, including the basilisk. Luckily, Tom saved everything from the basilisk down to its feces and urine. He had the elves store it all away just in case. The ritual also called for other things that would be harder to obtain, like phoenix tears, feathers, and ash. He was unsure what a phoenix had to do with snakes though. Maybe to symbolize his rebirth as the snake god's avatar? Who knows? As he looked further into the long list, Tom could only sigh. Gathering everything needed would take some time and manpower. It's a good thing I have my trusty little elves, Tom thought as he started writing the ingredients down. Mimsy. Pop. Master called? She answers his call happily. Yes, I need these ingredients gathered, Tom says as he hands her a very long list. This gonna take a while, Master, Mimsy says as her eyes wide at the magnitude of the list. That's alright. Take your time with it. You should probably break the list up into smaller lists and give them to different elves. That way it will get done faster. As Tom says this, Mimsy nods her head excitedly. That'll work, she says happily and pops away to get her work done. As Tom is left alone in his room, he studies the ritual closely. After an hour of trying to comprehend it, he comes to an annoying conclusion. He'll need help with this. It's far more advanced than anything in Hogwarts or Camartage, he thought as he checked the time. Teacher isn't awake yet, so he'll have to wait. Hopefully, she doesn't ask for more secrets. Who am I kidding? She'll definitely ask for more. It's a good thing I haven't told her about my Pendragon lineage yet. Taking out a mystery novel he borrowed from the Ancient One, Tom decides to read and relax until she wakes up. While reading, a thought appears in his mind. I have all three hallows, don't I? He thought as he looks at his Elder Wand. Should I bring them all together before the analysis has finished or after? See 124 Summer's End, only one today. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 16 chapters ahead at chapter 140. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. After reading until his teacher woke up, Tom went to the Ancient One's quarters. As he entered without knocking, Tom found her sitting in her courtyard drinking coffee. Good morning, Tom calls out as he sits beside her. Morning. She answers back grumpily as she sips from her mug. The Ancient One isn't much a morning person. She needs to finish her coffee before anyone could bother her. Of course, Tom is one of the only exceptions. So, I had another meeting with the snake god Manazer, Tom reveals. Dreams again? She asks half-heartedly. Yup. And we came to an agreement. The Ancient One raises an eyebrow at Tom's words. Huh, so going to become her avatar? She asks. Yeah, I tried to go for champion instead, as it's pretty much free power, but she wouldn't accept. Tom admits. Well, from my experience I know that avatars are much stronger than champions. You might even end up becoming stronger than me, she says as she gulps down more caffeine. Maybe, but I need your help, Tom says as a wicked smile graces the Ancient One's tired face. I'd be happy to help. Tom cuts her off. ... For a price. Yeah, I know, he says, annoyance clear on his voice. Hee, you catch on quickly. She chuckles at him. What do you need help with? I need to do a ritual to become her avatar. I don't have all of the ingredients yet, but I have elves working on it. What I need from you is help setting up and executing the ritual. It's far more advanced than anything I've seen here or in Hogwarts. Tom explains. Sure, that shouldn't be too hard. She nods as she finishes her coffee. Now, spill your secrets. Sire heir to the royal house of Pendragon, Tom reveals, and she doesn't look all that surprised. I had my suspicions about that. LeFay was Arthur's half-sister after all, she says with a thoughtful expression. Well, now that the cat's out of the bag, I expect to be addressed as Your Majesty from now on, Tom says with false haughtiness. Yeah, right. The Ancient One scoffs at his behavior. I guess some commoners will never know their place, Tom says as he turns his nose up at her in a perfect pureblood manner. All right, enough. It's too early to play around, she grumbles as she waves her hand and her mug fills with coffee once again. I'm going to need 2 more cups to deal with you. No fun. Tom stops messing around. Do you want to look at the ritual now? Preferably. Yes. She nods. Alright. 1 second, Tom says as he enters his inner world. Grabbing his computer with all of his memories, Tom navigates to the file with the ritual information. Willing a printer into the world, Tom connects it to the computer and prints up everything. After a few minutes of waiting, Tom opens his eyes and looks at the Ancient One, who has already finished her second cup. Look at my eyes. I'm going to hand off the info through Legilimency, Tom says, and she does as he says. As their eyes meet, Tom makes a connection through their minds and hands off the papers. After getting the ritual papers, the Ancient One closed her eyes and studied the ritual closely. Time passed and half an hour has gone by. Tom has been waiting patiently for her to finish. If she's taking this much time with it, then the ritual must be more complicated than I thought, Tom muttered as he started to get hungry. Leaving her there, Tom left to see Druella. They went out to get some food. Tom brought her to get some mole food in America. They had pizza in New York City. Like that the summer came to an end. The Ancient One figured out the ritual without too much of a problem. The only thing they need to wait for now is the ingredients to be gathered. The elves have been hard at work gathering all that they could, but some things on the list are hard to find. Although they haven't finished, more than half the list had been gathered already. Tom has continued his studies and training as usual. Mole science in his secret lair has been going smoothly. He's still taking apart and fixing the stuff from stock though. On the magic side of things, Tom has been focusing on wandless magic. He's become fairly good at it, as he can do all first and second year Hogwarts spells without a wand. Steve and Peggy have been moved into a nice home in London under Peggy's name. Peggy is still helping the war effort as she can't just quit, at least not yet. Speaking of the war, it's coming to a close. America has already dropped nukes on Japan, although that didn't spark them into surrender. If I remember my history classes correctly, then Japan will surrender once the USSR declares war on them. Tom thought at the time, as Steve didn't have an identity or citizenship, Tom took care of it with some good old-fashioned mind control and obliviation. Stephen G. Rogers is now Stephen A. Rockwell. They decided to keep his first name the same, as to not cause confusion, with the spell blocking anyone from seeing who he is. Having the same first name doesn't really matter. Stephen Rockwell is a dual citizen of Britain and the United States of America. He has all the needed legal paperwork as well. Steve and Peggy have been enjoying the honeymoon stage of their relationship. Tom has been leaving them alone for the time being. Speaking of relationships, Tom and Druella are good. They have barely been apart from one another all summer. She's learned many of his secrets. Everything that the Ancient One knows, Druella has learned over the summer. As for the Deathly Hallows, Tom decided to bring them together after he becomes Manas's avatar. If he does end up meeting death, then he wants to be as strong as possible. He was going to wait for the analysis on all the Hallows to finish, but who knows how long that would take. Tom doesn't have the patience to wait a couple more years. A few days before returning to school, Tom called a meeting for his followers. Everyone was to arrive at Rosier Manor. It's time to start putting the followers to work. See 125 Meeting 2x Chaps. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 16 chapters ahead at chapter 142. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. A few nights before Tom's 6th year of Hogwarts, he called a meeting at Rosier Manor. He and Druella were waiting in her room as the guests were pouring in. Tom is in her bed thinking about how crazy school will be. Ever since he defeated Grindelwald, he hasn't shown his face in the magical world. He'll most likely be bombarded with questions from the students and faculty. Let's not forget the Ministry and Aurors. They'll definitely want to meet with him. Druella was dressed nicely and doing her makeup in the mirror. She has been helping Tom plan for tonight. The followers are finally going to start getting orders other than training. Okay, I'm done. How do I look? Druella says, drawing Tom's attention. Huh? What did you say? Tom asks as he was too preoccupied with his thoughts to hear her. I said I'm finished. How do I look? She repeats and Tom looks her over. Stunning. Tom says truthfully as he gets out of bed. Good. Should we get down there? Everyone should be here by now. If they aren't, then they better have a good excuse for being late. She says menacingly. Yeah, let's head down, Tom says as Druella takes his arm. Downstairs in the ballroom, every follower of Tom's has arrived. They were all talking amongst one another while waiting for their lord's arrival. 2 people in the crowd didn't really fit in with the rest. These are Newt and Nagini. Most of the people here are from purer blood Slytherin families and act with a certain etiquette. It's hard to find common ground with these sorts of people. Soon, the balcony doors open, and out came Tom and Druella. Both were dressed a bit more casually compared to last time. If I could have your attention please, Tom calls out as all eyes are drawn to him and the room goes silent. Hello, everyone. It's good to see you all again. Today is a meeting where I will explain a few of my plans and ideals, while also giving you all some orders. Tom explains and everyone gives him their undivided attention. This is the moment they've been waiting for and some have dreaded. They finally find out what Tom wants them to do and what he stands for or against. Now, I'm sure many of you have either overheard or heard rumors about my plans to take over the wizarding world. This is, in fact, true. I want to help fix this world and make it strong enough for when the Mulls inevitably discover us. Because they will discover us. Tom reveals and everyone has looks of horror on their faces. It may not happen today or even in 10 years, but at the accelerated rate Mull technology is progressing, they will no doubt learn of our existence within the next 100 years. Probably sooner than that actually. What? How? That can't be true. The crowd went into an uproar as his followers started to panic. Quiet. Tom shouts with magically enhanced lungs and the room goes deathly silent. As I've said, they will discover us. Believe it or not, it makes no difference. You will do as I say either way. Now, I plan to gain control through elections. Some of you here today will hold important positions and enact my will for me. I don't plan to ever run for any office, nor do I want to change the government and become king, emperor, or some other nonsense. I will stay in the shadows and pull the strings while you Tom points down at them. My lovely little followers bask in the light. Not all of you will hold important positions, but positions like Minister of Magic is an elected job, so theoretically everyone could have a turn, Tom says with a smile as his followers' eyes shine with ambition. Now, elections aren't held for another 2 years, so until then we need to start fixing all of your reputations among the populace, especially Mulborns and half-bloods, Tom says, and some lord of a random family speaks up. Why should they matter? He questions with disgust in his voice. Because they make up the large majority of voters. If you don't hold their votes, none of you will ever hold any elected office, Tom says, and a look of realization appeared on Lord Black's face. So that's why I've been losing every election. I'm such an idiot, he thought as he wanted to slam his head against the nearest wall. Let me say this now, so you all understand fully. Racism will not be tolerated amongst my followers, especially your idiotic brand of blood racism. Magic is magic whether you were born to magical parents or not. If you hold magic blood in your veins, you are a member of our society. No one is a second-class citizen. If you have a problem with this, then remedy it as swiftly as possible. Because if I find any of you acting in your old ways, you will not like the consequences, Tom says menacingly as he flares his very large pool of magic. Every follower below the balcony could feel the magic overflow from Tom's body. There was so much of it filling the room that it became hard for them to breathe. Tom, they're going to pass out, Druella informs as she tries her best to endure his magic. Suddenly, the magic filling the room dissipates as the crowd gasps for air. I believe you all understand and we can move on now, correct? Tom asks and everyone nods gravely. Good. As to how we will fix your reputations, that will take some time and hard work. First, anyone who is a sitting member of the Wizengamot, step forward. Soon, a little less than 60 people step forward. They all are either a lord of their respective house that have inherited seats or elected officials that hold temporary seats. Every one of you will start working together to pass, amend, and repeal different laws. When is the next session scheduled? Tom asks. In a week, my lord. Lord Black answers swiftly. Good. Do you know what's on the docket? Tom asks again. If I recall correctly, it's a vote on a new law, banning creatures like vampires and werewolves from living in residential areas. He answers smoothly. All right, you all will vote against this law, Tom announces, and the room goes into an uproar once again. We can't allow those monsters to live near our children. My lord, this isn't right. We must keep those creatures at bay. Many voiced their opposition. Quiet. Tom yells again. I wasn't finished speaking. The next person that interrupts me will receive a crucio to the genitals. Am I understood? See 126 Meeting 2 Electric Boogaloo bonus. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 16 chapters ahead at chapter 142. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. As soon as every follower in the ballroom heard Tom speak of using the most painful torture curse on their genitals, every man and woman in the room shut their mouths instantly. Now, as I was saying, you will vote against that law, but you will also voice the opinions to find another solution. Are vampires, werewolves, and others like them dangerous towards us? Yes, but measures can be put in place to make them a part of our society. Let me ask you a question. What makes vampires so dangerous towards us? Tom asks and looks down at his followers. Many raised their hand instead of calling out, as they didn't want to have their genitals tortured. Lord Malfoy. Tom points to the platinum-haired man. They are predators that feed on our blood. He answers swiftly. Exactly, but they don't have a choice really. Human blood is all they can eat. So can anyone tell me what is the simplest way to stop them from drinking from us? Tom asks again. Once again the hands go up and Tom calls on Lord Not. Extermination? He answers, unsure in himself. That is a way to stop them, but it certainly isn't the simplest. Tom shakes his head at Lord Not's word. The simplest way is to stock our markets with human blood. We could start blood donation clinics in the mole world and package it as we would normal food. The vampires could simply buy their food as everyone else. If they could easily purchase blood, why would they need to hunt anymore? Many around the room were shocked at such an easy solution. but some weren't fully convinced. Hands went up again as Tom started calling on people. "My lord, what if they still wish to hunt?" A follower asks. "Then we make a law against vampires drinking from people that haven't given consent. We also make a law against killing while feeding on consenting individuals. Also, not following these laws will be punishable by death. If they can't see the gift we're giving them, then they are not welcome in our society." Tom explains and everyone seems okay with it. Many were thinking that it's a good idea, while others were simply on board because of the death penalty. They didn't think vampires could integrate into society, as Tom said, so they were banking on killing the vampires that go against the law, which in their minds would be every single one of them. "Yes, Lord Black," Tom called on him as he had his hand raised. "What about werewolves?" "Vampires may be able to integrate with marketed blood, but werewolves become literal monsters once a month." "I'm not talking about what happens to our wives once a month. I mean big, hairy, claws, and fangs rip you apart type of monster," Lord Black describes. "He still sounds like my wife," someone muttered in the crowd, causing the men to hold back their laughter. All the ladies in the crowd were looking at the men as if they were trash on the side of the road. Many wives would be telling off their husbands tonight. "Well, that is a bit harder, which is why I have a job for Lord Prince," Tom says, and Lord Prince steps to the front of the crowd. "What can I do for you, my lord?" he asks respectfully. "Your family is the best when it comes to potions, correct?" Tom asks, and many in the crowd reluctantly nod. "Yes, that's true," he admits unabashedly. "Good. You are to start working on a potion that could weaken werewolves during the full moon," Tom orders. That will take time, my lord." "Why do you want something like that?" "Will we be exterminating them?" Lord Prince questions. "No, we won't be exterminating them. It's quite simple actually. If they drink the potion before turning, they will weaken and hopefully gain control or simply sleep the whole night. It's probably better to make it powerful enough to knock them out. That way they don't have to feel any pain from the change." Tom explains. "Will they be willing to take the potion though?" he asks. "Once again, we will make it a law that werewolves must take their medicine every full moon. Any wolves caught not taking it will be put to death according to the law. We could even put a small price on the potion to fill our pockets as well. We are into charity after all. Although, the price would have to be affordable," Tom says, greedily smirking. His greedy smirk was matched by everyone in the crowd as they agreed wholeheartedly. Once again, the death penalty would be given to anyone that didn't follow these laws, so they agreed as they thought of werewolves as nothing but beasts. Would they agree to take medicine every full moon? Tom's followers didn't think so. As for ingredients, I heard that hunters use wolfsbane to weaken werewolves. That seems like a viable main ingredient. Tom gives Lord Prince a hint. "I was thinking of that as well, my lord." Lord Prince nods with his hand grasping his chin. "Good. If you do get a working potion made, we'll need a supplier for the ingredients and a place to mass produce potions." Tom voices. "My family can already mass produce any potions, my lord." "As for the ingredients supplier, might I suggest Lord Greengrass? His family has been wizarding Britain's largest supplier when it comes to farming," Lord Prince explains. "Sure." Tom agrees, and Lord Greengrass exits the crowd and stands beside Lord Prince. Lord Greengrass is a tall, well-built blonde man with a well-chiseled face. He towers over Lord Prince by almost a whole head. "Thank you for considering my family, my lord. I'm not currently farming enough wolfsbane for something like this, but I can start filling greenhouses at any time," he answers in a deep voice. "Good. Then start doing so immediately. We haven't tested if wolfsbane will work, but I'm fairly sure that it will." Tom orders. "The second I get home, I'll have my people get straight to work." "Thank you for this opportunity, my lord." Lord Greengrass bows sincerely. "Welcome." Tom nods in his direction. "Now it's getting late. We'll talk more about this through the marks. Any other sentient creatures need to be addressed at a later date as well. But this is a good start. I expect every one of you to be working hard to make our world stronger and better from now on. Tom says as he looks down over the crowd. Now go home and get some rest. You're all going to be very busy from now on. See 127 platform ruckus, only one today. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 16 chapters ahead at chapter 142. He'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. After the meeting with his followers, Tom spent the rest of his days before school relaxing with Druella. He slept at the Rosiers for that entire time, but he and Druella haven't done anything intimate yet. She said she isn't ready for that yet, which is alright with Tom. He's pretty sure she's just worried about the pain of her first time while wanting it to be special. That's okay though. Tom can just continue to keep the company of his left or right hand. He said he would take things slow with her and he meant it. Although that didn't mean he couldn't sleep in the same bed as her. They slept alongside one another for the last few nights before school starts. Lord Rosier was not happy about that, but he couldn't really say anything. Tom is his lord after all. If Tom wanted to, which he does not, he could FCK Lady Rosier right in front of him. Of course he won't, but he could without any repercussions. Throughout these few days of peace, Tom has been getting communications from his followers about the last meeting. Everyone was doing their best to turn over a new leaf and contribute to the cause, or at least pretend to turn over a new leaf to gain his favor. These tough-faced people were easily spotted thanks to the liar function in the mark. Tom won't be punishing them or anything, but they won't be holding any high-level positions ever. They will forever spend their lives as grunts in his organization. When the few days of vacation ended, Tom and Druella returned once again to King's Cross. As they made their way through the pillar, they were met with an extremely packed platform. Everyone was waiting with bated breath for Tom Riddle's arrival. Parents and students were all surrounding the entrance, waiting to catch a glimpse of the one that slew the Dark Lord. As Tom passed through the entrance with Druella on his arm, the crowd swarmed them. Everyone was thanking him and asking for an autograph or to shake his hand. Reporters were asking question after question to get anything that could fill their next front page article. Photographers were snapping picture after picture to get the best one they could. Tom felt as though he was being flashbanged the second he walked onto the platform. Although he knew that something like this would happen, Tom still felt a bit overwhelmed by everything around him. Soon, his saviors arrived. Arrows dressed in red coats with wands drawn started pouring into the crowd. They fired off spells into the air to disperse the crowd. Step back. I said step back. A man that looked very similar to Charles walked at the head of the arrows as they cleared the area. All Hogwarts students are to board the train, and parents are to say their goodbyes and leave. Now, not wanting to anger the Errors, everyone reluctantly did as they were told and the crowd dispersed. Hello, Mr. Riddle. It's an honor to meet you. I'm Lord Alphonse Potter. Lord Potter says with a bow. I'm the leader of the Ministry of Magic's office. Would you be willing to accompany me back to Whitehall for some questions? Obviously, you aren't in any trouble. We just have some questions about your bout with Grindelwald. Are you Charles' father? Tom asks with a raised eyebrow. Huh? So my son wasn't lying? He really is friends with you. Lord Potter realizes. Yes, we met in his first year. He wasn't one of those lions that called me a snake and cursed my existence, so we hit it off fairly well. Tom explains. Oh, really? That's nice. I seem to owe my son an apology now. Lord Potter laughs and goes back into work mode. So, are you willing to come and answer some questions? I mean, yeah, although, I have to be at school for the welcoming feast. Tom agrees. Once we're finished, you can flew to the school from the ministry. You'll probably make it there before the train arrives. Lord Potter offers. All right, that sounds good. Tom says and turns to Druella. Want to ride the train or tag along with me? I'll come with you. The train ride will be dreadfully boring without you, she says and grabs his arm. Sure, you don't mind, do you? Tom turns and asks Lord Potter. No, I don't mind. She was there too, so we have some questions for her anyway. He shakes his head. If you're ready to go, please grab on and we'll take you there. As he says this, two Errors stand beside Tom and Druella. They each grab their designated Error and disappear from the platform. Dash. In two separate interrogation rooms, Tom and Druella were being questioned about the fight with Gellert Grindelwald. Although they are in interrogation rooms, the atmosphere was anything but that. The eras were made to protect the wizarding world from the dark arts and those who practice them. Tom nor Druella show any outward signs of practicing dark arts. They also participated in the killing of a very powerful known Dark Lord. If anything, the eras are trying to appear in their best light for Tom. They are treating him like an honored guest while going through the normal procedure of questioning someone. They were all told to look their best and treat Tom well, as many of the higher command want to try recruiting Tom when he graduates. Getting the man that killed Grindelwald to join them would be a huge boon to the Era office. As the normal questions were coming to an end, Lord Potter asked something that has been bugging him. Do you know where the bodies of Albus Dumbledore and Gellert Grindelwald are? We searched the area that the fight took place, but couldn't find them anywhere, he asked. Oh yeah, I have them actually. I thought you guys would need them and didn't want the moles taking them. My house elf Mimsy could bring them here if you'd like. I told her to place them under stasis, so no rotting or anything has happened. Tom reveals as he forgot he even had them. He's already taken all valuables off of the bodies for himself, so he has no need for them anymore. Yes, that would be appreciated. Lord Potter nods. Next time could you leave the bodies though? We try to keep the area as untouched as possible for our investigations. Yeah, sure. I'll just call you guys next time. I guess that I didn't really think about it, Tom says as he calls for his favorite elf, Mimsy. Pop, Master called. She answers, her well-dressed appearance impressing all eras in the room. Can you deliver the corpses of Grindelwald and Dumbledore to Lord Potter here for me? Tom asks as he points to Lord Potter. Mimsy's on it, she says and pops away. You seem to take very good care of your elf, Mr. Riddle. Lord Potter nods in approval. Mimsy represents me. If she looks raggedy, that shows me in a bad light, Tom says simply. If only others would see that as well. He shakes his head at the wizarding world's custom of belittling elves. Pop. Mimsy appeared with two dead bodies in tow. Both Gellert and Albus looked to be in the exact same state as they were upon their deaths. Albus the mummy and Gellert with a sword wound through the chest. See 128 Minister of Magic 2 chaps today. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 15 chapters ahead at chapter 144. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. As the bodies appeared, the less seasoned of the eras looked uncomfortable. They hadn't seen dead bodies before, so they felt a big urge to vacate their stomachs. Especially thanks to the state of Dumbledore's body. The man looks like someone sucked all the water out of him. The mummy is Albus Dumbledore, I assume? Lord Potter asks. Yup, Gellert did some wandless spell or something to suck all the life out of him and transfer it to himself. I haven't found out how though. It's probably best no one finds out how, though. Tom informs. Yes, I saw the memory. Right. We don't need any wannabe Dark Lord finding out about that. Lord Potter shivers at the thought. Well, I believe I've answered everything unless you have more questions. If not, then I should get to school, Tom says as he stands from his chair. No, we don't have anything else for you. Thank you for being so cooperative, he answers, and suddenly the door slams open. Is Mr. Riddle truly here? A woman dressed in the wizarding equivalent of a pantsuit struts her way into the room. She looks to be middle-aged with black hair, normal height, and slightly overweight. Behind her are two tough-looking bodyguards. They are dressed similarly to hers and keep scanning the area for any threats. Yes, ma'am. He was just about to leave. Lord Potter answers and gestures over to Tom. As the woman's head turns and locks onto Tom, she darts forward and grabs his hand, shaking it rather forcefully. Hello, I'm Hortensia Millifut, the Minister of Magic. She gives his hand one final shake and lets go. I just wanted to come and thank you in person for all that you've done. Welcome, Tom Riddle, but you already know that, Tom says politely as he eyes her cautiously. She is either really here to thank me, or she wants me to support her for re-election. Yes, of course, I know. Everyone knows who you are now, don't they? Although, I didn't expect you to be so young. I may have built up your image in my mind a bit, she confesses with a smile on her face. I hope the real thing doesn't disappoint. Tom jokes. No, of course not. It's just hard to picture someone so young killing a man like Gellert Grindelwald. She says his name with a hint of fear in her voice. Do you know that I've actually met him before? Oh really? How did that go? Tom continues his small talk happily, but inside he's trying to find an excuse to leave. He wanted me to join him and give him control of the ministry. Can you believe the gall of that man? She says and continues to prattle on. The others around the room looked at Tom with pitying eyes. They know firsthand how much of a chatterbox the minister was. If she wasn't stopped, she would go on and on for hours. It was nice talking to you, Minister, but I really have to get back to Hogwarts, Tom says, tired of talking to her. She hasn't asked about my support, so maybe she came just to thank me? Yes, you are still a student after all. She nods in agreement. Before you go though, could I count on your support for my re-election in the coming years? There it is. Politicians are all the same, Tom thought as he put on a polite smile. I'm not very into politics at the moment, but I'll think about it and owl you if anything. As Tom says this, the corner of the minister's mouth twitched down slightly. He could tell that she was unhappy and annoyed with his answer. Well, don't worry about it, my dear. You have 2 years to decide if you want to support me or not, she says and excuses herself. As she leaves the room, the bodyguards form up around her and escort the minister out. Good answer. That one's a shark who will talk your ear off before devouring you whole. Lord Potter comments as all the others nod to his statement. Yeah, I could tell, Tom says as he turns to Lord Potter. Can you show me to Druella and the Floo, so we can be on our way? Of course, follow me. After getting Druella and being escorted to the Floo, they bid the Aurors farewell and left through the fireplace in a flash of green flame. In Headmaster Dippet's office, the fireplace sparked green as Tom and Druella came walking out. The headmaster was waiting patiently at the side, as he had to be there to let them through. The Aurors have long explained that this would happen. Mr. Riddle, welcome back to Hogwarts. He greets Tom with a happy smile on his face. Dippet has always liked Tom. How could he not? The boy has been top of his class in every subject since his first day as a first year. He's polite and friendly with everyone. Never has anyone come to complain about him. Well, except for Albus, but based on his recent actions in helping a Dark Lord, Dippet doesn't count him as a member of Hogwarts anymore. It's good to be back, Headmaster. Tom replies as they both shake hands. This is something odd that's happened since he became famous. Everyone wants to shake his hand. While wizarding etiquette says that shaking hands is wrong, it seems that once you're famous some rules go out the window. Druella clears her throat. Miss Rosier, I didn't see you there. Welcome back as well. Dippet greets her with much less excitement. Tom could hear her through the mark muttering about how disrespectful their headmaster is being. Well, you have a few hours before the rest of the students arrive. Do you need anything while you wait? He asks politely. No thanks. Well, just go and unpack early, Tom says as he and Druella inch towards the door. All right. If you need anything, my door is always open to you, he says and ushers them out of the office. See 129 Welcome Feast bonus. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 15 chapters ahead at chapter 144. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. After unpacking and spending some time alone in the common room, Tom and Druella made their way to the Great Hall. When they arrived, the hall was completely empty, but it would be filled with students very soon. As they took a seat at the Slytherin table, elves appeared to ask if they wanted any refreshments. No, thank you. Well, wait for everyone else to arrive before eating. Tom turns them down politely. When the elf popped away, suddenly the Sorting Hat appeared on the table before them. Hey, kids. The Hat nods to both of them. How have you been? I've been well, Hat. Druella answers first. Good. Working on a lot of stuff as usual. Why are you here? Tom asks. Put me on. We need to talk. Privately, the hat says to Tom, looking around the empty hall suspiciously. "All right." Tom mutters and places the sentient garment on his head. "What's up, Hat?" Tom asks. "Lady Hogwarts wants me to voice her worry for your mission. You only have this year and next year to complete it. Although the houses are starting to come together, you don't have much time left in the school." Hat explains. "Well, I'll think of something to speed it along. Although even if it takes longer than I have, I could just have the Slytherins keep working at it. Also, maybe I could get a job teaching here. I'm sure Dippet would accept me for any position I apply for." Tom explains. "Good. I'll go and report back to Lady Hogwarts." "Good luck and thanks for helping, Tom," the hat says and disappears from Tom's head. "What was that about?" Druello asks through the mark. "Lady Hogwarts is getting impatient. She's worried that I won't complete my mission before graduation." Tom explained. "Are you going to complete it before graduation?" she asked. "I'm not sure, dash." After waiting another 10 minutes in the Great Hall, students start pouring in. When they saw Tom sitting at his usual table, everyone crowded around. They wanted to ask questions and just be close to such a famous and strong person. "How are you so strong? Were you scared when it happened? What was Grindelwald like? Did you get injured in the fight?" The questions went on and on. Tom, trying to keep his kind reputation, answered every question he could as politely as possible. As the students hoarding around him started becoming a bit unbearable, Headmaster Dippet came to the rescue. "Everyone quiet down and return to your proper tables please." His magically enhanced voice spreads throughout the hall. "Those that aren't seated in their proper places within the next 3 minutes will be given detention every day for the next week." That got them all moving quickly. Detention was boring to the extreme, so they all dispersed and got to their tables swiftly. They have all year to bug Tom with their questions anyway. Tom sent the headmaster a thankful nod and received a smile in return. "Now, like every year before this one, we have a sorting to get through. Once that has finished, I will give my normal speech, and then we can start filling our stomachs." Dippet informs everyone. Soon, the line of new children came strolling in, each of them scanning the area for the famous Tom Riddle. When they saw him seated at the Slytherin table, every one of them hoped they would be in Slytherin as well. Even some of the children from Gryffindor families thought like this. The sorting came and went with another song from the hat. None of the new first years were anyone of importance. This year has to be a new record though. Usually, Slytherin is known as the pompous house of purebloods and doesn't get that many first years as the rest. Though, this year seems to be different. About half of all the first years were sorted into Slytherin, which is perfect for Tom. More first years means more followers down the line. When the sorting came to a close, Headmaster Dippet stood from his chair to address the students. "New and old students, welcome or welcome back to Hogwarts. This year is a special one, as we have an honored student returning for his 6th year. Let's all give a round of applause to the student that single-handedly took down the Dark Lord, Gellert Grindelwald." He spoke excitedly as the whole room filled with cheer and applause, even from the Gryffindor table. Once everyone calmed down, he spoke again. "All right, I know everyone is excited about Mr. Riddle being here, but please try to treat him as you did last year. Although he may be very famous now, he's still here to complete his studies like the rest of you. Try not to bombard him again as you did when you arrived. Does everyone understand?" he calls out and everyone reluctantly voices their agreement. After that, the headmaster went on to explain the normal rules. Then the feast appeared on the long tables, as usual, shocking the first years. Before anyone can eat, Tom stands and walks up to the teacher's platform. "Headmaster, do you mind if I say a few words?" Tom asks and Dippet nods his head immediately. "Thanks." Tom turns to the students and they all have their eyes on him. "Hello, everyone. I just wanted to say that I understand you all have questions, which is why he'll make a deal with you. For the next 3 days, he'll alternate between each of your tables. So tomorrow he'll sit at their Ravenclaw table for every meal and so on. This way each house will have an entire day to get their questions out, and I won't have get stampeded by all of you at once. In return, I ask that you try to give me my personal space. Welcome to come to talk to me normally as always, but use your discretion is all I ask. If the reason that you want to come and talk to me is to ask questions about Grindelwald, then try to hold it for your house's day. Is that all right? Tom addresses them respectfully. Everyone voices their agreement with happy faces, especially Ravenclaw, as they were getting first dibs on questions. That's good. Tom goes to leave the stage but thought of a good idea. Oh yeah, since Druella has been starting clubs around the school, I decided to make my own. It's called the Self-Defense Club. If the headmaster agrees to it, he'd be happy to teach you all how to defend yourselves. I believe him fairly qualified for this. All students are welcome no matter what house you're from, Tom says, and everyone looked excited to learn from him. He did beat Grindelwald after all. Learning from him would be a true honor for them. Those that don't care for joining will probably receive an owl from their parents telling them to join within the week. That's all for now. Thanks for listening, Tom says as he goes to take his seat once again. See 130 Self-Defense Club, only one today. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 14 chapters ahead at chapter 144. He'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. With the end of the welcoming feast, the school year officially started. Students returned to their dorms to get a good night's sleep for their classes the next day. Due to announcing his self-defense club, Tom was called to the headmaster's office. He was questioned on what the club would do and where it would hold its meetings. Well, we would need a big room, as the space would be required. I would help then build muscle and teach them martial arts as I've learned a bit in the mole world. I'm no expert as I mostly focused on swordsmanship, but I can teach them the basics. It'd also teach them how to fight an actual battle without rules. Tom explains a bit. What do you mean without rules? The headmaster asks. Well, dueling is mainly what everyone is taught. But duels have rules. You can't kill or maim your opponent and so on unless it's a duel to the death. But those are extremely rare. I would teach them about what fights are like in the real world. A real fight has no rules after all. Tom explains in more detail. Do they need to know that? Dippet didn't look convinced. Well, those that want to become heroes would need to learn this. Not to mention if another Dark Lord appears to start a war, it's better they learn to defend themselves in the real world. What if they have the chance to kill a Dark Lord that's attacking them, but they don't take the opportunity because in their minds it's against the rules? Tom explains further. Alright, he'll sanction the self-defense club, but a teacher must attend every meeting just in case someone gets injured and whatnot. The headmaster agrees. Good. Might I suggest the school nurse? She's not technically a teacher, but her being there would make the most sense. If someone were to be injured, she would know immediately, Tom offers. That wasn't the only reason Tom suggested the nurse. She is a new member of his followers, freshly enrolled during the party he held at the Rosiers. That's fine with me. He'll speak to her and figure out the schedule. As for the room the club will gather in, I'm unsure, so why don't you explore the castle and find one? As long as it isn't being used, you can have it for the club. Dippet offers with a smile. That'll work. Well, it's getting late. I should get to sleep. Tom checks the clock in the room. Yes, it is. Good night, Mr. Riddle. Dippet smiles and gestures that Tom can leave. Night, headmaster. It didn't take Tom long to find a good room on the second floor of the castle. It was about 3 times the size of the room that he trains the Slytherins in. He would need the space as almost the entire school applied for his club. The idea for the club came to his mind for few reasons. 1. He wanted to use it to quicken the finish of Lady Hogwarts' mission. With his newfound fame as the man that killed a Dark Lord, he knew many would flock to him now, especially if he offers to teach them how to fight. 2. He wanted to start upping the standard of wizards. In Tom's opinion, Most wizards are weak and don't live up to their full potential. Yes, they are strong in magic, but laziness plagues the wizarding world. With the ability to do almost anything with a wave of a stick, why bother bettering yourself in other areas? Lastly, he thought it would be a good way to spread his influence a bit. Bringing every Slytherins into his organization is great, but he may see potential in someone from another house. Although he won't be bringing in entire houses, as Slytherin is enough, at least for now, it is. If someone with the power of sight, like Luna Lovegood, were to appear, Tom would want them to become a follower as soon as possible. After finding the room, Tom was informed of the times that the nurse would be available. He made a club schedule based on those times and announced it during lunch on the next day. When the day of the first meeting arrived, almost the entire school showed up. It's a good thing that the room Tom found was massive, or else they would be packed like sardines shoulder to shoulder. Even some of the teachers that weren't busy at the moment came to watch the club's first meeting. "Can I have your attention, please?" Tom calls out with a magically enhanced shout. The room that was once filled with the laughter and gossip of children became silent. "I would like to welcome everyone to the first meeting of the Self-Defense Club. We have a lot of members, but I'm sure a good amount of everyone here will end up quitting by the end of the day," Tom says, confusing everyone in the room. "I would like to make it clear that while you are a member of this club, I'm the boss. If I say to do something, you do it without question. Those of you that can't handle that are free to leave at any time." As the crowd of new members heard him, they felt that this would be harder than they thought. Many of them thought that Tom would just give them some pointers here and there, but the way he's talking, this seems to be more serious than they imagined. Now, as the first activity of the Self-Defense Club, everyone will run in circles along the edges of the room until I say to stop, Tom exclaims with a happy attitude. Huh? See 131 Training Time Skip double chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 14 chapters ahead at chapter 146. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. Immediately, every single Slytherin in the room above the first year started running. They were used to this and didn't need to be told twice. Once the rest broke from their shock, Tom repeated himself. "Are you deaf? Let's go." "Get to running," Tom yelled, and one by one the other students started running. Soon, every Hogwarts student in the room was running laps around the room. Those of heftier proportions were trailing behind but tried their best nonetheless. After the second lap, students started leaving the room. As soon as the first one threw in the towel, many started following along. They didn't come here to be ordered around, nor would they make a fool of themselves running in circles. None of them fully understanding the idea of physical exercise. They were tired and sweaty for the first time in their lives and they didn't like it. With annoyed expressions, they left one after the other. This was alright with Tom, as he had no wishes to train weak-willed people. He doesn't plan to make their training as intense and in-depth as his followers, but if they can't handle a few laps around the room, they aren't worth his time. After the fourth lap, 3/4 of the students remained. No one was leaving anymore as everyone was focused on simply running around the room. "Alright, stop," Tom calls, and everyone ceases. Most of the students stopped in their tracks and sat on the floor, relaxing their tired muscles. Others, like the overweight children, collapsed on the floor, heaving for air. "We will start every meeting with a run like this. Does anyone in the room know why I have you running?" Tom asks, and a Mulborn raises her hand. "Yes, to build stamina and have a healthy body," she says. "Exactly. Many of you that were born in the wizarding world may not understand, but exercising our bodies is something crucial, especially if you want to go into a physically demanding profession. If you want to be a exercise is something that could very well save your life one day. Imagine a killing curse being fired at you. You have no cover and you don't have your wand. How do you survive?" Tom asks, and the same Mulborn girl answers. "Dodging it." She enthusiastically answers. "Precisely, but if you aren't agile enough, you will get hit and you will die." Tom voices seriously. Everyone in the room looks scared as many of them wanted to be heroes. They wanted to fight Dark Lords and be the heroes of the wizarding world. Almost all of them have done 0 exercises to prepare for that though. This is why we will be building up your bodies from now on. Before we even get into any types of magic lessons, you will all work hard on exercising until I see a good improvement. Tom explains. You all have 15 minutes to rest before we start another exercise. Like that, the self-defense club was created. Thanks to the people that left, the club became a bit easier to manage. The rest of the exercises were to help them build muscle. The normal push-ups, sit-ups, and so on. The year started unfolding as usual. Except for this year, Tom was spread a bit thin. He had the normal Slytherin training in the morning, classes, the self-defense club, then he would work on his own training with Druella. Speaking of his lovely girlfriend, Tom showed Druella the raw. He barely has time to do anything this year, so he decided to combine his training and Druella time together. She's been accompanying him to the raw since the beginning of the year. When Tom first showed it to her, she was amazed at what the room could do. She spent about an hour testing the room as Tom did, stepping out over and over to change it out of curiosity. Since Tom has been working on wandless magic, Druella wanted to practice it as well. They spent the majority of their time together practicing spells wandlessly in the raw. When they exhausted their magic reserves from all the practice, they would sleep in the raw together on a plush king-sized bed. Ever since the last few days of summer when Tom stayed with Druella, she found it lonely to sleep alone, and Tom shared that sentiment. So they spent most of the nights at Hogwarts in the raw together. Other than school-related things, Tom has been receiving constant communications from his followers. The meeting about kicking sentient creatures out of housing areas took place a week into school. All of Tom's followers voted against it, which shocked many in the Wizengamot. They knew for sure that these lords would happily vote to boot out those they thought below themselves. What shocked them further was the argument they made about solving the problems rather than pushing it aside. The idea of selling packaged blood for vampires was eye-opening to many. Also, Lord Prince announces his work on a potion to suppress a werewolf on their day of the month. These ideas were hot topics for every member, some agreeing wholeheartedly as they have always wished to help these people that were unjustly called creatures. They saw vampirism and the wolf curse as a sickness, which can be either treated, cured, or lived with under certain conditions. Others not so much. They saw these creatures as dark monsters spreading their curses to those around them, many of them fearing for themselves and their families, seeing these people as nothing but beasts in human skin. Tom understood both sides of the argument, as not everyone is a good person. Whether you be a normal wizard or a vampire, there are always crazies in every group. Tom's solution won't end the occasional vampire or werewolf attack, but it will severely cut them down to almost nothing. The debate over how to proceed with these new ideas is still being argued in the Wizengamot months after Hogwarts started. A vote will happen sooner or later, but for that to happen a bill must be written up. Tom put Lord Black in charge of this, as he already has his hands full. See 132 Lord Black Poff bonus. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 14 chapters ahead at chapter 146. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. While Tom was stuck at school, Lord Sirius Black has been working hard on his lord's plans. These last months in the Wizengamot have been annoying, to say the least. How to treat creatures is something that's widely disagreed on. No matter what side of the political spectrum a wizard is on, everyone's opinion on how to deal with the sentient creature population is different. Some want them eradicated or exiled, and others want them cured, treated, or peacefully integrated into society. Every meeting of the Wizengamot since the vote on whether to ban sentient creatures from residential areas failed has been filled with arguments. Since finding out about the state of the Wizengamot, Lord Riddle has tasked Sirius with putting together a bill detailing how the government would deal with this problem. Blood to be marketed for vampires along with the newly created Wolfsbane potion and many other solutions for different peaceful sentient creatures are finished and ready to be launched into stores. Another add-on to the bill is changing these people from creatures to citizens. As they are labeled by the government as creatures, they technically aren't citizens at all. Even if they were born here, which many of them are, they would always be treated like animals instead of the people they are. When the time to present the bill came, Lord Black arrived at the ministry half an hour early. He came early to prepare for his presentation of the bill. Sirius has to stand before everyone and give a short explanation, which will be hell as many will disagree and try to make trouble. Once the time arrived, Lord Black entered the hall filled with stations for each sitting member of the Wizengamot. The seats were packed and everyone was looking at Lord Black expectantly. Everyone has already arrived, so Lord Black walked up the aisle and stood at the podium in the center of the hall. Attention! An aged wizard bangs his gavel and draws everyone's attention. We all know what this meeting is about. We're voting on a new bill being brought forth by Lord Sirius Black. As he says this, many look interested while others look very displeased. Lord Black, let's not waste time. Please begin. Good evening, lords, ladies, and elected officials. Lord Black clears his throat and greets. In front of each and every one of you, you shall find the bill that you'll all be voting on. Said bill is filled with actions to better our society through the integration of many sentient creatures. Sirius emphasizes the last word. I say that because these people are not creatures, we've labeled them so out of fear and hatred. This bill will also amend that and change that designation to citizens. As Lord Black gives a short synopsis of the bill being put forth, many started skimming through the bill while others merely glared at it in hatred. Some tried to make trouble and voice their displeasure, but the aged wizard would just bang his gavel and threaten to have them escorted out. None of them wanted that, as they have to speak out against the bill when the time comes. I know many of you see this as giving monsters rights, but there are some parts of the bill you may enjoy. Lord Black smirks proudly. With the new rights and services rendered to these citizens, they also have to abide by some stipulations that will be put to law. These stipulations include different things for different people. With the added blood stocked in the markets, vampires won't need to drink from the vein anymore. Therefore, if they wish to drink from the vein again, their meal cannot be killed and must consent without any sort of magical or threatening persuasion. If this new law is broken, said vampire will immediately be captured, put to trial, and put to death, depending on the verdict of course. When many of the opposition heard this, they became extremely interested, but not all of them. They see this to be pointless as they can already kill vampires as they aren't considered people. Many stipulations like this are in this bill. For every race being given rights and citizenship, there's a clause like this to protect the populace from those that won't comply with the rules. Lord Black announces happily. Now, I won't take up more of your time. This bill will be voted on in the next session we hold in 1 week. I ask that all of you, even those unhappy about this, read through the bill and give it a chance. Thank you for your time. The aged wizard with the gavel says as Sirius leaves the podium and took his seat. Does anyone wish to speak out for or against this bill? When he uttered those words, almost everyone in the room raised their wands. Soon, one after the other wizards were brought forward and given time to speak their views. Tom's followers sat back and watched as people spoke racist remarks about every sentient creature under the sun. What's funny to many of them is these people mostly belonged to the light-sided politicians and lords. Although they like to speak about helping everyone and ending the dark side's racism against males, they themselves will stand before their peers and spew venomous hatred towards different groups of people. Tom's followers may feel what they say is right, but that doesn't mean they aren't enjoying the high road for once. Many of them were given time to speak as well and had the distinct pleasure of looking down on these light-sided individuals. I can't believe such racism is allowed to be spoken in this hallowed hall. These are people we're talking about. Flesh and blood like you and I. What horrible behavior. We shouldn't be shunning these people. They are valued members of our society. Every one of Tom's followers took great pleasure in throwing the light side's words right back in their faces. That concludes this week's session of the Wizengamot. We will vote on Lord Black's bill in the next session. Good night all. See 133. OK. Karen 1 today. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 15 chapters ahead at chapter 148. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. Halfway through the school year, Tom received word that Lord Black's bill put forth in the Wizengamot has been passed. Thanks to his many followers, the bill was passed with overwhelming support. The major portion of those that would have voted against it was now taking orders from him. Those on the light side that voted against the bill numbered about half of the light-sided lords, ladies, and elected officials. Others that voted against the bill came from a portion of the minuscule grey side in the Wizengamot, but their number is so few that their votes don't matter much. With the new bill being passed into law, business started booming for Tom's followers. Blood banks were opened in the mole world under the guise of donating to hospitals. These blood banks are owned by a few of Tom's followers. The blood is taken by mole nurses, packaged, and shipped to markets in the magical world. Vampires can now buy blood as if it were pouches of juice like Capri Sunday. Each pouch comes with a straw to poke a hole for them to drink from as well. Tom pretty much copied Capri Suns with this. Lord Greengrass has already filled greenhouses with wolfspan. With a steady supply of the main ingredient, Lord Prince has started mass-producing the wolfspan potion. Although Tom wasn't willing to jack the price up for said potion, with the number of people that have to buy it each month, they will make a very hefty sum. Some other former creatures were given rights and citizenship as well, but their situations weren't profitable for Tom. Like the merpeople, who are segregated from others as they can only survive underwater. What could they do about them? Nothing, except give them the citizenship they deserve. With the newfound profit rolling into his followers' vaults, Tom left school to meet with a Luke at Gringotts. The meeting was fairly simple. Tom opened a vault that was designated the organization vault. A portion of every follower's income goes straight into that vault. Tom made sure not to take from those that couldn't afford to give though. Although he's taking their money, Tom won't be spending any of it on himself. If he wanted to do that, he wouldn't have made a completely separate vault. He could have just put it all into his personal vault. The organization vault will be used for things pertaining to his followers. Would they need a base of operations in the future? Would that base need supplies? Not to mention the fact that his poorer followers deserve a paycheck. If they are going to spend their lives serving him every single day of their lives, Tom has to give them some sort of payment. He doesn't have to, but it would feel wrong not to do so. With the vault set up, money started rolling in steadily. Every month the wolfspan potion sales would bring in a nice sum of money. That along with the blood sales to different markets made the vault fill fairly rapidly. While Tom was trying to calculate how much to pay his followers, the wizarding world went into an uproar. This uproar started with the news of Lord Black's Creature Citizens Bill being passed. Many in the wizarding world were frightened or enraged with the bill's passing. Those that weren't either of those things were the ex-creatures themselves. Although many of the more stable creatures have already left Wizarding Britain because of the racism, those that remained were elated. Never would they ever believe the Wizengamot nor the government would help them in any way. In fact, once the news of the bill to ban them from residential areas was being circulated, they all started preparing to relocate to the forest or something. When that bill failed to pass, many of them breathed a relieved sigh. They wouldn't have to flee from their homes for fear of their lives. Then the news of Lord Black's bill was spread and many of them were scared again. Lord Black is known for his hatred of creatures, so they thought nothing but the worst. Not too long after the bill was presented before the Wizengamot, everyone learned how much the bill was supposed to help them. They didn't believe it at first, But then the bill was passed and a lot happened. Newspapers everywhere were printed with the news along with a detailed summary of what the bill pertained. Then, stores started selling blood for vampires and potions to suppress the werewolves during their time of the month. The government asked all non-registered ex-creature citizens to come report to the ministry. They needed to register their names, address, and other information. Many didn't trust this and decided against registering. But a time limit was placed on it. The time limit was placed because the ministry is basically giving instant citizenship to any ex-creatures. The news of the time limit started a flood of people to stampede into the ministry. These are the brave few that said FCK it and hoped for the best. Once the news of people actually getting citizenship without some trap going off, the rest rushed to the ministry to register before the time ran out. With new citizenship and actual rights as human beings, they all celebrated amongst themselves. They didn't dare celebrate publicly and risk angering the wizards and witches. The majority of the wizarding citizens were not happy about these new laws. They have been hearing about monsters for a very long time and have no interest in bumping into any while shopping for groceries. It was like the end of the world for many of them. They all thought that something horrible would happen and many refused to leave their homes. Others started packing and left Britain for fear of their lives. Although these people were few in number. A month after the big news hit, everything seemed to go back to normal. The only thing that changed is people started occasionally seeing others buying wolfsbane potions and blood while shopping. These people tended to keep to themselves and not bother anyone else. Although, that doesn't mean others couldn't bother them. Wizarding Karens descended upon every store to argue with and badmouth the creatures. Whenever one of these Karens would see someone purchase blood or a potion, the complaints would come pouring out. Although they are annoying, these Karens actually helped integrate the new citizens more than they know. No matter what world or time period you're in, everyone hates a Karen. When most would see these people making a fool of themselves while arguing about creatures in the market, they would look at them like annoyances and go the other way. The shared annoyance between the ex-creatures and the normal populace became a bridge that connected them. See 134 Druella's Resolve Double Chaps Boy I. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 15 chapters ahead at chapter 150. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. The rest of Hogwarts went by fairly quickly. Tom and Druella spent almost all of their spare time together in the Raw. Most of that time was spent on wandless magic. Tom could now do up to 5 third-year spells without a wand, and Druella could do up to second year's spells. Other than wandless magic, Tom had nothing else to learn at Hogwarts, so he would portal over to his secret lair and work on the Multech. While Tom was working on that, Druella started the long road of learning every spell available in the Raw. She didn't have as much time here as Tom did, so she had to start working while she had the chance. Other than that, the new self-defense club has been a big hit. With such a large portion of the school in one club, Tom had ample opportunities to help bring them together. He would make teams and do team fighting tournaments. Each team would have one person from every house. This way they aren't just fighting other houses, they're fighting together. Due to the work already put in to bring the houses together, not many people had a problem being on a team with other houses. Only a very small amount voiced an issue with it. But over time those complaints ceased altogether. He did other things to bring them together as well. Mainly trust exercises that he's learned from his soul's past life. He did try to implement some fun times in the club as well. One of these times is when he transfigured the place to be an actual carnival. He didn't do any rides, but he made as many games as he could. Games like balloon darts, wheel spins, basketball shots, and many more littered the area. Tom wanted the members to have fun and see that no matter what house they are from or what blood status they have, the people around them were their classmates and friends. It worked on some and not on others. Tom wasn't discouraged though. These things take time and he's trying to fix many years of racism and house discrimination. When Hogwarts came to an end, Tom once again was top of the class for every class. Druella was right behind him with many Slytherins scattered below. The house cup went to Slytherin this year, as Tom didn't mind winning it. He'll have to let another house win it next year though. As they were leaving and boarding the train, Tom knew that King's Cross would be packed with people wanting to see him. He thought of just using a portal to get home, but decided against it. He wanted to see if reporters were at the station. If they were, it could be a good time to lay some groundwork for the next election. He'll have to brave the annoying crowds and hope it's not for nothing, he thought. On the ride back to King's Cross, Tom and Druella got a compartment to themselves. The couple was currently glued to one another, sucking each other's faces. Tom's hands were firmly grasping Druella's SS as she lay on top of him. Druella was doing something that actually shocked Tom. Her hands were drifting all over his body as she aggressively prodded her tongue into his mouth. When it comes to these moments, Druella has never been this active before. She's slowly been getting more active recently and Tom isn't sure why. Is she getting more comfortable with this stuff? He thought as he massaged her butt. Whatever, this is fine with me anyway. At first, Druella was a bit reserved when it came to intimate moments. Tom took this as her being nervous about her first time, but that wasn't actually the issue. Druella wanted to do more intimate things with Tom other than kissing, but every time she thought about acting on it, she would chicken out. Since she was too scared to initiate it herself, Druella decided to let Tom take the lead. But he wasn't doing that. He was waiting patiently for when she was ready, not knowing that she was waiting for him to take the lead all along. Druella didn't notice this until the end of the year. Flashback. Tom and Druella were making out in the raw before bed. Their bodies tangled together on the red bed sheets. This became a routine for them. Before going to sleep, they kiss until one of them was too tired to go on. While this was happening, Druella felt something hard poking her lower abdomen. At first, she thought it was Tom's knee or something, but that couldn't be it as Tom's knee was over there. She realized what was poking her and froze. Tom took this as her not being ready and kissed her on the forehead. It's okay, I know you're not ready for anything more than that. I'll wait patiently for the time you feel comfortable, alright? Tom says with a small smile. She wanted to deny what he said, but every time she tried to say it, her voice would get stuck in her throat. After a few minutes of trying to speak and failing, Druella finally voices her desires. I'm ready, she says in the smallest voice. Light snoring. She looks over and sees Tom sound asleep next to her. He didn't hear a thing she said. All of that courage to say what she wanted was wasted on the open air. Sigh. I guess I have to show him that I'm ready rather than say it, she thought as she cuddled into his side and drifted off to sleep. Flashback end. Since that night, Druella has been trying to be more forward with what she wants. It's been moving at a slow pace, but she's getting there one step at a time. When the train arrived, Tom and Druella fixed their disheveled appearances and disembarked the train. Outside, the platform was packed far more than usual. Parents that came to pick up their children brought family to see the great Tom Riddle. Others that weren't even supposed to be there were standing around waiting to see him as well. Although all of that is annoying, what Tom was hoping for was there as well. Reporters and photographers lined the sides of each exit hoping to get an interview with Tom Riddle. See 135 interview bonus. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 15 chapters ahead at chapter 150. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. As every student exited the train, reporters and photographers scanned the area, searching for the man himself, Tom Riddle. Each of them was hoping and wishing that they could get some sort of interview with him. If not, then they hoped he would answer at least one question. They needed something to bring back to print in the paper. Photographers had it way easier though. All they had to do is get pictures as he walked by. The reporters had it a lot harder than them. Soon, Tom walked out with the beautiful Druella Rosier draped on his arm. The second they appeared outside the train, the flashbangs erupted. Flashes from every photographer's camera started going off in Tom and Druella's faces. As the flashes were blinding them, reporters started throwing out question after question. How was Hogwarts? Mr. Riddle. Will you be graduating early? What was your fight with Grindelwald like? How do you feel about the new X-Creature citizens? Will you be doing anything special over the summer? Is that your girlfriend or are you single? A thirsty-looking woman that isn't even a reporter asked. The reporters lost their chance to ask questions at the beginning of the school year, so they are being extra aggressive now. When they came back empty-handed last year, their editors were livid. After all, how hard is it to ask a kid a few questions? After a good 30 seconds of constant flashes and a constant bombardment of questions, Tom finally had enough, especially after that last question, as Cruella was glaring at that woman while squeezing Tom's arm for dear life. For whatever reason, the woman took Cruella's glare as a challenge and glared back unwaveringly. That is enough, Tom shouts while enhancing his voice with magic. With his shout, the entirety of the platform shuts their mouths. The place becomes deathly quiet as no one here wants to anger a man as powerful as Tom. Thank you. Now, I'm willing to answer some questions, but we'll do it in an orderly manner. I will call on you and you will ask one question. I will answer it and then move on to the next person. Does everyone understand? Tom asks and every reporter and some civilians nod without uttering a single word. Good. If any of you step out of line during this interview, I will immediately leave and it will be that person's fault. So be smart or else your fellow reporters won't be happy with you. As Tom says this, every reporter glances around as if to say keep your mouth shut or else. Now, raise your hand if you're a reporter and you have a question. Tom says and the hands go up. Tom points to one and he fist pumps at being chosen first. Mr. Riddle, how was your fight against the Dark Lord Gellert Grindelwald? He asks one of the bigger questions and everyone listens closely. It was fairly easy. We didn't start out at our full strengths in order to test one another. Once we fought at full strength, I easily beat him. Tom answers truthfully. What was? He tries to talk again but one of the reporters silenced his voice with a spell. He said one question. Don't step out of line. One of the reporters angrily berates the muted man. He'll let it slide this once. Next. Tom says and points to a female reporter. How was school this year? She got nervous and wasn't sure what to ask. Easy as always. It's fun to be around others of my age though. This year one decided to make my own club called the Self-Defense Club. I teach many of the students to defend themselves and ready them for future professions. Tom answered again and points to the next person. Do you plan to run for any sort of office after graduation next year? I believe many would vote for the man that slew a Dark Lord. They ask. No, I'm uninterested in politics as a whole. I find it tedious and boring. Although I understand the need for it, because at the end of the day those politicians run our society. Tom explains and once again points to the next person. Have you heard about the new X-Creature citizens? If you have, how do you feel about them? Another reporter asks. I have to say that I'm very happy with the Wizengamot's decision to finally realize these people are people as well. I don't know what came over Lord Black, but he and everyone that voted on his bill supported a very good cause in my opinion. Tom says pointing to the next person. Next. What about the many werewolf and vampire attacks that have happened since the bill was signed into law? He asks. Well, there's always going to be small groups in every mass of people that are distasteful, to say the least. We recently dealt with our own distasteful group and these people are just the same. It's my opinion that they should be hunted down and killed. If they can't see the chance that's being offered to them, then that is truly a shame. Tom says with a shake of his head and gestures to the next person. You said earlier you don't know what came over Lord Black. Can you elaborate on that? He asked. Well, let's not beat around the bush here. Lord Black has been known to support everything that goes against helping vampires, werewolves, and other X-creatures. I don't know why he wrote this bill, nor what changed his opinion of these people. Did he have an epiphany and see that they are humans just like the rest of us? I don't know. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not bad-mouthing the man. He helped many people and I thank him for that. I just urge him to make a press release stating why he decided to help these people. If he can give a believable answer, then I will squash my doubts of him immediately. Tom explains his doubts. As he said this, the reporters were smiling from ear to ear. They just got the best news they could possibly receive. None of them would dare to write anything against the Great House Black, but with Tom's words, they could now do whatever they want. They wouldn't get any blowback as it was Tom that stated these things. They would just be reporting on his statement. This news would last at least a week, and if Lord Black responds, maybe even a month. All right, that seems like a good place to end our discussion. Goodbye and have a nice day, Tom says as Mimsy appears and pops him and Druella away. See 136 Mother and Son 1 today. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 16 chapters ahead at chapter 152. He'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. When Tom returned to the Rosier Manor with Druella, a confused-looking Lord Black was waiting for him. "How did you know I would be here?" Tom asks as he and Druella take a seat on the sofa. Druella leans into Tom and rests her head on his shoulder. This is something new as well. She used to not like public shows of affection, but that seems to have changed. "Men tend to end up wherever their women are, my lord," Lord Black answered with a shrug. "Huh? Makes sense, I guess." Tom can't deny his claim as he did come here. "My lord, is there a reason why you called me out so publicly?" Lord Black asks with badly hidden annoyance in his voice. "Because I think that you would make a very capable minister of magic," Tom states as he wraps an arm around Druella's waist. "And your idea to back me consists of casting doubt on my actions? The same actions which you ordered me to do in the first place?" Some heat could be felt in those words. "Now, there's no need to get so upset," Tom says with a playful smile. "What do you think will happen when you run for minister? Do you think the people will love you all of the sudden? No. Some will, but not enough for you to win, especially when your opponents bring up your past and cast doubt on your recent actions as I have today." "So what? Casting doubt before the enemy can?" Lord Black utters with a hint of realization. "Exactly. I cast my doubts and you get to show the world why and how you changed to be a better man. When everything is settled, I can safely throw my backing into your corner. Instead of supporting Sirius Black the creature and Mulhater, I would be supporting Sirius Black the reformed lord that just wants to make up for all he has done." Tom explains and Lord Black's mouth drops open. "You planned this all along?" Lord Black asked. "Nah, I came up with it on the train ride home," Tom says as he waves his hand dismissively. Lord Black just sat there stunned at his lord's actions. He always wanted to be the minister, but he always failed. "It seems now is his time. Thank you for choosing me, my lord," Lord Black says as he stands and bows deeply. "I'll do my best to never let you down." "Yeah, no problem. Just work diligently and we'll have no issue," Tom says as Lord Black stands and nods affirmatively. "Now, I'm sure you can handle your part of the plan yourself." "Yes, my lord." "I'll have a statement for the press ready within the hour," Lord Black says as he ponders over how to word everything. "Good. If you couldn't, then I would doubt as to why you were sorted into Slytherin in the first place," Tom states and waves his hand at Lord Black dismissively. "Go and get your work done." As Lord Black left, Druella pushes Tom down and climbed on top of him. "What's gotten into her lately?" Tom thought as their lips met and his hands started to wander. "Whatever it is, I'm loving it." After getting caught by Druella's parents, Tom left Druella at her home and went to Camartage as usual. Druella's father was livid but could do nothing about it, while her mother was giggling and encouraging her daughter. When Tom arrived at Camartage, he was met by the Ancient One. She was sipping tea and waiting for him in his room. "So, how was school?" she asked. "Easy as usual." "How was everything here?" Tom answered and asked back. "Nothing too crazy. I had to deal with a few demons and some unsightly apostles of a very angry sex god. They were easily handled though." She mentions her exploits as if they were nothing. "Huh? That's it? Usually you have to deal with way more than that." "Lucky you," Tom says as he sits down on his bed. "Yeah, I've had a lot of my time, which has been good. but that gets boring after a while. I've missed having you here. It's so boring without you, she admits with a fond smile on her face. Well, I'm here now. Tom smirks at her. I missed you too, by the way. Life is boring without my bald-robing mother around. As Tom says this, he could see her freeze for a moment. You okay? Yeah, she says as a tear falls from her eye and a bright smile graces her lips. I just like it when you call me that. I feel like I adopted you from that orphanage, and it's nice when you acknowledge it, even if you're only joking. She wipes the tear from her face. Tom felt conflicted. He really was just joking, but maybe a part of him wasn't. The Ancient One is the only real mother-type figure he's had in this world. Maybe it would be fine to call her that from now on. Well, if you want, I could keep calling you that from now on, Tom mutters quietly, but she heard every word. Not as a joke, that is. Suddenly, the Ancient One leapt out of her chair and squished Tom in a tight hug. Sobbing could be heard as she cries into his hair. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Over and over she thanked Tom for whatever reason. A conflicted smile appears on Tom's face. He was happy about this development but sad about whatever drove her to cry like this. She must have been very lonely up until he arrived. I've never seen you cry like this before, Tom states, but she doesn't reply. After a few minutes of calming her crying, they separated and Tom could see her red eyes and tear-stricken face. So, Mom, feel better now? Tom says Mum with a small smirk on his face. Yeah, I think I needed that, son, she answered with her own smirk as she wipes her face with the sleeve of her robe. See 137 Telekinesis for Dummies 2 today. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 14 chapters ahead at chapter 152. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. Once Tom and his new mommy were finished with their big moment, the Ancient One asked an important question. Have your elves collected all of the ingredients for the ritual yet? She asks. I haven't had a chance to ask. Let's find out, shall we? Tom says as he calls for his favorite elf, Mimsy. Pop, Master's back, she exclaimed excitedly as she appeared. Yes, I am. Have all those ingredients been gathered? Tom asks his overexcitable elf. As he asks this, Mimsy stands a bit taller with her chest pushed out proudly. Yes, Master. Mimsy had the elves work day and night to get Master's things, she says happily. That's good. I'll call you when I need them. Thanks for the hard work and let the other elves know how thankful I am as well. Tom pats her bald head. Hee hee. Mimsy will tell them now. She laughs joyously and pops away after indulging in her master's head pats. It seems that I have all the ingredients. When do you want to do the ritual? Tom turns to the Ancient One and asks. We need to wait for a full moon, and that won't happen until later next month, so we have some time, the Ancient One informs. All right. Do you have any suggestions on a branch of the mystic arts that I should study while I'm waiting? The last time I chose for myself we ended up meeting an evil celestial slaying god in a shadow dimension. I'd rather pick something safer this time, Tom asks with a wry smile gracing his lips. Tom's new mom places a hand on her chin and starts thinking. Yeah, here, start working this. She snaps her fingers and a book lands in Tom's lap. Peeking at the cover, Tom's eyebrow twitched at such a lazy and odd name. Telekinesis for Dummies. Is this a joke? Tom asks with a raised eyebrow. No, that book was written by one of the best users of telekinesis I've ever met. She was a bit weird, but everything in that book is factual and will help you immensely, she says with a wry smile. What powers the telekinesis? I don't need some higher being from the bump-ck nowhere dimension to make my life difficult again, Tom asks, still slightly disgruntled about his sealed animagus form. It doesn't take energy from an outside source. It uses the mental energies of the user, which means as you practice it, you'll become mentally exhausted, although, over time and practice your mental strength will grow, sort of like how you excessive your body. That's why I chose this as your next project. With it, you don't have to worry about, and I quote, higher beings from the bump-ck nowhere dimension as you've said, she explains, and Tom can't help but chuckle at her copying his words. Sweet, I'll read it tonight and work on it a bit before bed. Tom says as he tosses the book onto his bed. "All right, I have to go watch over some students' training. I'll see you at dinner?" the Ancient One asks as she started heading for the door. "Yeah, I'll head over around 6 or 7. We should get Raymond tonight." Tom agrees as the Ancient One leaves him alone in his room. Before bed that night, Tom read over half the book. With his perfect recall, he retained every bit of information he took in. Telekinesis is the psionic ability to move, manipulate and control a multitude of people, not mind control and objects with the mind without physically touching them, especially over long distances. Depending on the user's skill and power, they may be able to levitate themselves, other objects, and form powerful pushes or blasts and protective shields. Telekinesis uses the mental energy and strength of the user. The need to practice is important, or else the heaviest someone could lift something is a small pin. Through practice and training, mental strength and energy will increase, making it easier to use telekinesis. The beings able to perform telekinesis are named telekinetics or telecons. The first chapter of the book explains this, while the second chapter details an exercise for practice. The exercise is simple. Tom took a small pin and placed it on his palm with his hand held out. He then has to meditate and tap into his pool of mental energy in order to make the pin float above his hand. Due to the mastery of his own magic and eldritch energy, Tom has a bit of experience sensing energies. After only half an hour, he was able to feel the very small amount of mental energy located in his brain. Taking a deep breath, Tom opens his eyes and stares at the pin, while simultaneously exerting that energy. He imagined the pin levitating above the palm of his hand, as if he just cast a levitation spell. The pin starts floating for the smallest of moments before falling back into his hand. Compared to the wizarding levitation spell, this one looks a bit different. As it floated above his palm, the pin was coated in pink energy. That must be what the mental energy looks like, Tom thought. As the pin dropped into his palm, an overwhelming feeling of exhaustion hit Tom hard. Not wanting to fall asleep with a sharp pin in his bed, Tom powered through the exhaustion and placed the pin on the bedside table. As soon as the pin was away from him, Tom passed out. His mental energies were too exhausted for his mind to function at the moment. See 138 Ritual Time 2 today. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 14 chapters ahead at chapter 152. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. After the night he passed out from mental exhaustion, Tom finished the book and added telekinesis to his training schedule. Throughout the month before the ritual, Tom had a set schedule he followed for his training. In the mornings it is physical training to keep his body in perfect condition. This includes his martial arts and swordsmanship practice as well. Tom may not be the best when it comes to hand-to-hand combat, but he's been slowly honing his swordsmanship to an incredible degree. After that, he would usually eat breakfast with his new mother or at the Rosiers with Druella. Later in the day, Tom would spend his time in his secret lair studying university books and fixing the stolen Stark tech. When night came and it was time to sleep, he would exhaust his magical energy through wandless spells. This way he can practice wandless magic while also growing his now enormous pool of magic. If that wasn't already exhausting, Tom would then practice telekinesis. This would always end with him passing out in exhaustion. Sleep and repeat. Tom would do some variation of this every day up until the ritual. Of course, sometimes this would change as he has a girlfriend that needs attention and an entire organization that constantly needs his leadership. Speaking of his followers, Lord Sirius Black has been making good strides in showing the people how he's changed. After their meeting on the day Tom returned from Hogwarts, Lord Black has been giving interviews to anyone that would listen, and a lot of people would. He was called out by the most famous wizard alive at the moment, Tom Riddle. With Tom shining a light on him, Sirius put on a grand performance, showcasing how he's a changed man that wants nothing but to help the people. The second these interviews were published, Tom scheduled his own interviews so he could keep on top of this before it became old news. Many of the reporters thought it would be to question Lord Black further, but that wasn't Tom's plan. Tom pretty much voiced his elation at Lord Black's change in behavior and wished him good luck in his endeavor to make up for all the wrong he's done. Slowly but surely through the media, Tom was able to start changing Lord Black's reputation for the better. It wasn't hard, as the masses would eat up any news related to Tom Riddle, the slayer of Grindelwald. When the full moon finally arrived, the ritual could now take place. Mimsy already dropped the ingredients off. Tom and his mother spent a lot of time the other day setting everything up, preparing for the big day. On said day, Tom went looking for the Ancient One and found her waiting for him in what seemed to be a ritual room. Everything was set up beforehand, as the entire room was filled with runic symbols, bowls of ingredients, torches, pedestals, and all sorts of sacrificial animals, mainly of the snake variety. What's weird is the fact that all the snakes volunteered to be sacrificed. The second they heard of the snake god Manazil and the reason for the ritual, many snakes were fighting over the honor of being used in the ritual. Although it was odd, Tom had no problem with it. This made it a lot easier to gather the needed sacrifices, and he didn't have to worry about keeping them subdued when the ritual took place. The room is large and spacious, with a hole in the ceiling to allow the light of the full moon inside. Truly a perfect ritual room. Besides the roar, of course. Speaking of the roar, Tom wanted to use it but wasn't sure that it would work correctly. The roar was built for wizard-type rituals, while this ritual will draw on the energies of a few different dimensions, including Manazil herself, which is a mystic arts thing. Seeing that this is the case, Tom left the ritual in the capable hands of his new mom, the Ancient One. Of course, the dimensions are safe to use, as Tom refused to mess with that stuff unless his teacher knew for sure that it was safe. "Is everything ready?" Tom asks nervously as he strolls into the room. "Yes. You have nothing to be worried about. I've quadruple checked every component of the ritual. Everything is in place and ready to go. I've even checked the ingredients to be sure there weren't any mix-ups." His bald mother explains, but noticed his nervousness. "You don't have to worry. Everything should go smoothly." Hee. Am I that obvious? Tom laughs awkwardly as he tries to shake off his nervousness. "No, but I've spent many years with you, Tom. For me, it's very easy to read your emotions," she answers with a fond smile as she checks the time. "We need to get started. Are you ready?" As Tom heard her say it's time to start, his heartbeat quickened and he started sweating. He's done a ritual before, but that was only to remove the tracker from his wand. This ritual will most definitely change him into something else entirely. Would he be human anymore? Would he gain any snake traits? If so, he hopes to whatever god that he doesn't turn into a male Lamia. That would be horrible. Tom thought as tragic possibilities start appearing in his mind one after the other. As his nervous and scared atmosphere starts ramping upwards, Tom felt a pair of arms wrap snugly around him. "It's going to be all right," his new mom said as she gives him a reassuring squeeze. Instantly, all of the worry and fear disappear. Tom has his mother, the Ancient One, looking out for him. She's the most powerful person on the planet. What does he have to fear? "Okay, I'm ready." See 139 Ritual 1 today. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 15 chapters ahead at chapter 154. He'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. Once Tom said he was ready, he was escorted to the center of the room. A runic circle surrounded him with countless pedestals inside the circle. Each pedestal has a different animal that needs to be sacrificed during the ritual. Most of the animals are snakes that are waiting patiently, while others are animals that had to be sedated. "Okay, I'm going outside the ritual lines to start it up." When the circle lights up, start sacrificing the animals. "Don't leave the circle no matter what, alright?" the Ancient One says as she hands Tom a knife. Tom gives her a nod as she walks to the edge of the ritual line. As she gets there, she waves her hand, and thousands of eldritch runes appear above the ritual. The floating golden runes act as a mirror, copying the runes drawn on the ground exactly. "All right, prepare yourself. The Ancient One calls out as she bends down to touch a set of runes on the ground. Tom knows the gist of how the ritual will work. It's complicated, but he knows what's about to happen. Taking a deep breath, Tom readies himself and tries to calm his nerves. As the Ancient One touches the cluster of runes at the edge of ritual, the cluster glows brightly in a green hue. A chain reaction starts as the lines connecting that cluster start lighting up as well. Soon that green lights spread throughout the entire ritual on the floor. As all of the runic symbols on the floor were dyed in a green glow, the eldritch runes above started shining brighter than before. The second that the circle that surrounded Tom started glowing, he walked to the sedated animals first and one by one started cutting their necks open. The blood of the animals started soaking into the grooves in the ground. Slowly but surely the blood started flowing like a river through the divots in the floor and spreads throughout the entire ritual room. When Tom arrived at the snake sacrifices, each of them bows their heads in respect. Tom feels a little bad as he does his best to kill the snakes as painlessly as possible. "Thank you for your sacrifice," Tom would tell them this each time he stepped up to a different snake. With every sacrifice, the knife on Tom's hand started to glow brighter and brighter. By the time he finished slaughtering the animals, the knife looked like a small red lightsaber. With the runes above and below glowing and the blood of every sacrifice flowing through the room, Tom, with the knife still in hand, walks to the center of the circle and takes a seat on the floor. This is when Tom's nervousness starts kicking in once again. Looking over at his new mother, Tom sends her a fond smile as he holds the knife out and faces the tip of the blade towards himself. "I love you, Mom," he says, just in case something goes wrong. As the Ancient One heard him say this, Tom plunges the knife into his own heart. The knife pierces his chest like a hot knife moving through butter. "Ugh!" Tom screams as he pulls the knife from his chest. The knife falls to the floor as blood gushes from the wound on his chest and flows through the grooves on the floor. The life seems to drain from Tom's eyes as his heart stops and he falls over on the floor dead. Tears fall from the Ancient One's eyes as she sees her son's bloody dead body right in front of her. This is all a part of the ritual, but seeing her son like this is truly heartbreaking. "Hell be fine as long as I do everything right," she thought as she waves her hand. At the wave of her hand, the eldritch runes above the ritual start to descend slowly. As they get lower and lower, the brightness of it and the runes on the floor glow brighter and brighter. Soon, the ritual room was blindingly bright, so much so that the Ancient One had to cover her eyes for fear of going blind. When the eldritch runes and the ritual runes on the ground converged, every rune condensed and shot towards Tom's dead body. As the runes were wrapping themselves around Tom's body, the blood that filled the divots in the floor started flowing backward. Blood from every sacrifice, including his own, was sucked into the hole in Tom's chest. After a few minutes, every rune that once filled the room bound Tom's body tightly, and every drop of blood that flowed through the room was somehow inside his body. As the very last drop entered inside, the runes that danced on his skin started to dim. Slowly, the runes stopped shining and seemed to melt into Tom's skin, disappearing completely. When the runes disappeared, the stab wound in Tom's chest closed at an alarming pace. As the wound closed completely, Tom's eyes opened wide. His body started levitating off the ground. Tom's mouth opened wide as he took a gasping breath to fill his empty lungs. Looking around, Tom could see himself floating in the center of the room. He could feel the changes that took place in his body and it felt truly odd. When the Ancient One saw his eyes open, her heart swelled with happiness. Thoughts of her son not surviving washed away instantly. "Huh? I'm levitating?" Tom asked in a hoarse voice. As he said this, Tom tried to control the levitation. That seemed to be a bad idea, as his body fell from the air and smacked into the floor. Tom. See 140 Realm of Death 2 chaps today. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 15 chapters ahead at chapter 156. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. Flashback. As Tom plunged the knife into his chest, He didn't expect much. If something were to happen, he thought he might appear on the beach again and see Manasa for the third time. Maybe she would thank him for becoming her avatar and they would talk for a bit until the ritual finished. That may have happened, but Tom has long drawn the attention of a very powerful entity in the universe. She has been watching Tom for some time now and he was so kind to voluntarily step into her domain. When Tom died, the snake god Manasa went to pull his soul to her domain. This would have worked, but one of the strongest entities in the universe intercepted his soul along the way. She would try to fight back and take it as she planned, but the aura of death that blocked her was something she wouldn't dare to interfere with. "Sigh, please don't die, Tom," Manasa said as she retreated back to her domain. When Tom opened his eyes after plunging the knife into his chest, he found himself in a realm of pure darkness. As far as the eye could see was just pure black darkness. Although it is dark in every direction, Tom could see the outlines of trees and mountains in the background. "Welcome to the realm of death, Tom Riddle." A beautiful woman with black hair and eyes, dressed scantily in black revealing clothing, appears in front of him. "Huh? Where am I?" Tom asks as he feels a very intimidating aura radiate from the woman before him. "Wait. Realm of death? You have been brought to my realm. That little snake wanted to speak to you, but I scooped you up instead," she says as a throne appears behind her and she takes a seat, crossing her legs seductively. Are you death?" Tom asks as her aura has the same feeling as the Deathly Hallows. "Very keen, aren't you?" "Yes, I am, but you can call me Lady Death," she says with a small smile. When Lady Death confirmed Tom's assumption, a tingle of fear spread throughout his body. He was worried that she wouldn't allow the ritual to finish as he killed himself for it. "Do I have to stay dead now?" he thought as he hoped that wouldn't be the case. "So, why am I here?" Tom asked as he didn't bring the Hallows together yet. He has them, of course, but the wand hasn't been within a mile of the cloak and stone. "You've been avoiding our first meeting." "No one can avoid death," she says with a bit of annoyance in her voice. She wasn't lying. Tom could have brought the Hallows together and met her last summer. He's been waiting to do the ritual, so he could be stronger, while also hoping the analysis would finish soon. Sorry about that." Tom laughs awkwardly. "I didn't know how you would feel about me, so I was waiting for—" "Stop. I already know," Lady Death interrupts him. "I've been keeping an eye on you. Did you know that you're the first person to ever obtain all three of the Hallows at once?" "Really?" Tom asks. "Yes, many have had more than one, but never at the same time," she says with a small smile. "So we'll just get this out now. Please don't take any offense to this as I mean none towards you." Tom stands there awkwardly for a moment and just decided to let it out. "Will I really become your master when I bring all of the Hallows together?" As Tom asks this, the atmosphere around Lady Death becomes enraged. The ground starts shaking as her expression morphs into an angry sneer. "Do you think anyone could truly be the master of death itself?" she exclaims in rage. "I'm sorry I didn't." Tom starts apologizing. Suddenly, all the rage and anger disappeared as Death started laughing out of nowhere. "Ha ha. You should have seen your stupid face." She laughs as Tom looks extremely confused and relieved at the same time. "So, you aren't mad?" Tom hesitantly asks. "No, and to answer your question, you're already my master. You've owned all of the Hallows for a while now. You simply have to bring them together for us to make it official," she says as annoyance starts creeping back into her voice. "Which is why I had to bring you here today. You've been avoiding our first meeting, which has been infuriating. Do you know how long I've been waiting for those Hallows to come together? Sorry. I didn't know what type of person you would be, so I decided to play it safe." Tom apologizes as she seems like the weight has affected her. "Your apology is accepted as long as you bring the Hallows together when you return to your body," she says with a raised eyebrow. "Sure, as long as you explain why you need a master in the first place," Tom asks as he wants to make sure this isn't some elaborate trap. "Well, that's kind of a long story and we only have about a minute before you have to return to your body, or else you'll have to remain dead forever," Lady Death says gravely. "All right, Then give me the short explanation for now, Tom orders, causing Lady Death to perk up a bit. Hee, finally acting like the master you are, huh? She says happily. Yeah, now be quick please. Tom tries to move things along. Well, I had a master a very long time ago. I lived my deathly life happily serving him, but he abandoned me and ran off to another multiverse. After a few million years of loneliness, I decided to create the Hallows. They were made to find the person that would be my perfect master. Someone that would never abandon me or break the trust I place in them. That person seems to be you, Tom. I actually regretted making those Hallows for a long time, as everyone that wielded them were power-hungry people that I would never wish to serve. Then you came along and I've grown a small liking towards you. I don't think I regret making them anymore. At least, we'll see, won't we? As she finished explaining, Tom went to speak but he disappeared before he could. The next thing he saw was the ceiling of the ritual room as he took a deep breath to fill his empty lungs. Flashback end. C-141 Snake Meets Mother bonus. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 15 chapters ahead at chapter 156. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. Tom. The Ancient One calls out to him as he slammed into the floor. As she arrived by his side, she saw that he is completely knocked out. With a wave of her hand, golden eldritch runes surrounded his body to analyze his condition. After a few seconds, the Ancient One let out a relieved sigh. Nothing is wrong with him other than exhaustion from the ritual, which is normal, and a few very small bruises from hitting the floor. Once she saw that he was alright, the Ancient One levitated Tom from the ground and brought him out of the room. After cleaning the blood from his body and changing his clothes, the Ancient One deposited Tom in his bed and watched over him while he slept. The earlier analysis may have come back good, but she was far too worried for him to leave now, at least not until he wakes up. Days pass and the Ancient One doesn't leave Tom's side for a single second. She turned his room into her office for dealing with anything Kamatage related. Although Tom hasn't woken yet, that doesn't mean that there's anything wrong with him. This was a very likely outcome of such a powerful and advanced ritual. After 3 days of waiting for Tom to wake up, the Ancient One was starting to get antsy. She knew this was bound to happen, but it's been 3 whole days of just sleeping. On the night of the 3rd day, the eyes of Tom's snake totem necklace started glowing brightly. When it happened, the Ancient One was doing paperwork, occasionally peeking over at her son. Every time she would look over, Tom would still be there with his eyes closed and a peaceful expression on his sleeping face. Then out of nowhere the room lit up and she saw his necklace glowing. Tom's once peacefully sleeping face twists into a more serious one. Looking closely she could see that it was the snake god Menazar getting into contact with Tom. Probably a dream again, she thought as she stood from Tom's desk and moved to sit at his bedside. Due to her worry for her son, the Ancient One decided it was time to introduce herself to Menazar. With a resolute expression on her face, the Ancient One reaches over and grasps the snake totem hanging around Tom's neck. Pushing her consciousness into the totem, the Ancient One's vision clouds as she appears on a sunny beach. "I did not call you here, Granny Sorceress," a voice says from behind her. "I invited myself over for a quick chat. I thought I should introduce myself," the Ancient One says as she turns to see Menazar in her giant snake form. "I already know who you are, Ancient One," Menazar says in a deep and rumbling voice. "If you want to see Tom, he'll arrive in a few minutes. You'll see Tom sooner or later. I just wanted to speak to you for a moment." The Ancient One stares unwaveringly into Menazar's giant snake eyes. "Well, here, so ask away. Just be quick, will you? I have no interest in you. If you weren't Tom's mother, I would have eaten you for daring to enter my domain uninvited," Menazar says threateningly. In the face of this giant snake god threatening her, the Ancient One doesn't bat an eye as she just stares into the snake's eyes. That unwavering stare made even the snake god Menazar feel a small tinge of fear. "Then it'll be brief. I don't know you and I don't care to know you. If you hurt my son or somehow get him hurt or killed, I will come here and skin you alive before putting you out of your misery. I've encountered countless little gods like you over the years. Every one of them is either dead or sealed in very uncomfortable places for the rest of eternity. Do I make myself clear? The Ancient One speaks calmly, but an unyielding presence can be felt. Giant Snake Manasa stares back into the Ancient One's eyes as she spoke every word. Manasa could feel a pressure radiating off the Ancient One that made even a god like her feel weak in comparison. I said, do I make myself clear? The Ancient One restates her previous question. The pressure from the bald sorceress seems to double at her question. The staring contest continues until it's broken by the giant snake. Yes, you have. Manasa grounds out as she breaks eye contact with the Ancient One. Manasa could feel that she lost this encounter the second she looked away. The Ancient One won. It's not like Manasa could attack her avatar's mother. Well, she could, but Tom would be very displeased, to say the least. What else could she do but agree? It's not like she plans to hurt Tom or get him killed. Manasa doesn't even know what she wants from Tom herself. She just ended up watching his interesting life and became attached. Good. As long as you treat Tom nicely and he isn't hurt or killed because of you, we will never have any problems. The Ancient One smiles in a friendly manner as if she didn't just threaten the giant snake before her. Now, I should be on my way. I expect him to wake up soon, she says pointedly, which actually meant make sure he wakes up or else. Before Manasa could reply, the Ancient One disappears from the sandy beach. Without her noticing, Manasa let out a relieved sigh at the sorceress's disappearance. The second the Ancient One disappeared, Tom appeared on the sandy beach for the third time. Huh? Am here again? Tom says as he spots Manasa in her giant snake form. No Lamia today? C-142. Wake up for those of you worried about Tom getting into a relationship with Lady Death. That's not happening. This still is a non-her story. As for him getting her as an op servant, she can't enter or interact with the mortal plane. You'll find out more when he officially becomes her master. That is all. One today. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 16 chapters ahead at chapter 158. He'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. No Lamia today? Tom jokes as he's met with giant snake Manasa upon his arrival. Yes. There was an intruder here before your arrival. Manasa reveals as her form shifts and shrinks into the Lamia one Tom is used to seeing. That's better. Who was the intruder? Did you eat them? Tom asks as he takes a seat on the sandy beach and admires the view. No, I didn't eat them. I wanted to, but someone close to me would be upset if I had. Manasa answers but doesn't reveal who it was. I see. Tom nods as he wonders who else was close to Manasa. Maybe it was someone from Madam Web. Well, enough of that. I see you've done the ritual, Manasa says excitedly as she shakes off her earlier encounter. Yeah. I haven't had any time to check out my gains though. I passed out the second I woke up after the ritual, Tom says as he suddenly remembers his meeting with Lady Death. Oh, and I met ... Lady Death? Yes, I knew that already. Manasa interrupts Tom and finishes his sentence. How did you know? Tom asks, surprised that she knows. I went to bring your soul here. Manasa gestured to the beach around her. After you killed yourself for the ritual, but a deathly aura appeared and swept you away. It's not hard to take a guess who that aura belonged to, especially since you own all 3 of those hallows. Manasa explains. Oh, that makes sense. Tom nods as he lays back into the sand. So, anything I need to know now that I'm officially your avatar? Not really. As I've said before, I've never had an avatar before, so this is new to me as well. Manasa says as she slithers over to Tom and lounges beside him. You should have complete control of any animal or person that falls under the snake species. That I know for sure. Other than that, anything could happen. You could be immortal now for all I know. Huh? Well, that would solve one of my future problems. If it's true, of course, Tom says as he did need to start working on immortality, or else he will be ancient by the time Avengers begins. If I am immortal, now I just need to make my loved ones the same. I'm fairly certain you are. When you wake up, Ask your mother. I'm sure she will have a way to find out and test your new abilities. Manners offers. Yeah, she would know what to do. Tom agrees. So, is there a reason you called me here? Other than celebrating me officially becoming your avatar? Of course, Tom asks as he wants to go wake up and test his new powers. No, I just wanted to see you. Manners admits. Oh, well, now that I'm your avatar, I'm sure we can see each other more often, correct? Tom asks. Yes, I can call you here while you're sleeping or meditating. If you ever want to speak with me, simply talk to me through the totem necklace. I'll hear you, and the next time you sleep or meditate I can bring you here. Manners explains. Okay, sounds good to me. No offense, but can you send me back early? I want to discover and test my new powers. Tom asks, excited to see what powers he received. Hee. Sure. I'll be watching to see what powers you got as well. Manners admits as she waves her hand. Goodbye, my avatar. At the wave of her hand, Tom's image blurs and disappears from the sunny beach. When the Ancient One returned from her trip to threaten a snake god, she stayed by Tom's beside, waiting for him to awaken. After an hour of prudently waiting, Tom started to stir as his eyes sluggishly opened. The Ancient One let out a sigh of relief as she saw him waking up from his 3 days of sleep. It's about time you wake up. The first thing Tom hears as he wakes up is his mother's irritated voice. I was contemplating dumping a bucket of ice-cold water on you. Well, thanks for not doing that. Tom answers in a tired voice as he rubs the sleep out of his eyes. If you slept for another day, I definitely would have though. The Ancient One admits. Another day? How long was I asleep for? Tom asks as he sits up. 3 days. She drops the bomb. Wow, that explains the extreme hunger and thirst, I guess. Tom says as he feels his stomach grumble. Mimsy. Pop. Master is awake. Mimsy appears with a blinding smile as tears cascade down her grey cheeks. Yes, and very hungry. Can you please get me a pizza from that place I like in New York and some ice-cold soda? Tom asks as his dry mouth almost waters at the thought of food. Mimsy is on it, Master. The excited elf exclaims. Pop, are you going to share that pizza? Tom's mother asks. Sure, just don't eat it all like the last time. As she heard him say this, the Ancient One's eyebrow twitch. I did not eat it all, she denies. What do you call eating the entire thing and only saving me the crust? Tom asks with a raised eyebrow. Exactly, I didn't eat it all. She defends herself as Tom gives her the what the FCK look. Ignoring his mother's shameless behavior, Tom got up and walked to the bathroom. Although he's been asleep for 3 days, his body was still in top condition. In fact, it feels even better than normal. Hell, have to look into that. As Tom steps into the bathroom, he's met with a floor-to-ceiling mirror. At first, he didn't notice anything new, but when he looked closer, he was truly shocked. Diafug. C-143 Fat 2 today. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 16 chapters ahead at chapter 160. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. Diafug. Tom called out as he saw himself in the mirror. He didn't look much different from before, but some things have changed. First and foremost, Tom's eyes have changed slightly. The color is the same vibrant haunting red, but his pupils have changed their shape. Instead of the normal round pupils he's always had, Tom's pupils are now vertical slits. Looking into his own eyes, Tom couldn't help but feel intimidated. His new pupils made his eyes look very scary. I guess it could be worse. At least they look sort of cool, Tom thought as he closed and locked the bathroom door. Let's see if anything else changed. Taking off his clothes, Tom started looking for anything else that might have changed as well. There weren't any dramatic changes like his eyes, but his body did change. He became leaner and muscles that he didn't remember having are much more pronounced compared to before. Tom thought of one last thing and opened his mouth, sticking out his tongue. It looked about the same, except for the fact that it is longer than it used to be. It's about double the length it was before the ritual. Hee hee, Druella might like this, he thought naughtily. While his mouth was open, Tom got a good look at his perfect white teeth. All of them looked the same except for the canines, which are now pointier and sharper than before. Looking closely, Tom made sure he did have any venom sacs or hollow teeth to transport venom. Thankfully, he didn't have either. Although venom would be cool to have, it's just not practical to bite his opponents. If Tom wanted to use venom, he can coat his weapons in some leftover basilisk venom. After seeing that nothing crazy has happened to his body, which he was happy with, Tom used the bathroom, washed his hands, and got dressed before returning to the Ancient One, who was waiting outside the door. Based on your scream, I would guess that you noticed the change in your eyes? The Ancient One asked as Tom took a seat on his bed. Yup, I also checked the rest of my body. There's nothing as major as the eyes, but I am more slim and chiseled than before, which I don't mind. Tom explains. Oh, that must be nice. Losing weight and gaining muscle through a ritual while the rest of us have to watch what we eat and exercise. The Ancient One complains in a disgruntled tone. Hey, don't act like I was some fat guy before the ritual. I've been training my body for 6 years now. Tom defends himself. It's not my fault you've been eating one too many potato chips lately. As she hears Tom's words, a dark aura surrounds the Ancient One. She glared at Tom with a menacing stare as she contemplated ways to make his life miserable. Did you just call me fat? She asks in an overly calm voice. Tom could feel that if he answered incorrectly, the consequences would be very terrible. No. Of course not, Tom says as he backs away. I think you did though. I've been waiting to punish you for all the times you called me old and bald. What better time to dish it out than now? You have to test out that new body of yours anyway, right? She asks rhetorically as she waves her hand. A portal appears below Tom's feet and he falls straight into the mirror dimension. Although he was taken by surprise, he landed with far more grace than he had before the ritual. The Ancient One jumps through the same portal as it closes behind her, trapping Tom inside the mirror dimension. Since he just woke up, Tom didn't have his sling ring, so he really is trapped. Calm down, Mom. I wasn't calling you fat, Tom says, knowing full well he wasn't fooling anyone. I was going to send you to a hell dimension for your punishment, but you may be too strong for that now. I suppose I'll have to settle for giving you a beating myself, the Ancient One says as circular eldritch runes appear on her fists and feet. First, let's test some close quarters combat. As she says this, the Ancient One dashed forward at double the speed of Captain America. Although she was faster than he ever thought she could move, Tom could see her every move as if the Ancient One was moving in slow motion. Eye power check, Tom thought happily as the Ancient One stepped within range to strike. She pulled back her fist and snapped it forward to punch Tom square inches the face. Tom saw it all in slow motion, ducking his head and dodging the punch with ease. As he dodged, Tom aimed a light punch at his mother's stomach. He didn't know if his strength increased, so Tom didn't use his full power to hit her. Although Tom had the senses and speed to easily dodge her punch, the same couldn't be said for the Ancient One. Tom's punch came quickly and landed perfectly. As Tom's fist connected, the air in the Ancient One's lungs was pushed out, and she was sent flying backward. As she was sent hurling back about 15 feet, Tom froze and looked at his fist in shock. I barely used any power for that, he thought as his mother twirled in the air and landed safely on her feet. She didn't look too affected by the blow, but she was holding her stomach for a minute. Well, we can add super senses, super strength, and super dexterity to the list of your new powers, she says as the eldritch runes around her hands and feet disappear. Now, let's check if you have super speed as well. Countless chains of eldritch energy lunged from her body, each of them with a different weapon attached at the end. Thanks for showing this to me. It took me a few hours to master. See 144 testing power bonus. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 16 chapters ahead at chapter 160. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. Thanks for showing this to me. It took me a few hours to master. The Ancient One taunts as the chains pull back like a snake ready to strike. As his mother uses his own move perfectly, Tom couldn't help but feel slightly disgruntled. He spent forever coming up with that move and she mastered it in no time at all. No, I shouldn't think like that. She's been using Eldritch energy for far longer than anyone on the planet. I did the hard work of creating the move itself. She just had to learn it. Tom consoled himself. Let's start off easy and slowly ramp our way upwards. The Ancient One comments as two chains with swords at the end snap forward at Tom's position. Once again, Tom's slow-motion vision kicks in and he sees the chains perfectly. As they are about to strike him, Tom sidesteps and dodges easily. Although the attack was nothing to him, the chains were moving far faster than the Ancient One was earlier. In the Ancient One's perspective, she saw the swords about to pierce Tom, but then he blurred for a moment and appeared a few steps away. The swords at the end of the chains embedded themselves into the floor where he once stood. Huh? Very fast now. Let's see what your limit is, shall we? The Ancient One says menacingly as the rest of the chains snap forward as well. Weapons of every kind start raining down on Tom with amazing speed. With his slow-motion vision, he uses all of his speed and reflexes to dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge every weapon that comes his way. And, if you get that reference, let me know. Although with the added amount of chain weapons striking out at him, Tom still weaves around the area with ease. The combination of his enhanced vision, reflexes, dexterity, and speed made it almost impossible for the Ancient One to land a single hit. Throughout the whole onslaught, Tom discovered one other power as well. While dodging his mother's constant attacks, Tom wanted to test his flexibility. Snakes are known to be extremely flexible, so he thought he might be as well. With that thought in mind, Tom started dodging the attacks in different ways. First, he tried the Matrix move where Neo bent backward to dodge the bullets. While still standing on 2 feet, Tom bent backward as a bright golden spear attached to a chain just barely missed him. He bent back at a perfect 90-degree angle with relative ease. Although Tom was fairly flexible and balanced before, he couldn't do anything like that. After seeing his flexibility, Tom started testing it further. He found that he was far more flexible than any contortionist that's ever lived. It was like he had no bones in his body at all. He could fold himself into a pretzel with ease, and although he won't, Tom could probably suck his own DCK like Marilyn Manson. Except Tom didn't need to remove a few ribs to get it done. It was like his ribs weren't even there in the first place. And, that's true by the way. For those that don't know, look it up. He had surgery to remove his lower ribs so he could suck himself off. Maybe my bones became soft and flexible or something? Tom thought as he planned to get an X-ray to check his body sooner or later. Alright, that's enough. The Ancient One grew tired of watching Tom blur around dodging her every attack, and made the chains disappear. You definitely have super speed. I couldn't even see anything but a blur as you moved. Well, have to test your speed another time. Sounds good to me. What else should we test? Tom asks. The Ancient One thinks for a moment. Let's see if your magic has changed or increased. It's going to be hard to see if it increased, as it was already very large from all of my training, Tom said as he sat down and tried to feel his magic reserves. Feeling deep inside himself, Tom felt the huge magical reserves he has had since before the ritual took place. His reserves felt like a large ocean and he couldn't tell if they increased or not. How could he tell if an ocean became bigger or not? Nope, I can't tell, Tom reveals as he stands to his feet. That's fine. Let's test power then, she says and waves her hand. As she waves her hand, countless combat test dummies appear. Fire off a spell that you're used to using at the dummies. If it seems stronger, let me know. She explains and moves away from the dummies. Although she would be willing to be his test subject and take the attacks, Tom has passed every test she's put him through exceedingly. She didn't want to get hit with an attack that could do some serious damage, like that punch that sent her flying earlier. Her stomach is still sore from that attack and the Ancient One could tell he barely used any power. Okay, let's see what a simple blasting curse can do. Tom says as he points his finger at a dummy. Confringo. Green lightning launches from Tom's finger and collides with the dummy. The second the dummy is hit, a giant explosion occurs that destroys all of the other dummies as well. The shockwave from the explosion nearly knocks the Ancient One off of her feet. Tom on the other hand just stood there like a rooted tree. If I had to take a guess, I would say that was stronger than usual, his mother asks as her robes ruffle around from the shock wave. Yeah, it was, Tom muttered as he stared at the aftermath of the spell. All of the dummies were torn into pieces and lying on the ground. Not a single one was left unscathed. Am I overpowered now? See 145 testing alone 1 today. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 17 chapters ahead at chapter 162. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. While Tom was pondering over his newfound overpoweredness, which isn't even a word, the Ancient One was thinking if they needed to test anything else. We've tested everything I can think of except your connection to dimensional energies, which shouldn't have changed. Unless you now have a connection to a dimension that manners the rules. Any other powers you may have would need to be discovered over time. The Ancient One explains. Alright, sounds good to me. I'll test to see if I got any of the normal superpowers in my free time. Like flight, telekinesis, elemental control, telepathy, and anything else I can think of, Tom said as he hoped for something good. Don't get your hopes up, Tom. You've already become very powerful thanks to the ritual. It's possible that you don't have any more powers to discover, the Ancient One said. Alright, I won't get my hopes up. Tom deflates a bit, but a small part of him still hopes for a cool power. The Ancient One could tell that his hopes were still on getting another power. She's already given her warning, so she'll keep her mouth shut now. If and when he gets disappointed and comes crying to her, the Ancient One will throw a big fat "I told you so" into his face. Well, that's enough testing for the day. I'm going to go and read until another crisis appears. I wonder if I have any potato chips left? The Ancient One said as she opened a portal and left Tom alone in the mirror dimension. Huh? Tom didn't even have a chance to react before she was gone. Wait, I don't have my sling ring. As Tom yelled this into the empty mirror dimension, a small piece of paper fell in front of him. Picking it up and looking it over, Tom couldn't help but sigh in annoyance. This is what you get for calling me fat. Seeing that he was trapped in the mirror dimension for however long his mother wanted, Tom made use of that time as best he could. He tried testing everything he could to see if any other powers would appear. First, he wanted to see if he got any regenerative powers, so he summoned an eldritch knife and nicked his finger. A small cut opened on his finger for less than a second before closing up and disappearing completely. I definitely have regeneration, but I wonder if it's faster or slower than Wolverine and Deadpool. Tom thought as he wanted to further test this. I should probably wait until I'm not trapped in another dimension for that. I don't want to bleed out and die before she comes to pick me up. After finding out about his healing factor, Tom tested every superpower he knew, hoping to have any other powers. He screamed at the top of his lungs to see if he had a sonic scream. He tried sticking to a wall like Spider-Man. He tried conjuring the elements. He jumped in the air while exclaiming up and away. He screamed flame on 12 times, hoping to turn into the Human Torch. Every possible superpower that Tom could think of was put to the test, and the large majority of them failed horribly. What didn't fail were a few powers that he found cool but not that great. First, he learned that he could see in infrared on command. All he has to do is focus a bit and boom, infrared vision, which could come in handy later on down the line. Second, Tom tried closing his eyes to sense his surroundings, like Spider-Man's Spidey senses. Although he didn't have spider senses, Tom found that he could sense the heat from his body, and almost see himself. This one will have to be further tested, as Tom needs other heat sources around him to see if he can see them with his eyes closed. After a long day of testing, the Ancient One finally arrived to take Tom back. No other powers were found, which was sad. But he's already overpowered, so Tom wasn't too depressed about it. How was your punishment? the Ancient One said as she appeared with a half-eaten slice of pizza in her hand. "Is that my pizza?" Tom asks as his stomach growls at the smell. "Wait, she's pretty far away. I guess I can add super smell to the list of powers. That could be bad," he thought as he imagined the stench of walking past a dirty dumpster. "Yeah, it is." She smirks as she takes another bite. "It's the last slice. Mimsy came back looking for you, so I told her you were busy training. Of course, I mentioned how you generously offered me the pizza. She was more than happy to give it to me as well." Tom felt the urge to call her fat again but kept himself under control. As the fat jokes rise to the surface, Tom would squish them down. "I can order another pizza." "Don't call her a fat whale. Don't call her a pizza-eating elephant. Keep your mouth shut," Tom chants over and over in his mind. "I feel a disturbance." "Are you thinking bad things about me?" The Ancient One's senses started tingling. "Who, me? Of course not. I've learned my lesson after all." Tom plays it off flawlessly. "Choke on that pizza, you fat cow." Once again, a disturbance is felt. The Ancient One looked around as if Tom's thoughts had circled her. "Maybe someone else is thinking bad things about me," she says as she finished eating Tom's last slice of pizza. "Yeah, probably," Tom says as he walks over to her and closes his eyes. Sensing his surroundings like before, Tom can almost see his mother and every movement she makes. "So it does work." "I'll have to practice using that," Tom said. "What works?" his mom asked. "I can see you in infrared with my eyes closed." Tom explains. "Huh? I think I've read about some snakes that can do that." "Very interesting," she recalls. "Yeah, I also have a couple of other powers to tell you about, but let's get out of here first. I haven't eaten anything in days." See 146 Overload Double Chaps. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 17 chapters ahead at chapter 164. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. The second Tom returned, his senses were overloaded. He could smell and hear almost everything in Kamatage, from the bugs in the trees to the students practicing in the courtyards. Many of the students could 100% use a shower. "I knew this super smell would be a horrible thing," Tom thought in agony. Collapsing to the ground, Tom tried his best to meditate and block it all out. "Tom, are you alright?" The Ancient One ran to his side. "Senses are going haywire. Give me a minute." Tom grits his teeth and tries to focus on meditation. Due to being in a quiet non-scented mirror dimension, Tom's new senses were accustomed to that. Now that he's back in a more loud smelly area, they need to recalibrate in a way. Taking deep breaths, Tom starts focusing all of his hearing on his own heartbeat. Thump thump, thump thump, thump thump. Soon his super hearing comes back under control. Now he has to get rid of the multitude of smells that are currently assaulting his nose. Finding a good smell, Tom focuses his senses on the clothes that Druella left here when she visited. They smelled like her perfume and brought a small smile to Tom's pained face. After a few minutes of smelling Druella, which sounds kind of creepy, Tom's sense of smell came back under control as well. "Okay, I'm good now," Tom says as he opens his eyes to see his mother hovering around him. "Good. Do you have your senses under control now?" she asks. "I think so, but I'll probably need to practice more with it," Tom answers. With all of that taken care of, Tom called Mimsy and had her bring him a pizza as he wanted before. This time he made sure to order her not to give anything to the Ancient One. His mother didn't care at all as she already devoured an entire pizza herself. Although she kept sensing disturbances ever since she picked up Tom from the mirror dimension, she knew that it was him thinking badly of her but had no proof. If his occlumency defenses weren't so tight, she would get the proof herself. But that won't happen. While waiting for his food, Tom cleaned himself up and changed clothes. Due to his small coma and being locked in the mirror dimension all day, he hasn't had a chance to bathe until now. After the food arrived, Tom explained all of his newfound powers to his mother while stuffing his face. "All right, let's make a quick list of everything you've gotten from the ritual. The Ancient One says as she takes out some paper and a pen. Super strength, super reflexes, super durability, further testing needed. Super dexterity, super flexibility, super agility speed, super smell, super hearing, super stamina, infrared vision, slow motion vision, infrared senses, healing factor regeneration. Is that everything? She asks. For now, yes. Tom nods. It's only the first day of testing, so I could have more. True, you also need to find out what dimension manners rules and if you can draw on its power, his mother adds. I'll ask her later. She's been very unhelpful when it comes to my powers though. She's never done this before, so she keeps saying she doesn't know what powers I'll have. Tom explains. Well, if you can find out which dimension she rules, which could be none at all, we can look into it ourselves. The Ancient One says. All right, I'll ask when I see her again, Tom says and looks at the time. It's getting late, but I should probably visit Druella. She has most likely been worried about me. Sure, I'm going to sleep. I have to deal with some pests tomorrow, his mother says as she heads to the door. Good night. Night. In a dark room in Rosia's manor, Rosia could be seen sleeping snugly in her bed. Tears stained her pillow as it's been too long since she's heard from her boyfriend. At first, she thought he was busy, as he told her he was working on learning telekinesis, but after time went by that thought went away. Tom and Druella usually talk at the very least once a day. The fact that he hasn't spoken to her in an entire week was truly strange. She called Mimsy, Tom's trusted house elf, but the elf wouldn't say what was happening. Mimsy just popped away after telling Druella that she couldn't reveal anything. Apparently, her master didn't want Druella to worry and ordered Mimsy to keep her mouth shut about the ritual. First, she was angry with him and decided to wait until he appeared again. But then that anger turned into worry. She worried for his safety and was unsure if he was alive or not. All of that leads to this day, where Druella is sleeping on a pillow soaked in her own tears. The poor girl cried herself to sleep, thinking of all the horrible things that could have happened to the boy she loved. Suddenly, the dark room was brightened. A golden eldritch cult portal appeared and a slightly thinner than usual Tom with slitted snake eyes steps out of the portal and surveys the room. As the portal closes, the light in the room disappears, but Tom can still see perfectly. I guess I can add night vision to the list of new powers as well, Tom thought as he spotted Druella sleeping on her bed. Moving closer for a better look, he saw her tear-stricken face and soaked pillow. He already knew that whatever she was crying over was 100% his fault. Sigh, I should have handled this better. Tom beat himself up over making his girlfriend cry. Not wanting to wake her, Tom kicked off his shoes and crawled into bed with her. Laying behind her, he reached over and held her big spoon style. As Tom's arms wrapped around her, a small smile replaced the pained look that once graced Druella's pretty face. I'm sure he'll get yelled at in the morning, but for now, he'll enjoy the moment and get some sleep. See 147 Jumping to Conclusions bonus. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 17 chapters ahead at chapter 164. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. As the sun shined in through the windows of Druella's room, the light hit her face, waking her from a peaceful sleep. Ducking under the blanket to escape the blinding light, Druella started to come to her senses. Groaning in annoyance, Druella curses the light for waking her up. As she was about to push the covers off and start her day, she felt something wrapped around her torso. Reaching down to see what it was, she felt an arm around her midsection holding her closely. "Huh!" Druella exclaims in alarm. Pulling the covers off and turning around, Druella is met with the sleeping form of her missing boyfriend. He seems to be sleeping peacefully with his arms locked around her waist. The panic of having an unknown person in her bed disappeared, as she just stared at Tom for a moment. A small smile graces her lips as she sees that he's alright and seems to be unhurt. That smile soon falls and is replaced with a stern and angry face. Who does he think he is, disappearing for a week and then sneaking into my bed as if nothing happened? She thinks angrily, with a vindictive look on her face. Druella slips out of her boyfriend's hold and stood beside the bed. Flipendo, she says with a point of her finger. A blue light exits her finger and hits Tom square inches the face. The second the spell connected, Tom went flying out of the bed and smacked into the wall. Uck! Tom grunts as he hits the wall and falls to the floor. Thanks to his new enhanced body, Tom had no injury at all. In fact, the grunt that was heard was uttered on reflex and nothing more. "You're okay. I probably deserved that," Tom muttered as he stood up. "Damn right you deserved it." What kind of boyfriend leaves their girlfriend for a week without a single word? "I thought you died," Druella yells at the top of her lungs. As Druella berated Tom, the door opened, and in came Lord and Lady Rosia with worried expressions. They heard a big bang from their daughter's bedroom and thought the worst. As they opened the door, they were met with their daughter in her sleepwear and a half-naked Tom Riddle. Tom usually likes to sleep in his underwear, but he decided against it just in case of possibilities like this. Instead, he's simply shirtless and kept his pants on. When Lord and Lady Rosia saw the situation, they jumped to conclusions and reacted in completely opposite ways. Lady Rosia started giggling and congratulating her daughter. She's been telling her daughter that she needs to lock down her boyfriend as soon as possible since he's a hot commodity now. Before Tom became famous, she could take as much time as she wanted. But things are different now. Now, she has to compete with every good-looking strumpet that would spread their legs in a heartbeat for the great Tom Riddle. Lord Rosia jumped to the exact same conclusion as his wife but was nowhere near as enthused as she was. Where his wife was happy and proud, Lord Rosia was appalled and angry. He didn't want to even think of his daughter doing anything sexual, nor will he allow her to do so before marriage. Gritting his teeth and clutching his fists tightly, Lord Rosia wanted nothing more than to shoot a killing curse at the boy that defiled his daughter but would never be able to. "My lord, I'm so happy that you're back. Druella was very worried about you, but it seems you've made up for your absence," Francesca Rosia says with a wink as she grabs the arm of her disgruntled husband. "Don't mind us. We'll be on our way and give you two some privacy. Don't forget the contraceptive charm. Unless you want a baby, of course. I wouldn't mind." With that, Lady Rosia drags her husband from the room and closes the door. Tom could swear he heard Lord Rosia cursing his name as the door closed but just shrugged it off. "It seems they think we did the dirty," Tom says with a smirk. "The what?" Druella scoffs. "You know, taking the skin boat to Tuna Town, baking cookies, the old squeeze and a squirt." "Stop. I know what you meant. I was just shocked that you would call it that." Druella yells as she wants nothing more than to hide under her bed and escape this situation. If it wasn't bad enough that her parents think they walked in on them after having sex, now she has to deal with Tom being an idiot and making it worse. Her face has turned redder and redder with every innuendo vomited from his mouth. "What should I call it then?" Tom asks as he creeps around the bed and pulls a stunned Druella into his arms. "Not any of those things, that's for sure," she says as she plants her face in the crook of his neck. "Okay, I won't call it those things again." Tom smirks as he holds her tightly. "I'm sorry I worried you. I'll try my best not to do it again." "Where were you?" Druella asks as she cranes her head upwards to look Tom in the eyes. "I was performing a ritual on myself. I didn't want you to worry, so I kept it from you." "I see that was dumb now because the ritual put me in a coma for a while. I should have let you know beforehand." "I'm sorry," Tom says as he plants a kiss on her forehead. "Are the new eyes and the thinner body thanks to this ritual?" she asks. "Yes. Do you like it?" Tom asks with a smirk. "It's not bad," Druella mutters as she feels up his new body and stares into his eyes. "I'm happy you like it. There's something else you should see as well," Tom says and sticks out his tongue. "Huh? What's so great about a longer?" Realization hit her in mid-sentence. You pervert. She slaps him as her face goes crimson. "Hee hee, you know you like it." Tom says as he retracts his tongue. Pop. Master has a letter from the ministry. C 148 approval. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 16 chapters ahead at chapter 164. He'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. Pop. Master has a letter from the ministry. Mimsy appears, waving a letter in hand, expertly ruining the moment between Tom and Druella. Sigh. Thanks, Mimsy. Tom says sarcastically, but most elves don't understand sarcasm and Mimsy is one of them. Welcome, Master. Mimsy says with a pep in her step as she walks over and hands off the letter. Breaking away from Druella, Tom takes the letter, removes the wax seal and unfolds it. Dear Mr. Thomas Riddle, on behalf of the Ministry of Magic and the Wizengamot, I congratulate you on being approved to receive the Order of Merlin, First Class. A ceremony will be held to honor you and your great deeds on the date of August 10th, outside the Ministry in Whitehall for all to see. Usually, these things would be held inside the Ministry, but you are a special case. Many citizens would be thrilled to attend the ceremony. Hence the outdoor decision. Thank you for your time and for everything you've done. Please reply at your earliest convenience. Generic witch secretary name. What does it say? Druella asks as Tom stopped reading. See for yourself. Tom smirks and hands over the letter. Druella snatches the letter and began reading it aloud. Congratulate you on being approved to receive the Order of Merlin, First Class. Tom, that's great. Druella exclaimed excitedly. Yeah, it took them long enough. Tom scoffed. Well, I'm sure many of those that decide who receives an Order of Merlin were against someone so young getting one. Druella reasons. Sure, but they had the entire school year to come to a decision. How slow at your job could you really be? Tom says. The real reason that Tom didn't get this letter sooner was that there's so little information about him. Before anyone can receive any sort of Order of Merlin, they must go through a very extensive background check. The government cannot be seen giving this prestigious award to someone unworthy, which is funny because Lockhart was unworthy yet still received an Order of Merlin. Other things are looked into as well, such as the possibility of said recipient turning into a Dark Lord, which was a possibility as a few Dark Lords have risen from Slytherin. Although, Tom's reputation in school helped wash away that possibility. When they looked into his reputation at school, they found he was loved by all houses and didn't show any dark-leaning behavior. It doesn't matter how long it took. What matters is that you got it. You should be excited, Tom. Only a handful of people have received such an honor. It's extremely hard to get an Order of Merlin, First Class. Druella lectures Tom. Right. I shouldn't be so pessimistic, Tom says and moves to take a seat at Druella's desk. What are you doing? She asks. Writing my reply, Tom says as he grabs a piece of paper and a quill. Remind me to show you the wonders of modern pens one of these days. After writing a short reply stating he would be attending the ceremony, Tom folded the letter and sealed it in wax. Here you go, Mimsy. Tom hands the letter to his trusty elf. Can you deliver it to the ministry personally for me? Mimsy is on it. She grabbed the letter and popped away. Since that's taken care of, tell me about this ritual, Druella said with a hand on her hip. Have I told you about Manasa yet? Tom asks. Snake goddess that wants you to be her avatar? Druella clarifies. Yup, that's the one. Tom went on to explain everything that happened. After explaining everything and getting berated for doing something dangerous without at least letting her know, Tom was released from Druella's custody safe and sound. Although he was forgiven and set free, Tom was forced to promise her a week-long getaway for just the two of them before school started again. When Tom left, he didn't return to Camartage. He promised Lady Death that he would bring the Hallows together. Tom isn't sure if it's a trap, but he's willing to take the risk. If she wanted him dead or something, she would have done so already. Appearing in front of the vault of Tintagel Castle, Tom opens it up and strolls inside. On one side of the room is the open tesseract with the space stone inside. On the other is the cloak of invisibility and the resurrection stone. The cloak and the space stone are still being analyzed with floating golden runes hovering and circling above them. With a wave of his hand, the runes above the cloak disappear. What a waste. Tom shakes his head as he picks up the two hallows. As he picks up these two, he now has all three on his person at the same time. The second he has them all on him, a pitch black aura surrounds the three hallows. That black viscous aura exits the hallows and flows into Tom, causing him to glow as well. Soon, the hallows stop producing the pitch black aura and start to crumble into dust. Each of the hallows disintegrated into nothing as the last of the black aura entered Tom's body. The thick black aura surrounding Tom's body completely covering him, making him look like pitch black figure. Soon the black aura disappears, but Tom is no longer standing there. The entirety of Tintagel Castle is empty without a single resident. One thing was for sure, Druella will be pissed as Tom told her nothing of this, especially if he doesn't return soon. See 149 Death Part DOS. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 16 chapters ahead at chapter 166. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. When Tom disappeared from Tintagel Castle, he appeared once again in the realm of death. Darkness surrounded him, but instead of a forest area with mountains in the background, Tom appeared in a dark throne room with a beautiful woman sitting upon the throne. Finally, I officially have a master again, Lady Death exclaims in a child's excitement. So, you weren't lying, huh? That's good. Tom let out a relieved sigh. He chose to trust Lady Death and hope that she wasn't trying to trick him into being enslaved or something. Of course I told you the truth. I am death itself. I have no reason to lie. If I wanted you dead, I merely have to wish it so, she says haughtily. Well, thanks for not wishing me dead, I guess, Tom says with a shake of his head. Welcome, Master, Lady Death answers. Looking around the throne room, Tom was entranced by how this realm looked. Everything was pitch black, yet he could still see every detail of the room and everything in it. So, how does this master stuff work? Is it the my slave type master, the teacher type master, or the sexual roleplay type master? If it's the last one, then I'm afraid I'll have to decline. I'm currently in a relationship after all, Tom asks. The first one. I'm your slave, master. She moans out as she starts feeling up her body. Wow, she's really into this master-slave stuff, huh? Tom thought as he watched Lady Death writhe on her throne. That's interesting, to say the least, Tom stated as he couldn't think of any other way to describe his new situation. Tom wasn't going to look a gift horse in the mouth. God, that's such a bad saying. Tom wasn't going to overthink this. He just got the universal entity of death as his slave. He's just going to take this how it is and move on. So, do I get any sort of power-ups or something since I'm your master now? Tom asked. You now have all of the powers of the Deathly Hallows. Other than that, you and anyone you wish will be immune to me, which means no aging as well, Lady Death explained. Huh? Did I just get immortality? Tom thought as he checked that off his list of future plans. Sweet, I want to age until I'm 26 years old though. Once I hit that age, you can stop my aging. I have a few people that I want you to give immortality to as well, but I want to talk to them about it first. Alright, just let me know, Master, Lady Death says with a moan. God, she really does get off on this master stuff. Whatever, it works better in my favor anyway. Tom thought. Is there anything else? Number. Although you fit the criteria to be my master, you cannot become my avatar or champion, Lady Death explained with a far-off look in her eyes. What's wrong? Tom asked. Well, I have an avatar already, but she was imprisoned in hell by her own father. God, I hate that hypocrite of a man. How dare he use Halo as a scapegoat after all that she has done for him. He throws a little girl into wars of his own making and expects her to just come out of it perfectly fine and dandy. No. The girl needed help and a loving family. Lady Death starts ranting. Is she talking about Hela from Asgard? Was she Lady Death's avatar in the movie? Tom wondered. If you're so mad about this girl's imprisonment, why haven't you broken her out? Tom asks. Like many other gods and high-level entities, I cannot enter or interfere with the material world. I can only do my job as Death and collect dead souls. Nothing more, nothing less. Lady Death explains with an annoyed pout. This is when Tom found out he got a useless slave. She may be the entity of death, but it seems she can never come to the mortal plane. Although she's a bit useless, Tom wasn't disheartened at all. Just the immortality he gained from her was worth becoming Lady Death's master. So when you said you could kill me if you wished it so, you were lying. Tom stayed with a raised eyebrow. I thought the almighty Death herself has no need for such small petty things. He teased with a small smirk. Well, it's embarrassing all right. One of the most powerful entities in the universe, yet still bound by these rules like everyone else. It's humiliating. Lady Death starts pouting and the room seems to grow darker. Ha 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 ha. Tom just starts laughing out of nowhere. Master, stop laughing at me. Lady Death's pout deepens and the room gets darker again. Hee hee. I'm sorry. It's just that I didn't think you would be this cute. Tom chuckled as his laughter simmered down. Cute? Lady Death looks deeply appalled. I'm not cute. I'm Death. Death can't be cute. Well, I'm afraid that you are, in fact, cute. Tom stated matter-of-factly. Maybe I should go back to my skeleton look. No one dared to call me cute back then. Lady Death pondered her options. As for that girl that you want out of, what's her name? Tom asked. Hail, Odin's daughter. She answered. If I were to break her out, would she serve me? Since you can't come to the mortal plane, having your avatar would come in handy. Tom asks. Yes. I would just have to contact her after you break her out. Our communication is currently blocked by Odin. If you do plan on breaking her out, please be careful, Master. She was very unstable due to the many wars her father put her through from a very early age. That combined with an unstable family life and the betrayal of her father made Halo untrusting of others. Although you can never die as long as I'm around, Hela knows many ways to trap someone as she has been trapped. See 150 Death Part. Squared bonus. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 16 chapters ahead at chapter 166. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. After Lady Death's warning, Tom pondered over what to do. Halo is probably thousands of years old with tons of battle experience from countless wars waged during her time in Asgard. Not only does she have all of that time and experience honing her godlike powers, but she's also the avatar of one of the strongest entities in the universe, Death itself. Tom may be an avatar of a snake goddess, but Manazar is nowhere near the same league as Lady Death. He knows his limits and understands that Hela would most likely destroy him in seconds, which is why she would make a perfect servant. With his connection to Lady Death as her master, Tom could get Halo as his servant as well. This makes up for how completely useless Lady Death turned out to be. Well, not completely useless, since Tom got a power boost from the Hallows and immortality for himself and anyone he chooses. He is more than happy with the outcome. Tom wanted to break her out, but he also didn't want to get in a fight with Hela. If Lady Death could contact her and tell Hela that Tom was coming, he wouldn't be so worried. But Lady Death can't contact her through Odin's barrier. If Tom were to just show up and break her out, would she try to attack him? Lady Death said that Hela is very unstable, so the answer is most likely yes. She would. In her lonesome, Hela has probably been honing her anger and hatred for however long she's been trapped, biding her time and waiting for the moment to get her revenge. Setting that person free may not be the smartest of ideas, at least not without a plan in place to contain her. That is, would you be able to contact her as soon as Hela's free? Tom asks hopefully. No. She has to either meditate or sleep for me to contact her. Lady Death shook her head. I guess, since that's the same as me and Manazar, it must work the same for all avatars and their gods or entities. Tom thought as he tries to come up with a plan. All right, I'll save her for you. but I need some time to come up with a way to restrain her or something. I can't have her escaping and waging war on half of the universe. If I come up with a way to restrain her and force her into sleeping, can you contact her and get her under control? Tom asks, and Lady Death nods her head from her dark throne. Yes, that would be easy. She swore everlasting loyalty to me many years ago. I'm the only person in her life that's never betrayed her. She would listen to me in a heartbeat, Lady Death says, happy that Tom is willing to save her avatar. Although Lady Death knows Tom is only doing this to get Halo as a servant, she doesn't mind one bit. She misses her, and if Halo were here, she would be his servant anyway. That's a perk of being the Master of Death. Okay, how do I visit you again? Is it the same as being an avatar? Sleep or meditation? Tom asked. No, I made the Hallows in a way to allow you to travel here in your body. If you haven't noticed yet, they're still in your body right now, Lady Death explains, shocking Tom as he looks down at himself. All you have to do is will yourself to me and you will appear by my side. Huh? That's very convenient, Tom said as he got over his shock. There won't be any side effects from this, right? No, you will be fine, Lady Death assures him. Good, because I'd rather not turn into a ghost from spending too much time in the realm of death, Tom jokes. With this finished, Tom was about to leave. He became an avatar and the Master of Death, and now he has to prepare an acceptance speech for his awards ceremony. After getting that done, he has to come up with a way to break an imprisonment spell put in place by the Allfather himself. As he was about to ask how to leave, an idea popped into Tom's head. He remembered a certain god of symbiotes that caused him to lose his animagus form. Vengeance burned in Tom's eyes as he pictured Lady Death bending Null over her knee and giving him a good spanking. He finally has an avenue to unlock his animagus form and maybe take over the shadow dimension. With Lady Death in his corner, Tom could do almost anything. She's simply limited to anywhere but the mortal plane. Why didn't I think of this? I take everything back. She isn't useless at all, Tom thought. Hey, if you fought Null, the symbiote god, could you win? That little boy wouldn't be able to raise a finger against me. Why? Lady Death answers with a wave of her hand, as if Null was nothing but trash on the road. Hee. Before I go back to the mortal realm, can we take a trip to the shadow dimension? I need you to exterminate a pest for me. Tom laughs with a menacing smile on his face. That smile is soon matched by Lady Death. She knew that the only being in the shadow dimension is Null himself. Null was never respectful to Death, so she had no problem doing as her master wished. I would be delighted to, Master.